Chapter 886. Hold it in, hold it in, Yi Xian jumped in fright and hurriedly shouted. When he was at the flowing gold waterfall, Luo Luo ran to other places. However, he could communicate with Luo Luo through the air, so he knew that Luo Luo had already broken through to the mid-stage 6th Supreme Being. Yi Xian immediately rushed out of the flowing gold waterfall and rushed towards the outer sect. He had a special connection with Luo Luo, and the range of it was larger than the eye of perception, so he could lock onto Luo Luo's location. Soon, he found Luo Luo. At this moment, Luo Luo was already surrounded by a group of disciples. He quickly went over and landed beside Luo Luo. In front of Luo Luo were the 3 outer sect disciples, and the leader was Lin Yan. "Senior brother Lin, what's the matter?" Yi Xian had already put on his clothes and looked at Lin Yan as he asked. "I was wondering why you disappeared, so you went to the flowing gold waterfall." "Humph, that day, you dared to talk back to me in front of so many people. Do you think I will let this matter rest?" Lin Yan snorted. "Oh, so senior brother Lin wants to fight in the outer sect?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Lin Yan had been in the Yang Hall for 2 years, so he understood the rules of the Yang Hall. Thus, he snorted and said, "You two, follow me to the battle arena. I will teach you two a lesson." Pfft! When Luo Luo heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. "Senior brother Lin, you are so shameless. You are a peak 6 Supreme Being, yet you dare to challenge someone of a lower realm. Indeed, a peak 6 Supreme Being actually dared to challenge an early stage 6 Supreme Being and a mid-stage 6 Supreme Being. How shameless." Some of the people surrounding Luo Luo were brought by Lin Yan, while others were there to watch the show. When they heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. However, under Lin Yan's gaze, which was about to devour them, they held back. "Humph, that day, weren't the two of you very bold? You seem to want to fight with me. Why, are you scared now?" Lin Yan mocked. When he said this, Luo Luo was unhappy and shouted angrily, "Who is scared? Let's go, young master will beat him up." Young master." This phrase caused the surrounding people to be quite surprised. They understood that the young master that Luo Luo was referring to was Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was only an early stage 6th supreme martial artist. His aptitude was much worse than Luoluo's, so how could he be a young master? Just as the surrounding people were surprised, Yi Xian slowly opened his mouth and said, "Since senior apprentice brother Lin is so shameless as to challenge me, then I will fight senior apprentice brother Lin." "Bastard, if you want to fight senior brother Lin, you'll have to get through me first." A lackey beside Lin Yan jumped out and pointed his sword at Yi Xian. "Cut the crap and lead the way." Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to say anything more to these people. He knew that Lin Yan wouldn't give up if he didn't go to that battle arena today. He didn't want to be remembered by a certain someone in the Burning Sun Hall. Hence, he had to settle the grudge of that day. "Good, you've got guts. If you can still be so cocky in the battle arena later, I will call you Grandpa." That lackey shouted angrily. However, unexpectedly, Yi Xian rolled his eyes and muttered, "I don't have a grandson like you." Immediately, the surrounding people burst into laughter. "Yi Xian, you're really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. You've just entered the Burning Sun Hall and you've already offended a senior disciple. Your future path will definitely be much more difficult." That lackey wanted to continue his nonsense but was unexpectedly stopped by Lin Yan. The latter said in a low voice, "There's no use in arguing. Once we're on the battle arena, you can do whatever you want." "Humph." The lackey glared fiercely at Yi Xian before following Lin Yan's footsteps. The crowd walked towards the battle arena. Along the way, they attracted the attention of a few people who followed them, ready to watch a good show. Soon, Yi Xian and Luo Luo followed behind Lin Yan and arrived at the battle arena. The Burning Sun Hall was a righteous sect. Hence, the battle arena only determined who was stronger and who was weaker, not life and death. Killing was also not allowed. "Brat, get the hell up here." Lin Yan's lackey took the lead and jumped onto the battle arena, shouting at Yi Xian. Yi Xian remained silent and immediately jumped onto the battle arena. He was an early-stage Supreme Being, while his opponent was a mid-stage Supreme Being. However, he had suffered in the flowing gold waterfall for more than a day. His sovereign golden body had been refined to the point that it could be said to be invincible under the 7th Supreme Being level. Even if he stood there and let his opponent hit him, his opponent might not be able to break through his sovereign golden body. "Brat, are you prepared to die?" Lin Yan's lackey ridiculed. Some people below couldn't bear to watch any longer. After all, his cultivation level was higher than Yi Xian's. What was there to be proud of when he challenged him? Yi Xian stood quietly and nodded. "I'm prepared to give you a 10-move handicap." "What?" The crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone suspected that they had heard wrongly. Give the opponent a 10-move handicap? The early-stage Supreme Being Yi Xian actually gave a mid-stage Supreme Being opponent a 10-move handicap? Was he a fool or pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? "What did you say?" Lin Yan's lackey's eyes widened. He immediately looked at Lin Yan below the battle arena. Lin Yan paused for a moment and nodded silently. In fact, he didn't expect Yi Xian to be so arrogant. However, he felt that Yi Xian was somewhat extraordinary. After all, Luolua's aptitude was enough to enter the inner sect. Yi Xian was Luolua's young master, so his background might not be ordinary. "Alright, since you're courting death, I won't hold back." Lin Yan's lackey shouted and directly attacked Yi Xian. He raised his sword and directly attacked Yi Xian. Because his cultivation level was higher than Yi Xian's by 1 level, Lin Yan held back a little. He was afraid that he would kill Yi Xian with one strike. This strike contained 60% sword intent, which was enough to injure an ordinary 7th Tribulation Supreme Being. However, when this sword ray swept in front of Yi Xian only raised his hand and threw a punch. Bang! Yi Xian's fist collided with the sword ray. In an instant, the sword ray was scattered by the punch. However, Yi Xian's fist wasn't injured at all. Even his skin wasn't broken. This time, the entire audience was shocked. The strike just now was enough to threaten anyone present, but it was defeated by Yi Xian barehanded. One must know that Yi Xian wasn't wearing gloves. What a powerful sovereign golden body. How did he temper it? He must be the young master of some large family. He grew up eating heavenly treasures. His sovereign golden body is probably comparable to an ordinary 7th Tribulation Supreme Being. According to this, I'm afraid that only 65% sword intent can hurt him. How terrifying. He's only at the early stage 6th Tribulation Supreme Being. No wonder he didn't let his lackey fight. So that's why. The people below revealed a look of realization and began to whisper among themselves. Chapter 887. Don't hold back. At this moment, Lin Yan suddenly reminded. When the outer sect disciple heard this, he roared, "I don't believe it. Go to hell." Whoosh! 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 Wave after wave of attacks were launched at Yi Xian. Even a 6th Supreme Being wouldn't dare to underestimate this series of attacks. However, Yi Xian didn't move. He punched one after another and destroyed the sword radiance. 6, 7, 8, 9, rumble. 10. Yi Xian destroyed the 10th sword radiance with a punch. In the next moment, he took out a long sword. Whoosh! After giving his opponent 10 moves, Yi Xian finally made his move. He raised his sword and launched an attack that contained 65% sword intent. However, Yi Xian didn't use any martial arts in this attack. It was purely sword energy. Originally, he only had 60% sword intent. However, the Fox Charm dynasty had a rich foundation and had a set of sword intent phantom scrolls. Hence, he had comprehended 65% sword intent. Bang! This sword energy instantly hit the outer sect disciple's chest and sent him flying. Victory! Yi Xian only used one sword to send his opponent flying out of the arena and won the battle. Hiss! Everyone was shocked again. Not only did he take 10 attacks from his opponent with his bare hands, he even killed his opponent with one sword. He was definitely pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Young master, didn't you say you were going to beat him up? Why did you send him flying? Luo Luo snorted coldly. It's okay. There's one more. Yi Xian glanced at Lin Yan awkwardly. There was still a sixth Supreme Being follower beside him. After being stared at by Yi Xian, the follower immediately shivered. He shrunk his neck and took a step behind Lin Yan. Trash! Lin Yan shouted in a low voice. Brother Lin, one was sent flying by me, and the other is too scared to go on stage. Why don't you do it? Yi Xian smiled at Lin Yan with his sword in hand. Lin Yan's expression darkened, and he jumped into the arena without another word. He was a supreme martial artist at the peak of supreme martial artist level 6. How could he be afraid of Yi Xian, who was only at the initial supreme martial artist level 6? Instant kill, he could do it too. Senior brother Lin, do you want me to give you a few moves as well? Yi Xian asked with narrowed eyes. Scram! Unexpectedly, Lin Yan roared and attacked Yi Xian. To be honest, Yi Xian was just casually saying it. If Lin Yan really accepted it, then it would be a little difficult for him. After all, Lin Yan's strength in the outer sect was not bad. He was at the peak of the 6th supremacy realm and had even comprehended 65% sword intent. Fortunately, Lin Yan did not accept it. Since my burning eye has been exposed, I'll let you have a taste. The moment Lin Yan made his move, Yi Xian's eyes widened. Lin Yan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, causing him to miss his target. What? Lin Yan's eyes widened as he watched his attack pass by Yi Xian. It did not even touch a single hair on Yi Xian's body. After so many years of fighting between the Burning Sun Hall and the Yin Palace had always used these methods. Therefore, Lin Yan had also cultivated some martial arts that could defend against mental attacks. In addition to his cultivation, Yi Xian's burning eye did not weaken Lin Yan by even 10%. However, the burning eye allowed Yi Xian to seize the initiative. Swoosh! When Lin Yan's attack brushed past Yi Xian's body, the latter's attack was already halfway there. Bang! Lin Yan hurriedly raised his hand and defeated the sword light with one strike. Senior brother Lin, have a taste of this move. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flashed again. This time, it was the Eye of Illusion. Lin Yan was still enduring the intense pain from the burning eye. Now that he was faced with the Eye of Illusion, the illusion around him changed in an instant. The ground beneath his feet had disappeared, and he had sunk into the endless sea. The surroundings were extremely dark. At this moment, there was a sudden wave of air. A deep-sea giant beast opened its mouth and bit at Lin Yan. Is it real or fake? Lin Yan's face was gloomy. He had been in the Burning Sun Hall for 2 years, but this was the first time he encountered an illusion. Previously, the outer sect elder of the Burning Sun Hall had a disillusionment stone that could instantly break through some low-level illusions. However, the disillusionment stone was extremely precious and he did not have it. Since he could not determine whether this deep-sea giant beast was real or fake, he would just treat it as real. Swoosh! Lin Yan raised his hand and struck with his sword. However, when the sword light swept past the deep-sea giant beast disappeared without a trace. It was fake. Not good. Lin Yan's face changed drastically. His attack had actually dispersed the illusion. This was a waste of an opportunity to attack. At this moment, there was a gust of wind. Swoosh! A sharp sound broke through the air. Lin Yan turned his head and saw a sword light sweeping in front of him. Bang! As Lin Yan could not dodge in time, he was directly struck by the sword. Blood spurted out instantly. However, this was just the appetizer. Burning eye. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian used his two sky eyes once again and Lin Yan fell into the illusion again. From the moment Lin Yan entered the arena to the moment Lin Yan spurted out blood, less than a second had passed. However, the people below were already stunned. Why did Lin Yan, who was at the peak of sixth supremacy, suddenly attack in one direction? One must know that Yi Xian was clearly in another direction. Illusion, it must be an illusion. That brat knows illusions. No wonder senior brother Lin attacked in different directions. It turns out that he made a mistake and attacked the creature in the illusion. I didn't expect him to know illusions. Senior brother Lin is in trouble now. Could it be that this brat can really challenge someone who is 2 levels higher? The surrounding people began to discuss again. Bullsh *T, senior brother Lin will definitely beat the *T out of that brat. The outer sect disciple who had shrunk his neck earlier shouted angrily. You're wrong. Let's see the situation in the arena first. Luo, who was not far away, could not help but snort. At this moment, the situation in the arena was still the same. Lin Yan was being suppressed by Yi Xian. The former had been in the illusion all along and had never seen Yi Xian. He could only see Yi Xian's attacks. Boom! 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 Lin Yan's sovereign golden body was not bad. Yi Xian's attacks could only barely break through it. However, Yi Xian had not used any martial arts since the beginning and had only used 65% of his sword intent. If the 65% sword intent was combined with martial arts, Lin Yan would probably be beheaded by Yi Xian in an instant. In other words, it would be an instant kill. Yeah, young master, you're so cool. Senior brother Lin, aren't you at the peak of 6th supremacy? Why are you so weak? No wonder you don't feel embarrassed. Chapter 888. The battle had attracted the attention of many passers-by. When they saw that the one being beaten up was Lin Yan, who was at the peak of the 6th supreme level, they were shocked. That kid actually beat senior brother Lin Yan to the point where he couldn't even fight back. This is too fake. What's fake? This kid is very strange. Yesterday, he stood 70 meters above the flowing gold waterfall for an entire day and didn't come down. An outer sect disciple who had rushed over from the flowing gold waterfall said. What? An entire day? What a joke. It's true. I can testify. If it weren't for his low level, he would have gone 60 meters to refine his sovereign golden body. Just now, Yi Xian's sudden speed at the flowing gold waterfall had attracted the attention of many people. At this time, these people had already found the battle stage. However, at the same time, in a corner around the battle stage stood an old figure. It was a bald old man, but at this time, no one had noticed him as the battle was heated up. TSK, TSK, TSK. A sovereign golden body comparable to an ordinary 7th Tribulation Supreme. He can also use illusions and mental attacks. If he is nurtured, he will be a trump card for my Burning Sun Hall to deal with the Yin Palace. This bald old man was not from the outer sect, but from the inner sect. He happened to pass by here, but he didn't expect to meet such a good seedling like Yi Xian. However, some things had happened in the Burning Sun Hall recently, causing the disciples to be anxious. Therefore, the bald old man didn't directly appear. After thinking for a while, he left. Even if he didn't see the end of this battle, he knew the outcome. No, this couldn't be called a battle, but a monkey show. Yi Xian was a human, and Lin Yan was being played like a monkey. Forget it, I won't waste time. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly turned cold on the battle stage, and he fiercely slashed with his sword. Bang! Lin Yan's back was hit, and he couldn't help but fly forward, out of the battle stage's range. Defeated. Yeah, young master won. Luo cheered excitedly below the battle stage. As for Yi Xian, who had defeated Lin Yan, he jumped down and patted Luo's head, saying, "Let's go." To be honest, Yi Xian really didn't want to participate in this sort of show-off battle. After all, it was completely useless. It was a complete waste of energy and he wouldn't get any benefits out of it. However, for the sake of a long-term plan, he had no choice but to make a move. He didn't want senior brother Lin Yan to mock him every day. What if Luoluo couldn't control herself and killed Lin Yan? On the way back to their residence, Luoluo couldn't help but ask, "Young master, your golden body of supremacy has become so much stronger. It can even withstand 60% sword intent." That's right. The flowing gold waterfall is a good place. It's a pity that my realm isn't high enough. Otherwise, I could have gone to the 60-meter platform to temper my sovereign golden body. Yi Xian seemed a little helpless. Meanwhile, Luoluo's eyes spun about as she said, "Young master, I've noticed a good place. You'll definitely be able to obtain a huge amount of natural treasures if you head there." "Where?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. "That place is called the Tower of Illusions. It exists in both the outer and inner sect. It's a place used to raise the mental state of the disciples of the Burning Sun Hall. As long as you pass through a certain number of stages, you'll be rewarded with natural treasures." Luoluo explained. Tower of Illusions? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The Tower of Illusions, as its name implied, contained countless illusions for the disciples of the Burning Sun Hall to break through. However, Yi Xian, who possessed the Eye of Revelation, could break through the illusions and find the foundation of the illusion array. "It's simply prepared for me. Luoluo, quickly bring me there," Yi Xian hurriedly said. What he lacked the most now was natural treasures. If he could break through to the mid-stage of the 6th Supremacy Realm, then he could go to the 60-meter platform of the flowing gold waterfall to temper his sovereign golden body. His strength would greatly increase. "Hee, I knew that young master would be interested." Luoluo giggled as she directly brought Yi Xian to the Tower of Illusions. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Tower of Illusions. At this moment, there were already more than 100 people at the bottom of the Tower of Illusions. "Look, senior brother Gao has already reached the 6th level. If he can break through the 6th level, he'll be able to obtain a sovereign golden pill that can greatly enhance his sovereign golden body. Senior brother Gao is indeed worthy of being the #1 disciple in the outer sect. He's not even 20 years old this year and has already broken through to the mid-stage of the 7th Supremacy Realm. I'm afraid that he'll be able to enter the inner sect next year." Of course, senior brother Gao has already met the requirements to enter the inner sect. He just hasn't entered yet. His strength is even stronger than some of the inner sect disciples. I wonder if senior brother Gao will be able to break through the 6th level this time. This is the reason why he has always remained in the outer sect and refused to enter the inner sect. A group of outer sect disciples were discussing under the Tower of Illusions. Yi Xian and Luoluo walked over to take a look. They discovered that the Tower of Illusions only had 6 levels. On each level, there was a projection of the disciples who were challenging the levels. "Young master, look at the 6th level." Luoluo suddenly extended her slender finger and pointed at the 6th level of the Tower of Illusions. Yi Xian followed her small hand and looked over. In the end, his gaze landed on the only projection on the 6th floor. The scene in the projection was of a man who was 2 meters tall, holding a long staff, and had thick hair. He was in a magma hell, and beside him, there were flame demons constantly attacking him. What he needed to do was to break through this illusion. As long as he broke through this illusion, he would be considered to have passed the level. The Tower of Illusions in the outer sect of the Burning Sun Hall only had 6 levels, while the inner sect had 9. The reason why senior brother Gao refused to enter the inner sect was because he hadn't passed the outer sect's Tower of Illusions. However, Yi Xian's attention wasn't on that illusion. "Luoluo, is this the ape clan?" Yi Xian asked. Yes, they were born with a unique understanding of the staff, so almost all of them use the staff as their weapon. Their staff intent improves very quickly. Luoluo nodded. Yi Xian nodded silently. After looking at it for a while, he directly walked into the Tower of Illusions. Each level of the Tower of Illusions was a secret realm. Yi Xian walked to the entrance of the Tower of Illusions and was stopped by an outer sect disciple. Junior brother, you want to challenge the Tower of Illusions? The outer sect disciple said to Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian replied and immediately handed over his identity token. Good, you will be transported to the first level of the Tower of Illusions. You must find the exit within 1 minute. The outer sect disciple took Yi Xian's identity token and then directly walked into the Tower of Illusions. In the next moment, he was transported to a place. This was a canyon that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the sky, a flock of birds and beasts flew past from time to time. Their cries were very real. After all, some of these creatures were real and some were fake. Chapter 889. So this is the Tower of Illusion. Yi Xian smirked. The first level of the Tower of Illusion was the easiest challenge, and that was to find the exit. He reckoned that he wouldn't be able to reach the end of this canyon, and he wouldn't be able to fly either. Even without using the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian had already found the exit, which was on the stone wall on his left. Because he had the Eye of Perception, he was actually in a palace, and the stone wall on his left was actually a door. Start the countdown. Just as the outer sect disciple's voice rang out, Yi Xian had already rushed into the stone wall. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the outer sect disciple again. At this moment, the outer sect disciple was looking at Yi Xian with an astonished expression. Yi Xian was only in the early stage of the Supreme Being's 6th stage, but he actually found the exit in an instant. Congratulations, junior brother. You've passed the challenge. Do you want to continue? The outer sect disciple said to Yi Xian. The results of the Tower of Illusion would not be kept. If one gave up, they would have to challenge it again next time. Every time they passed a challenge, they would be able to receive some corresponding heavenly treasures. Of course, these rewards would not stack, and each person could only receive them once. Continue. Yi Xian said. Soon, they arrived at the second level of the Tower of Illusion. For this challenge, junior brother will also have to find the exit within a minute. The outer sect disciple's voice rang in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian looked around and realized that he was actually in the middle of a sea. There was only a floating board under his feet, and the floating board was moving up and down with the waves of the sea. In this illusion, he could fly, but he didn't. Hee hee. Yi Xian laughed and stomped his right foot heavily. The floating board under his feet suddenly cracked. In the illusion, there were both real and fake. This sea was obviously fake, and so was this floating board. However, the floating board was actually a stone platform in disguise. Most importantly, this stone platform was the array base of the illusion array. When Yi Xian stomped on the array base, the illusion array would disappear. There was actually another exit for this stage, but Yi Xian felt that there was no need for that. After breaking through, he was teleported to the bottom of the Tower of Illusion. Congratulations, junior brother. Do you want to challenge the third round? The outer sect disciple continued asking. Continue. Yi Xian nodded silently. Actually, this Tower of Illusions was built according to levels. The first floor corresponded to an early 6th Supreme Being, the second floor corresponded to a middle 6th Supreme Being, and the third floor corresponded to a peak 6th Supreme Being. What Yi Xian was challenging now was the third level, which corresponded to the peak of Supreme Level 6. Junior brother, this stage may be a little dangerous. If you want to give up, just shout out loud. The outer sect disciple kindly reminded him. All right. Yi Xian responded and entered the Tower of Illusion again. The third stage, the Illusion Realm, was not difficult for Yi Xian. With the Eye of Revelation and the Eye of Perception, he easily found a few array bases and broke through. He broke through 3 stages in a row. Junior brother is really amazing. I don't understand. You passed the third stage in 1 minute. The fourth stage corresponds to a 7th Tribulation Supreme Being. Junior brother, do you want to continue? The outer sect disciple asked. Yi Xian paused. He was only an early 6th supreme being, and the 4th stage corresponded to an early 7th supreme being. There was a difference of 3 whole realms. If it was just an illusion realm, he would not think much of it. However, there were some dangers in the illusion realm. In the past, some disciples had overestimated themselves and died in these dangers. However, with the strength of his sovereign golden body, he could give it a try. Continue. Yi Xian nodded. A strange look flashed across the outer sect disciple's eyes, as if he was mocking Yi Xian for overestimating himself. However, he did not say much. Alright, junior brother will enter the 4th level next. Yi Xian mustered up his courage and entered the Tower of Illusion again. Junior brother, there will be no information in this stage. You must break through on your own. If you want to give up, just shout out loud. The outer sect disciple reminded him. Alright. Yi Xian nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the scenery around him changed. At this moment, he appeared in a grassland. Near him, there were countless ferocious beasts. Their auras were so powerful that Yi Xian's heart palpitated. What powerful auras, but they are all fake. Only one of them is real. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Both the eye of revelation and the eye of perception allowed him to clearly understand this illusion realm. As for the real supreme sacred beast, it was a strange leopard with 3 tails. It actually has 3 tails like Luo Luo. However, this does not mean that I will let you go. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. There were hundreds of illusions around him, and the 3-tailed leopard also noticed him at this moment. At this moment, the 3-tailed wild leopard was slowly approaching. The illusions also cooperated with him and moved closer to Yi Xian. There were hundreds of supreme sacred beasts around him. Most people would continuously attack when they entered to see if these supreme sacred beasts were real. However, Yi Xian did not need to use this method. He could confirm that there was a living creature around him. This stage has a time limit of 5 minutes. It seems that it won't be that easy. Let me deal with this 3-tailed wild leopard first. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After all, this was a 7th grade supreme sacred beast. It was very precious. Although he was only at the initial 6th grade supreme sacred beast, his sovereign golden body was comparable to a 7th tribulation supreme sacred beast. He did not care about a mere 7th grade supreme sacred beast. Bang! Immediately, Yi Xian charged towards the 3-tailed wild leopard. His actions also gave this 3-tailed wild leopard a fright. This 3-tailed wild leopard had been on the 4th floor of the Tower of Illusion for some time. The Burning Sun Hall had given it good food and drinks. Its mission was to teach the disciples of the Burning Sun Hall a lesson. However, this was the first time it saw someone charging straight at it. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian slashed out with his sword. A sword ray trailed behind a purple afterimage as it attacked the 3-tailed wild leopard. The 3-tailed wild leopard was a supreme sacred beast. Its intelligence was not low. It originally thought that Yi Xian was just lucky, but after seeing this attack, its body trembled. Bang! The 3-tailed wild leopard swung its tail and dispersed the sword energy. However, its tail was slightly injured. After all, Yi Xian's sword intent was at 65%. The Flowing Shadow Sword was a middle-grade supreme martial art that Yi Xian had copied down previously. Its power was not bad. However, it needed to increase its proficiency. The illusory realm did not matter. Yi Xian wanted to increase the proficiency of the Flowing Shadow Sword first. Whoosh! 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 After knowing Yi Xian's attack power, the 3-tailed wild leopard did not dare to take it head-on. It started to dodge. Ding! The proficiency of the Flowing Shadow Sword has increased. Currently at 60%. Ding! The proficiency of the Flowing Shadow Sword has increased. Currently at 70%. Ding! The proficiency of the Flowing Shadow Sword has increased. Currently at 80%. Chapter 890. Ding! The proficiency of the flowing shadow sword has increased. It is currently at 80%. In less than 5 seconds, Yi Xian had increased the proficiency of the flowing shadow sword to 80%. Its power had at least doubled from before. At the same time, he was also exchanging blows with the three-tailed wild leopard. Roar! The three-tailed wild leopard roared and its three tails struck towards Yi Xian like lightning. The latter's cultivation realm was too far apart and he was instantly struck. Bang! 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 The three-tail strikes caused Yi Xian's abdomen to hurt. Fortunately, his sovereign golden body was strong. Otherwise, his abdomen would have exploded. Beast, have a taste of this move. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he directly used his Heaven's Eye on the three-tailed wild leopard. Burning Eye. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Although the target was only a sovereign sacred beast, as long as it was a living creature, these two Heaven's Eyes would be useful. The three-tailed wild leopard was struck and immediately roared towards the sky in pain. Not only that, but it also fell into an illusion. This was the 4th floor of the Tower of Illusion. However, Yi Xian was able to cast an illusion on the living creatures here, which was beyond many people's expectations. In a certain corner of the Tower of Illusion, this kid can not only see through those illusions in an instant, but also use illusions to confuse the three-tailed wild leopard. He's really amazing. A Burning Sun Hall elder who was controlling the illusion couldn't help but murmur. He was the controller of the 4th floor of the Tower of Illusion. He could see Yi Xian's every move. At this moment, Yi Xian had already fought hundreds of rounds with the three-tailed wild leopard. During these hundreds of rounds, although Yi Xian was hit a few times, the divine tree of life's bloodline would immediately heal his internal injuries, so he was always in peak condition. However, the three-tailed wild leopard was in a miserable state. It was hit a few times by Yi Xian's attacks and was already covered in blood. Alright, you've wasted a lot of time. Let me send you to the afterlife. After more than 100 rounds, Yi Xian had also raised his flowing shadow sword to 90% mastery. However, in order to break through the illusion as soon as possible, he decided to kill this three-tailed wild leopard. But at this moment, "Kid, spare its life." Suddenly, an aged voice rang out, causing Yi Xian to tremble. This voice should belong to an elder of the Burning Sun Hall. Alright. Yi Xian also stopped attacking, and the three-tailed wild leopard also quietly retreated. After fighting for half a minute, Yi Xian felt that it was a pity that he did not get anything. However, fortunately, the proficiency of the flowing shadow sword had increased, so it wasn't a loss. With 4 minutes left, Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He ran in one direction while using his Eye of Revelation and Eye of Perception to scan his surroundings. This illusory realm stretched as far as the eye could see. It was both real and fake, but Yi Xian used the Eye of Revelation to find the formation base of this illusory realm. Kacha! With a crisp sound, an inconspicuous stone was shattered by Yi Xian. This was the formation base of the 4th level of the illusory realm. The moment the stone shattered, Yi Xian's surroundings changed. Junior brother, congratulations on passing the 4th level. That outer sect disciple appeared in front of Yi Xian again and said with a smile. Just now, he thought that Yi Xian was overestimating himself. However, he did not expect Yi Xian to have hidden his strength and break through the 4th level of the illusory realm in less than a minute. This was breaking the record. Yi Xian only smiled. He also saw the playful smile on the outer sect disciple's face, but he did not say anything. Junior brother, do you still want to challenge the 5th level? The outer sect disciple continued. No, I'll challenge again after I break through. Yi Xian shook his head. Alright, this is your identity token and proof of passing the level. The outer sect disciple did not say anything and directly returned the token to Yi Xian. In the Hall of Burning Sun, there was only one identity token. If the disciples lost it, they would have to spend a large amount of heaven and earth treasures to replace it. After all, if their identity token fell into the hands of the Yin Palace, they could also exchange it for heaven and earth treasures. At this moment, Yi Xian only needed to hold this identity token and go to the outer Sex Hall of Experience to receive the rewards for the 1st to 4th levels of the Tower of Illusion. Thank you, senior brother. After thanking him, Yi Xian directly left. The scene of him breaking through the 4th level was also noticed by others, but more people's attention was focused on senior brother Gao. Senior brother Gao was still breaking through the 6th level of the illusory realm. Yi Xian did not bother to pay attention to him and directly left. Young master, where are we going now? Luo Luo asked. To the Hall of Experience to receive the rewards first. We'll come back after breaking through to the mid-stage of the 6th supreme level. Yi Xian replied. He was only at the early stage of the 6th supreme level. It was good enough for ordinary people to break through to the 2nd level, but he broke through to the 4th level, so the rewards should be enough for him to break through to the mid-stage of the 6th supreme level. Soon, he brought Luo Luo to the Hall of Experience. Senior brother, please help me exchange these rewards. Yi Xian handed over his identity token and proof of passing the level. The outer sect disciple in the Hall of Experience was stunned for a moment. He could not help but size up Yi Xian. He was only at the early stage of the 6th supreme level. Junior brother is so strong to break through 4 levels in a row. The outer sect disciple could not help but praise. Then, he immediately went in to prepare the items for Yi Xian. After a while, he came out with an interspatial ring. The reward for the 1st level of the Tower of Illusion is 100 high-grade supreme pills. The reward for the 2nd level is... The outer sect disciple muttered as he handed the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. These rewards were all stipulated. Yi Xian checked and confirmed that there were no problems. Thank you, senior brother. Yi Xian thanked him and took out a token. It was the token of the white-haired old woman that Luo Luo had killed that day. Oh, a mid-stage 6th supreme level deacon of the Ju Yin Palace. 100 high-grade supreme pills. The outer sect disciple took out another 100 high-grade supreme pills and kept the token. After exchanging the rewards, Yi Xian quickly left. It turns out that the identity token of the enemy camp is so worthless. After leaving the Hall of Experience, Luo Luo could not help but complain. It's not that it's worthless. It's because his realm is too low. If he was a 7th tribulation supremacy, he would definitely get a lot. Yi Xian said. However, the rewards he received were enough for him to break through to the mid-stage of the 6th supreme level. Immediately, they returned to their residences and Yi Xian devoured the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the mid-stage of the 6th tribulation supremacy. Sure enough, Yi Xian broke through. Congratulations, young master, Luo Luo said with a smile. My sovereign golden body has improved a lot. Now, I can go to the 60-meter platform of the flowing gold waterfall to temper myself, Yi Xian said with a frown. Chapter 891. The Yinzhu Palace was not far from the Burning Sun Palace, so Yi Xian could summon his doppelganger once. After fusing, the doppelganger broke through the void and returned to the Yinzhu Palace. Young master, what are you going to do now? Luo Luo asked. I'll go to the flowing gold waterfall to refine my sovereign golden body, then I'll directly pass the remaining 2 levels of the Tower of Illusion. Yi Xian told her his plan. I heard that as long as someone can pass the 6th level of the Tower of Illusion, they can directly enter the inner sect, Luo Luo suddenly said. Yes, while I'm going to the flowing gold waterfall to refine my sovereign golden body, you should also try the Tower of Illusion, Yi Xian said. His current goal was not only to improve his own strength, but also to improve Luolua's strength. Don't worry, young master, with my current physique, even if I don't have any treasures, my cultivation speed is 10 times faster than others. If I cultivate normally, I'll break through to the peak of the 6th supreme in at most a month. Luo Luo patted her small chest with a proud look. Breaking through to the peak of the 6th supreme in a month, if others heard this, they would definitely think that they were idiots. However, Luo Luo had a special physique, so Yi Xian was not worried that her strength could not keep up. After breaking through, Yi Xian went to the flowing gold waterfall again. There were still many people there. Then, he took off his shirt and stood on the platform 60 meters away. The platform was the level of a 7th Tribulation Supreme. Yi Xian, a mere 6th Supreme, dared to stand on it. He was really courting death. This was what the outer sect disciples were thinking. Unfortunately, they did not see the scene in the illusion. Not only did Yi Xian not get smashed to death by the small pieces of flowing gold, but he also withstood the impact of the huge water flow. Stupid humans, Yi Xian rolled his eyes at them and closed his eyes. Last time, he spent a day at the flowing gold waterfall. This time, he would need at least a few days to strengthen. Luo Luo also went to the Tower of Illusion to train, but unfortunately, her ability to break through illusions was not strong enough. She barely passed the 3rd level, but she also obtained many treasures and began to cultivate. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Yi Xian had been persistently tempering his sovereign golden body at the flowing gold waterfall. His monstrous physique had attracted many people's attention. 3 days, it's the 3rd day, he actually persisted for 3 whole days. It's too scary. I could only last for 10 minutes at the 70m mark, but he actually lasted for 3 days. Come quickly, there are quite a few inner sect senior brothers. They're probably here to ask about my constitution. Look, he doesn't seem to be injured anymore. With his sovereign golden body, even the 60-meter-long molten gold can't hurt him. Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes amidst the discussions of the outer sect disciples. 60 meters is already useless to me. The speed of the flowing gold waterfall isn't fast enough. I can only go 50 meters, Yi Xian thought to himself as he left the platform. 50 meters, that was equivalent to a mid-level 7th Supreme Martial Artist. With his current level, he would probably be washed to the bottom in an instant. It's time to try the Tower of Illusion, Yi Xian put on his clothes. Back then, when he was an early level 6th Supreme Martial Artist, he passed the 4th floor of the Tower of Illusion. Now that he had broken through to the mid-level 6th Supreme Martial Artist, with the tempering of his sovereign golden body, it wouldn't be a problem for him to rush to the 6th floor. However, whether he could pass or not still depended on luck. As long as he could pass, he would be promoted to the inner sect. There were still a few inner sect disciples at the flowing gold waterfall. When they saw Yi Xian coming out, they also surrounded him. Yi Xian understood what they wanted to ask, but he gave them a vague answer. In fact, he had a way to make a fortune, and that was through blood. He had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so he could heal any injuries below the level of 7th Supreme Martial Artist with just 1 or 2 bottles of blood. However, blood wasn't a safe method. If others found out, what if they imprisoned him and made him bleed continuously? Just in case, he didn't use this method. After leaving the flowing gold waterfall, Yi Xian returned to the Tower of Illusion. Luo Luo would occasionally come to the Tower of Illusion these few days, which allowed her to pass the 4th floor. At this time, there were still many people at the foot of the Tower of Illusion. Not only that, senior brother Gao from the Ape clan happened to be challenging the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion again. However, the illusion this time was different from before. Young master, you're here. Luo Luo floated over from a distance. Yes, I'm going to challenge the 5th floor. Yi Xian nodded. Oh, if young master passes the Tower of Illusion, he will be able to enter the inner sect. I don't know when I will be able to enter. Luo Luo pouted. What are you afraid of? After a while, I will go and get some treasures for you. At that time, you will be able to improve quickly. Yi Xian patted Luo Luo's head affectionately. Then, he walked to the foot of the Tower of Illusion. Junior brother, it's you. The 6th Supreme Peak Outer Sect disciple who received Yi Xian the other day said in surprise. Senior brother, I want to challenge the Tower of Illusion. Yi Xian said directly. Okay, but you know the rules, right? You can no longer receive the rewards for the first 4 floors. The outer sect disciple reminded him. Understood. Yi Xian nodded. This time, he had his eyes on the 5th and 6th floors. The reward for the 5th floor of the Tower of Illusion was 10,000 high-grade supreme pills, while the reward for the 6th floor was a sovereign golden pill that could greatly enhance the sovereign golden body. If Yi Xian consumed it specially, he would definitely be able to increase his cultivation by a lot. He might even break through to the 6th supreme peak. However, every challenge of the Tower of Illusion had to start from the 1st floor, so it was the same for Yi Xian. 1st floor, passed. 2nd floor, passed. 3rd floor, passed. Yi Xian passed the first 3 floors in less than 3 seconds, and when he reached the 4th floor of the Tower of Illusion, Yi Xian only spent half a minute to find the array base. Junior brother, the next floor is the 5th floor of the Tower of Illusion. You have to be careful, this level is much more dangerous than the 4th floor. The outer sect disciple reminded him. Yi Xian nodded silently. The 4th floor only had one 7th supreme sacred beast. He estimated that there would be many 7th supreme sacred beasts on the 5th floor. However, he was only at the 6th supreme peak back then. Now that he was at the 6th supreme peak, his sovereign golden body was probably stronger than a 7th supreme peak. What was there to be afraid of? Soon, he entered the 5th floor of the Tower of Illusion. The 5th floor was still a grassland. The sky was blue, and there were hundreds of clouds as far as the eye could see. Yi Xian looked around and realized that he was standing on a big rock. There's nothing here. Chapter 892. This is, a wind spirit? He raised his eyebrows. A wind spirit was a type of mutated beast. He still had a fire spirit in his devour space. When he captured the fire spirit, he wanted to give it to Caijue. However, Caijue had no use for it, so he kept it. However, wind spirits, fire spirits, earth spirits, and other mutated beasts were useless at the supremacy level. After all, the era of profundities had long passed. However, these wind spirits appearing on the 5th level were definitely not simple. Whoosh whoosh. At this time, a wind spirit suddenly swept toward Yi Xian at an extremely fast speed. What a sharp wind blade attack. It's enough to cut off the arm of an ordinary 7th Tribulation Supreme. Yi Xian was shocked. He quickly retreated and attacked at the same time. Flowing Shadow Sword. Whoosh. A sword ray pierced through the wind spirit. Yi Xian was shocked. He did not expect that ordinary attacks would be useless against the wind spirit. However, he did not believe it. He raised his hand and slashed a few more times, but it still went through. I need to use palm techniques or fist techniques. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Fist techniques and palm techniques had a large attack range and could directly kill the wind spirit. However, Yi Xian did not know any fist or palm techniques, so he could not do anything to the wind spirit. The wind spirit was extremely fast, and there were 2 of them around. Even the Eye of Revelation could not see their weakness. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to avoid them for the time being. Fortunately, my speed is extremely fast. I have 7 agility advancements, which increased my movement speed by 70%. These wind spirits can't catch up to me. Yi Xian turned around and ran. He could not deal with these wind spirits. If he wanted to pass, he had to find the array base of the illusion array. He began to run wildly. A few wind spirits followed behind him, but they could not catch up to his speed. Found it. It's disguised as a stone again. With the Eye of Revelation, he found the array base in less than half a minute. He immediately slashed and destroyed the array base. When the array base was destroyed, the illusion array would disappear as well. However, it did not this time. The illusion array is still there. I did not pass. This means that this is not the only array base. Yi Xian immediately reacted. It did not mean that there was only one array base. Roar! One by one, the ferocious supreme sacred beasts pounced towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian knew that they were just illusions, so he chose to ignore them. He continued to run, and within a few seconds, he found another formation base that was disguised as a rock. However, the illusion formation was still not broken. Finally, after shattering 4 of the array bases, he was finally able to break free from the illusion. Congratulations, junior brother, for successfully breaking through. Yi Xian was teleported to the entrance of the Tower of Illusion. The outer disciple approached him with a smile. Continue to the 6th floor. Yi Xian said directly. All right. This outer sect disciple immediately realized that he was currently hugging Yi Xian's thigh, even though his cultivation level was higher than Yi Xian's. However, before that, Yi Xian had to go to the Hall of Experience to collect the reward for the 5th level. That was 10,000 high-grade Supreme Sovereign Pills. The Tower of Illusion could be challenged once a day. It was fine to take a break in the middle, but one would have to challenge again the next day. Yi Xian went to collect the 10,000 high-grade Supreme Sovereign Pills and directly swallowed them. His cultivation level improved by a lot. As for the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion, there was still one person challenging it, and that was senior brother Gao. Junior brother, the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion has no time limit, but it is extremely dangerous. If you can't hold on, remember to shout and I will teleport you out. The outer sect disciple reminded. All right. Yi Xian nodded. Young master, you can do it. As long as you pass this level, you will be an inner sect disciple of the Burning Sun Hall. Luo waved her little fist behind her back and said. As soon as she said that, it immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Just now, they were all focused on the 6th floor, so they did not notice that Yi Xian had passed the 5th floor. Heavens, how is it possible for a mid-stage 6th Supreme to pass the 5th floor? Where did this brat come from? Senior brother Gao only passed the 5th floor a few days ago. I recognize him, he is that self-healing maniac who stood 60 meters above the flowing gold waterfall for 3 days. If a mid-stage 6th Supreme passes the 6th floor, it will break the record of the Burning Sun Hall. I remember that the record holder is a peak 6th Supreme. If he enters the inner sect, he will definitely be accepted as a disciple by an elder. That may not be the case, it is a special period now. I heard that there are a few spies from the Yin Palace in the inner sect. It is not that easy to enter the inner sect. The people below were whispering to each other. At this moment, Yi Xian had already entered the Tower of Illusion. Not long after, another projection appeared on the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion. Everyone's attention was attracted by this new projection. Who will pass first? The 6th floor is actually the same illusion as senior brother Gao. After entering the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion, Yi Xian was a little surprised. Senior brother Gao's illusion was a magma hell surrounded by a large number of flame demons. However, Yi Xian was looking at a projection that day, so his eye of revelation was unable to distinguish what was real and what was fake. There is no time limit for this level, Yi Xian thought. Although he said so, he still immediately used his eye of revelation to scan the area. He was currently standing on a pillar that was more than 10 meters tall. Beneath his feet was blazing magma, and there were supreme being sacred beasts poking their heads out from time to time. There were also various birds flying in the sky, and even Yi Xian could feel the blazing heat. This magma is actually real, but some places are just illusions. There are only a few magma pools, but some of the magma creatures below are real and some are fake. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and first looked around. The creatures in this illusion were all old monsters that had lived for many years. They were all captured by the experts of the Burning Sun Palace. They also understood their mission, which was to attack the challengers together with the illusions. However, Yi Xian had already seen through the illusion. He directly jumped down from the stone pillar and went around those supreme beings' sacred beasts. The creatures in this illusion were comparable to 7th Supreme Being's sacred beasts, but these Supreme Being's sacred beasts did not specialize in speed. They only had strong physiques. Yi Xian could not hurt them, but they could not catch up to Yi Xian either. Yi Xian used his extraordinary speed and began to move quickly. With the help of his eye of revelation and eye of perception, he quickly found the array base. In less than a minute, this illusion array was broken. I passed. Seeing that the illusion around him had disappeared, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. At this moment, he was surrounded by a white world. Since he had passed, why was he not teleported out? Yi Xian could not understand. Right at this moment. Suddenly, a powerful mental attack hit him. Yi Xian's mind paused, and in the next moment, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Chapter 893. That Gao Xiong has been trapped in the secret realm for an hour. This kid only took a minute to break the illusion. What a good seedling. However, it won't be that easy for him to enter the inner sect. An inner sect elder muttered in a corner of the Tower of Illusions. The Burning Sun Palace and Ju Yin Palace had been fighting for hundreds of years. When the disciples of the two sects saw each other, they would fight to the death. Some time ago, a few traitors from Ju Yin Palace appeared in the inner sect of the Burning Sun Palace, causing the Burning Sun Palace to suffer heavy losses. Therefore, it wasn't that easy to enter the inner sect now. One had to go through a strict secret test. When Yi Xian woke up, he realized that his surroundings had changed. He was back in Lianyan City in the eastern mainland. What's going on? Yi Xian was a little surprised. The moment he woke up, someone pushed the door open and entered. It was Lu Er. He was 14 years old when he transmigrated. Lu Er was younger than him. However, after so many years, he was almost 24 years old. Lu Er was naturally 20 years old. Lu had been a beauty since she was young. In recent years, she had grown into a slender and elegant woman. Her looks were comparable to Song Suijing and Guan Yulan. All these years, she had been taking care of the affairs of the Yi family and was very capable. She pushed the door open and entered. When she saw Yi Xian sitting up, she smiled and said, "Young master, you're finally awake. An important guest is here." "Important guest? Who is it?" Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. "It's an envoy from Ju Yin Palace." Lu Er replied. Ju Yin Palace? Yi Xian, whose head was still throbbing, trembled when he heard the name. He immediately reacted. With the eye of perception, he didn't sense anyone around him. This Lu Er in front of him was just an illusion. "I'm still in the illusion." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He immediately reacted. This should be the special illusion of the Burning Sun Palace Elder that infiltrated his inner world. A test. I heard that a spy from Ju Yin Palace appeared in the inner sect. If I want to enter the inner sect, I have to go through a test. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then followed Lu Er out. This illusion was extremely realistic. Just now, Yi Xian had fainted, and when he woke up, his memories were a little confused. If it wasn't for the eye of perception and the eye of insight, Yi Xian's subconscious would have made him think that he'd returned to Lianyan City. Then, he followed behind Lu Er and went to see the Absolute Yin Palace's envoy. The Absolute Yin Palace's emissary was an old woman with a powerful aura. Yi Xian could sense it from afar. She was at least a seventh tribulation supreme. "Lord Envoy, the young master is here," Lu Er said respectfully. The emissary gazed at Yi Xian and said, "City Governor of Lianyan City, Yi Xian, now that Yang Incineration Hall has been annihilated by my Yinan Palace, all the powers that belong to Yang Incineration Hall must join my Yinan Palace. I'll give you 3 days of time to join my Yinan Palace, otherwise, your Lianyan City will be flattened by my Yinan Palace." Although her voice was not loud, her tone was firm, and she did not allow Yi Xian to refuse. "Yang Incineration Hall has been annihilated by the Absolute Yin Palace?" Yi Xian muttered with disdain in his heart. This was all a facade created by the Yang Incineration Hall's elder. He was afraid that if he agreed to join the Absolute Yin Palace now, he would immediately fail the assessment. "That's right." The Absolute Yin Palace's emissary nodded. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian suddenly attacked in the next moment. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew. The Absolute Een Palace's emissary was shocked and hurriedly blocked the attack. At the same time, he shouted, "What are you doing? I'm a disciple of Yang Incineration Hall. What do you think I'm doing? Die!" Yi Xian shouted and charged over. In an instant, he exchanged blows with the other party. At this moment, in a corner of the Tower of Illusion. Oh! The inner sect elder who controlled the 6th floor of the illusion was a little surprised. In fact, that senior brother Gao had already passed the first illusion on the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion. At this moment, he was in the second illusion with Yi Xian. Not only that, senior brother Gao passed the first illusion before Yi Xian and entered the second illusion. However, after he fainted, his memory was a little blurred. He actually thought that he had returned to his hometown and heard that the Yang Incineration Hall had been annihilated. However, he did not immediately refuse and was considering it. Without a doubt, Yi Xian was more outstanding than him. Even if the Yang Incineration Hall was annihilated, Yi Xian would rather die than submit. However, one had to admit that this illusion was very realistic. Yi Xian actually fought with the Absolute Een Palace's emissary. Of course, fighting was one thing, but daring to kill was another. The inner sect elder who controlled the illusion purposely let the Absolute Een Palace's emissary reveal a few flaws, which was then caught by Yi Xian. Die! Yi Xian mercilessly slashed with his sword and chopped off the head of the Absolute Een Palace's emissary. Plop! The head fell to the ground, but the corpse was still standing. Blood spurted wildly. "Why, young master, you're in big trouble." Lu was shocked and hurriedly said. "Lu inform the others." "We're moving the clan," Yi Xian said to Lu However, in the next moment, his head swelled again and he fainted. However, this was not the only test. After that, he woke up a few more times and almost had his memory confused. Fortunately, he had the Eye of Perception and the Eye of Revelation, which allowed him to realize that this was an illusion. There were a total of 5 tests. There was even one where he returned to the Tianshui continent. However, after he reacted, he easily passed these tests. The time taken for the 5 tests added up to only 3 minutes. When Yi Xian and senior brother Gao were conducting the secret illusion test, they would not be projected outside the Tower of Illusion. Not only that, the inner sect elder could not actually see Yi Xian's illusion. He could only judge based on Yi Xian's words and actions. "Young master, why haven't you come out yet?" Luo's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "Alright, I've passed the secret test," Yi Xian replied. The Eye of Revelation, the Eye of Perception, and Luo would not allow him to be immersed in the illusion. After passing the 5 secret tests, Yi Xian had not yet been sent out of the Tower of Illusion. "Young man, you've passed the test. You can report to the inner sect today." Suddenly, an old voice sounded in Yi Xian's ears. "Thank you, senior." Yi Xian cupped his fists toward the vast expanse of white in front of him. In the next moment, he appeared at the entrance of the Tower of Illusion. Immediately after, he heard a group of cheers. He passed, he actually passed. How is this possible? This is unbelievable. Senior brother Gao is a mid-stage 7th supreme being and has tried many times but failed. However, this young man has only come twice and passed. What do you mean by this young man? He's the senior brother from now on. Do you want to die? Unbelievable. A mid-stage 6th supreme being actually passed the Tower of Illusion and entered the inner sect. This can be considered as breaking the Burning Sun Hall's record. Chapter 894. Young master, you passed. Luo jumped over. I passed. Yi Xian said with a smile. The reward for the 5th level of the Tower of Illusion was 10,000 high-grade supreme pills, while the reward for the 6th level was a supreme golden pill. He had already received the reward for the 5th level, so there was only one supreme golden pill left. However, as long as he swallowed this supreme golden body, it would be good enough even if he couldn't pass the tribulation. Senior Brother Yi, congratulations. The outer disciples all ran over and clasped their fists. Although there were many experts at the peak of the sixth supremacy among them, and even the seventh tribulation supremacy, they were still outer disciples after all. On the other hand, Yi Xian would probably be able to report to the inner sect tomorrow. Yi Xian thanked them one by one. However, at this moment, another figure appeared at the entrance of the Tower of Illusion. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that it was Senior Brother Gao. At this moment, Senior Brother Gao's face was pale, but there was a slight smile on his face. It seemed that he had passed the test too. Ah, Senior Brother Gao, congratulations. The group of people in front of Yi Xian immediately turned around and jogged towards Senior Brother Gao. However, Senior Brother Gao ignored them and walked straight to Yi Xian, saying, "You're the one who passed the test before me, right?" "It was just a coincidence," Yi Xian said modestly. At the same time, he was secretly observing Senior Brother Gao's expression. However, Senior Brother Gao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Junior Brother Gao, you're really amazing. You're only at the sixth supremacy level, yet you've passed the Tower of Illusion and the Inner Sect Elders test. I'm impressed." Some people would very likely express disdain for Yi Xian after hearing the truth, but Senior Brother Gao didn't have such feelings. It was no wonder that he could pass the sixth level of the Tower of Illusion. "Big Monkey, my young master is better than you." Luo Luo looked proud. "Ha!" Senior Brother Gao couldn't help but laugh, saying, "My name is Gao Xiong. Since Junior Brother Gao has passed the Tower of Illusion, let's report to the inner sect together." "Okay." Yi Xian also agreed. Immediately, they formed a team and headed to the inner sanctum of the Burning Sun Hall. The Burning Sun Hall had more than 10,000 outer sect disciples, but there were less than 1,000 inner sect disciples. However, other than those with aptitude, most of the inner sect disciples were seventh tribulation supremes and were extremely powerful. As outer sect disciples were not allowed to enter the inner sect, Luo Luo could only wait outside. Yi Xian and Gao Xiong entered the inner sect and went straight to report. An inner disciple said to Yi Xian and Gao Xiong, "You two, you still have a reporting mission to do. You will depart today and report to the City Lord's mansion in Broken Star City." "Report mission?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and exchanged glances with Gao Xiong. Broken Star City was about a day's journey from Burning Sun Temple, and a round trip would only take 2 days. However, they had never heard of reporting missions. "I'm sure you've heard that a traitor from the Yin Palace has appeared in the inner sect recently. That's why we have this reporting mission. Of course, the two of you can depart tomorrow as well," said the inner sect disciple. "Oh." Yi Xian took the reporting letter and put it into his devouring space. Then, they left the inner sect. "Senior Brother Gao, are you leaving today or tomorrow?" asked Yi Xian. "I'm a little tired today." "I'll leave tomorrow," replied Gao Xiong. Yi Xian paused and said, "Then I'll leave first." "Take care, Senior Brother Gao." It was just a reporting mission, so there was no need to move together. Yi Xian guessed that this reporting mission was probably to collect an identity token of the Yin Palace. After he finished speaking, he left with Luo Luo. Of course, before leaving, he went to the training hall to collect a precious sovereign golden pill. The sovereign golden pill was something that all outer sect disciples coveted. At this moment, it was in Yi Xian's hand. Ding! The host has broken through and is now at the peak of the sixth tribulation supremacy. This sovereign golden pill allowed Yi Xian to break through, but it was not to the point where he could pass the seventh tribulation supremacy. "Young master, I want to go too." At this moment, Luo Luo suddenly said. "Yes, let's go together." Yi Xian nodded silently. Immediately, the two of them left the Burning Sun Palace. Fragmentary Star City was not far from the Burning Sun Palace, so the Yin Palace team would not appear to intercept them. However, they were wrong. Less than half a day after they left the Burning Sun Palace, two people stepped into Yi Xian's sensing range. What powerful auras! 2 7th stage supremacies. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was the Burning Sun Palace's territory, so it should not be so easy to meet people from the Yin Palace, so Yi Xian guessed that they were from the Burning Sun Palace. At the same time, Yi Xian also hoped that they were from the Burning Sun Palace. Of course, if they were from the Yin Palace, he would not refuse. He could still deal with 2 7th stage supremacies. After all, he had broken through at this time. Luo Luo, be careful. There are 2 7th stage supremacies approaching. Yi Xian hurriedly reminded Luo Luo. Really? If they are only 7th stage supremacies, I am not afraid. Luo Luo looked like she was eager to fight, waving her small pink fists. Junior brother, please wait. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Yi Xian and Luo Luo paused and turned to look, only to see 2 young men in white approaching. One was in white, and the other was in green. Your Excellency, what's the matter? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. Junior brother, the 2 of us are also disciples of the Burning Sun Palace. The leading young man in white suddenly took out an identity token. He was indeed an inner disciple. Oh, senior brother, what's the matter? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. Nothing, I just heard that you are going to the Fragmentary Star City to do a reporting mission. It just so happens that we are also going to the Fragmentary Star City. Why don't we go together? The young man in white smiled. Hearing this, Yi Xian also reminded himself. They were just going to the Fragmentary Star City. Was there a need to go together? No, we plan to rest along the way. Senior brother, please go ahead. Yi Xian directly retreated to the side with Luo Luo, making way for the 2. The young man in white and the other person looked at each other, and a murderous intent suddenly flashed in their eyes. Kill! With a loud shout, the 2 young men in white directly took out their weapons, and then attacked Yi Xian and Luo Luo. Sure enough, these 2 people were fishy. Luo Luo, kill them. Yi Xian's voice sounded in Luo Luo's mind. These 2 people should be the spies of the Absolute Yin Palace hidden in the Burning Sun Hall. They hunted the people of the Burning Sun Hall and then gave their identity tokens to the people of the Absolute Yin Palace in exchange for cultivation resources. Humph, I knew these 2 were not good people. Young master, leave the other one to me. Chapter 895. Not only that, even Yi Xian's fighting spirit was ignited. If he could kill these 2 7th Supreme Martial Artist spies from the Ju Yin Palace, then his cultivation would improve by another level. These 2 people had also heard of the power of Yi Xian's golden sovereign body, so they focused their attention on Yi Xian. Although it was a little unfair to say 2 against 1, this was the reality. After all, Luo Luo was only a mid-stage 6th Supreme Martial Artist. However, these 2 people soon realized that they were wrong, and very wrong. You bastards, how dare you attack the young master? You're courting death. Luo Luo snorted angrily and charged towards the disciple in green. 65% claw intent was enough to pose a threat to these 2 people. The disciple in green also understood that Luo Luo was not ordinary, so he immediately turned around and rushed towards her. Don't hold back, end this quickly. Yi Xian said to Luo Luo in her mind. Okay. Luo Luo responded. In the next moment, Yi Xian saw a white flash pass by the disciple in green. This move again. Yi Xian was shocked. Luo Luo had used this move to instantly kill the old woman from the Ju Yin Palace last time. Instantly killing an opponent 2 levels higher, with this talent, entering the inner sect wouldn't be a problem. I'm so tired. This move can only be used once a day. Luo Luo said helplessly. Once a day, that's already very good. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. Of course, the most surprised person was the youth in white. His companion was actually instantly killed by Luo Luo, who was 2 levels lower than him. Furthermore, Yi Xian wasn't someone he could defeat in a short period of time. He was doomed. Junior brother, wait, I'm here to test you. The youth in white hurriedly shouted. He would never have thought that Luoluo would be able to instantly kill his companion. If he was Luoluo's opponent, then he would be the one to die. What? Yi Xian and Luoluo were both shocked. These two people were here to test them. Nonsense. I passed the test long ago. Yi Xian's suppressed killing intent flashed once more as he shouted. It's true. The elder in charge of the inspection is nearby. After the white-clothed young man finished speaking, he shouted, Elder, save me. His appearance seemed to be real. Yi Xian also hesitated. Young master, what do we do now? Luoluo suddenly looked towards Yi Xian. Just now, Luoluo had killed an inner sect disciple. If she killed another one now, it wouldn't make a difference. If what the white-clothed youth said was false, then it would be fine. But if what the white-clothed youth said was true, then it would be a tragedy. After all, they had accidentally killed a disciple who had come to test them. Luoluo, we don't care anymore. Kill him. Yi Xian made his decision. Since he had already killed one, he would kill another one. A spy from the Absolute Yin Palace actually dares to speak nonsense. Die! Yi Xian roared and attacked with all his might. Luoluo quickly cooperated with Yi Xian. But at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed over. So fast. Yi Xian, who had the eye of perception, trembled. He turned his head and saw a gray figure in front of him, protecting the white-clothed youth behind him. Elder. Seeing this, the white-clothed youth immediately showed a look of hope. This gray figure was an elder dressed in coarse hemp clothes, but his strength was extremely strong. He is at least an 8th Tribulation Supreme Venerable. Yi Xian and Luoluo trembled. He was already prepared to hide Luoluo in the artifact space. He could deal with an early-stage 7th Tribulation Supreme Venerable, but this was an 8th Tribulation Supreme Venerable. He had the strength to kill him instantly. Li Tao is dead. The gray-clothed elder turned his head and looked at the white-clothed youth. Elder, Li Tao was killed by that little girl. The white-clothed youth pointed angrily at Luoluo. The gray-clothed elder turned his head and looked at Luoluo. Being able to kill a 7th Tribulation Supreme Venerable as a 6th Tribulation Supreme Venerable, this aptitude was not a problem for her to enter the inner sect. The gray-clothed elder turned his attention to Yi Xian and said, Your assessment is over. Follow me back to the Burning Sun Hall. You? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Did this mean that Luoluo could directly enter the inner sect of the Burning Sun Hall? Elder, she killed Li Tao. The white-clothed youth shouted angrily. Luoluo killed the green-clothed disciple just now, and even he was almost killed by Yi Xian and Luoluo. How could he not take revenge? I know, but this is my fault. I will naturally report to the higher-ups when I return. After the gray-clothed elder finished speaking, he turned and left. But the white-clothed youth still wanted to say something, but he restrained himself. He glared at Yi Xian and Luoluo, then put away Li Tao's body and followed the elder. If this person wanted to kill us, it would be easy. It seems that this is indeed the assessment of the Burning Sun Hall, and that reporting mission is just a cover. Yi Xian thought to himself. Who asked them to be so weak? Oh, and their interspatial rings were taken away. Luoluo was unhappy. Cough, you can also enter the inner sect now. It's not bad. Yi Xian laughed dryly. Originally, this reporting mission was only done by him, and Luoluo just followed along. Unexpectedly, Luoluo killed the green-clothed disciple instantly. This was something that the white-clothed youth and the elder of the Burning Sun Hall did not expect. The white-clothed youth and the green-clothed disciple pretended to be members of the Ju Yin Palace and wanted to kill Yi Xian and Luoluo. This was also a test. After all, if Yi Xian was a member of the Ju Yin Palace, he would have revealed his identity. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not. Soon, Yi Xian and Luo Luo followed behind the gray-clothed elder and returned to the Burning Sun Hall. The two of you follow me, I will personally bring you to complete the inner sect registration. The gray-clothed elder said to Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian nodded and followed behind. Along the way, he could feel the envious gazes of the inner sect disciples. At the same time, the whispers of these inner sect disciples fell into Yi Xian's ears. Elder Han. Among all the elders in the Burning Sun Hall, his strength can be ranked in the top 10. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Not only that, he suddenly remembered Elder Han's voice. Previously, he had heard Elder Han's voice in the Tower of Illusion. It turned out that Elder Han was the person who allowed him to enter the inner sect after he completed the test. Soon, Elder Han personally completed the registration for Yi Xian and Luo Luo. From now on, Yi Xian and Luo Luo were inner sect disciples of the Burning Sun Hall. However, at this moment, the two of you have good aptitudes, are you interested in becoming my disciple? After the registration, Elder Han suddenly turned around and asked. When these words came out, the surrounding disciples were all shocked. When an outer sect disciple entered the inner sect, if his aptitude was good, there would be an elder who would accept him as a disciple. However, there were strong and weak inner sect elders in the Burning Sun Hall. This Elder Han was undoubtedly an expert. If they were to become his disciple, then their future would be smooth sailing. Chapter 896. When Yi Xian and Luo Luo heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. Young master, do you want to be apprenticed? Luo Luo asked in his mind. This Hall of Burning Sun isn't as simple as we thought. It's not a bad idea to find a powerful master. Yi Xian replied in his mind. Then, he clasped his hands together and said, Disciple Yi Xian greets master. It was Luo Luo's first time being apprenticed, so she imitated Yi Xian's actions. Very good, you are my 7th and 8th disciples. There are 6 people before you. Elder Han nodded with a smile and said, Although I, Han Ming, am not the most powerful in the Hall of Burning Sun, I am proficient in the techniques of Ju Yin Palace. You too can learn a thing or two from me. Proficient in the techniques of Ju Yin Palace? When Yi Xian heard this, he was surprised. However, when he recalled Elder Han's methods, he calmed down. Elder Han was an expert. His spiritual attack could make Yi Xian faint instantly, making him vulnerable. At the same time, he also had the ability to confuse people's memories. However, Yi Xian wasn't interested in illusionary techniques or spiritual attacks. After all, he already had the Eye of Illusion and the Burning Eye. Elder Han was only able to confuse him previously because of the suppression of their realms. If Yi Xian were to attack a 4th Tribulation Supreme, his Eye of Illusion could make the other party live in an illusion, never to wake up. A single use of the Burning Eye would definitely cause the other party to suffer a mental breakdown. However, this was a good teacher for Luo Luo. Luo Luo's spiritual power was naturally higher than other races. If she learned illusionary techniques and spiritual attacks, her strength would increase exponentially. She might even be able to increase the effect of her charm. Alright, since the two of you have become my disciples, these are my welcome gifts. Elder Han suddenly took out 2 jade bottles from his Qian Kun ring. Yi Xian and Luo Luo each took a jade bottle. When they opened it, they were stunned. Sovereign golden pills, and 5 of them. Yi Xian was shocked. It wasn't easy for him to pass the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusions, but he only managed to obtain 1 sovereign golden core. However, this Elder Han gave him 10 sovereign golden cores in one go. Experts were indeed filthy rich. Little girl, your cultivation level is still too low. Hurry up and raise it. Otherwise, you won't even be able to learn a thing or two from me. Elder Han looked at Luo Luo and said. Hee, master, I won't disappoint you. Luo Luo wasn't the least bit pretentious as she directly kept the 5 sovereign golden pills. Not only that, but Yi Xian also hurriedly kept them into the devouring space. With these 5 sovereign golden cores, he would definitely be able to pass the tribulation, and the success rate would definitely be 100%. You all can refine the sovereign golden pill first. I still have some matters to attend to. If you have any problems, come and find me. After Elder Han finished speaking, he quickly left. As for Yi Xian and Luo Luo, they left under the envious gazes of the surrounding disciples as they headed towards their newly allocated residences. Young master, I'm going to refine the sovereign golden core. After returning to her residence, Luo Luo immediately closed the door. The sovereign golden core was the same as the jade blood essence pill. It could greatly enhance the sovereign golden core, and at the same time, increase one's cultivation level. Even a 7th tribulation supremacy would be envious. Luo Luo had obtained 5 sovereign golden cores at once, and her cultivation level was only at the 6th tribulation supremacy stage. If she used her bloodline to refine all 5 sovereign golden cores, it wouldn't be a problem for her to break through to the 7th tribulation supremacy stage. Yi Xian didn't want to let Luo Luo surpass him, so he hurriedly swallowed the 5 sovereign golden cores. The sovereign golden cores suddenly increased by a large amount. Ding! The host has met the requirements to pass the tribulation. The current success rate is 100%. Do you want to pass the tribulation? The long-awaited system notification sounded. Yes. Yi Xian immediately replied. Since the success rate was 100%, he naturally wanted to pass the tribulation directly. Immediately, tribulation lightning began to gather in the sky above the courtyard. The sovereign tribulation was very powerful, and countless people had died because of it, let alone the 7th tribulation. However, Yi Xian's sovereign golden body was already comparable to an ordinary 7th tribulation supremacy stage, and after refining the 5 sovereign golden cores, it was even more powerful. A mere 7th tribulation supremacy stage was nothing to him. Soon, the sovereign tribulation lightning struck. 1 ray, 2 rays, 3 rays, 7 sovereign tribulation lightning strikes were completed in one go. Yi Xian stood quietly in the courtyard, not even frowning. Ding! Tribulation successful. Current 7th tribulation supremacy stage, beginning to reconstruct the sovereign golden body. After the 7th sovereign tribulation lightning struck, Yi Xian finally broke through to the 7th tribulation supremacy stage. I finally broke through to the 7th tribulation supremacy stage. Now I can be considered an advanced supremacy stage. Yi Xian was bursting with confidence. Now, he could go to the flowing gold waterfall to refine his sovereign golden body. When he was at the 6th tribulation supremacy stage, he could challenge 60 meters. Now that he had broken through to the 7th tribulation supremacy stage, it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach 40 meters. After informing Luo Luo, Yi Xian directly left and headed for the flowing gold waterfall. The flowing gold waterfall was still the same. It was extremely quiet. Other than the sound of the waterfall, there weren't many sounds. However, Yi Xian's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people. That madman is here again. How many meters is he going to challenge this time? I heard that he passed the 6th level of the Tower of Illusion. He should have gone to report for the mission. Why is he back? Could it be that he has already completed the mission? That can't be. Senior brother Gao just set off. Yi Xian ignored these voices and directly rushed to the flowing gold waterfall. This time, it was 50 meters. 50 meters, as expected of madman. When the crowd saw this, they were all shocked. However, in the next moment, they were all shocked. 50 meters corresponded to the 7th tribulation supremacy stage. However, after Yi Xian went up, the water flow accelerated by the array couldn't even break through Yi Xian's golden body of supremacy. Oh my god, my golden body of supremacy is so strong that it can directly cross 50 meters? Yi Xian was shocked. Immediately, he rushed to the 40-meter position. It's done. I wonder how long it will take this time. Yi Xian began to temper his golden body of supremacy. He estimated that after this time, he might be able to pass the 8th tribulation of supremacy. Of course, one's realm had to be high enough to pass the tribulation. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to receive the tribulation of supremacy. The group of people below looked at Yi Xian and were already shocked to the point of prostrating themselves on the ground. However, it wasn't that easy for Yi Xian to temper his golden body of supremacy this time. On the 5th day after he arrived at the flowing gold waterfall, a few people came to look for him. When the group of disciples below saw him, they were also a little surprised. "Isn't that Senior Brother Li? I heard that he went out to train, and now he's back." Senior Brother Li is an expert who can squeeze into the top 100 of the inner disciples. Last year, he failed to pass the 8th tribulation of supremacy, and his cultivation level regressed. He should be back now. I wonder when he will pass the tribulation again. I heard that Senior Brother Li's younger brother, Li Tao, died. Could this be the reason? What, Li Tao? The people below whispered to each other. However, their discussion couldn't escape Yi Xian's ears. At this moment, Yi Xian opened his eyes. Li Tao's older brother. He raised his eyebrows. That Li Tao was the disciple in green who was instantly killed by Luolua's ultimate move. He didn't expect that he had a brother who was at the peak of the 7th tribulation supremacy stage. He turned his head and saw a familiar figure. It was the young man in white from that day. At this moment, the young man in white was pointing at him and talking to a man beside him. Chapter 897. You're Yi Xian. The man said to Yi Xian from afar. Yi Xian flew out of the flowing gold waterfall and said, "That's right. Where's the girl who killed my brother?" Senior Brother Li shouted angrily. This sentence made the surrounding people tremble. Senior Brother Li Teng's brother, Li Tao, was really dead? Your brother's skills were inferior, so it's fine that he died. Why? Do you want to avenge him? Yi Xian took out a shirt and put it on, then rushed in front of Li Teng. You're courting death. Li Teng was furious. How could he not be angry when his brother was dead? Moreover, Yi Xian dared to talk to him like that. He was courting death. However, just as he was about to attack, the white-clothed youth suddenly stood in front of him. Senior Brother Li, don't be rash. There are sect rules. The white-clothed youth hurriedly reminded him. Then what do you think we should do? Li Teng looked at the white-clothed youth. At this time, Li Teng also knew that Yi Xian and Luo Luo were already under Elder Han Ming's tutelage, so it was impossible to kill them. Otherwise, Li Teng would have killed Yi Xian long ago. But at this time, Li Teng, Wang Qingping. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw a black-clothed youth rushing over. Li Teng, Wang Qingping, you two were randomly selected for a training mission. You'll be forming a team soon. Go and gather immediately. The black-clothed youth said to Li Teng. Damn it! Li Teng cursed in his heart. He didn't dare to curse in public. After all, this black-clothed youth's status was higher than his. Also, is junior brother Yi Xian under Elder Han Ming here? The black-clothed youth suddenly shouted. Yi Xian looked at the black-clothed youth in surprise and said, I'm Yi Xian. Senior brother, what's the matter? Training elder summons you. The black-clothed youth said. Training elder. Hearing this name, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This training elder had a high status in the Burning Sun Hall. His strength was ranked in the top 5. He was the hall master of the training hall and often issued training missions. However, Yi Xian didn't accept the mission. Why was he summoned? It seemed that he had also been selected by that random experience mission. When Li Teng heard these words, he immediately revealed a sinister smile. Not only that, the white-clothed young man also did the same. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He packed up and left with the black-clothed youth. Li Teng and the white-clothed youth followed behind him, sneering all the way. Very quickly, the black-clothed youth brought Yi Xian and the others to the training hall. At this moment, there were already quite a few inner court disciples gathered here. Luoluo's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. He turned his head and found that Luoluo was also in the training hall. A few days ago, he was tempering his sovereign golden body at the flowing gold waterfall. Luoluo was called by Han Ming to guide him. At the same time, Luoluo had also broken through to the peak of 6th supremacy. In a few days, she would be able to undergo her tribulation. Senior brother Li, that's her. At this moment, the white-clothed youth suddenly pointed at Luoluo. Li Teng had also noticed Luoluo and immediately revealed an angry expression. Young master, who is this guy? Luoluo asked, not understanding the situation. That's Li Tao's brother. Yi Xian casually replied. Oh. Luoluo naturally wouldn't forget the unlucky guy who was instantly killed by her. Although she was 3 realms lower than Li Teng, Luoluo still had a calm expression. Luoluo, what's going on now? Yi Xian looked at the surrounding inner disciples and asked curiously. Luoluo replied, we've been selected. Next, we have to form a team with the others and do the training mission together. But we just entered the inner sect. Yi Xian was puzzled. I'm not sure either. Master can't do anything about it. Luoluo helplessly shook her head. So it's mandatory. Yi Xian was also slightly helpless. However, he suddenly understood the gazes of Li Teng and the white-clothed youth. After Yi Xian, more inner disciples came in one after another. These disciples who were selected weren't weak. The weakest was a 7th supremacy, and the strongest was a mid-8th tribulation supremacy. They were considered the top disciples in the Burning Sun Hall. Not long after, the training elder also appeared. So strong. Is this a 9th tribulation supremacy? Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. A 9th tribulation supremacy was enough to annihilate everyone present. Everyone, a new round of training missions has been issued. Next, you will form a small team of 5 to complete the mission. If you complete the mission, you will receive a large amount of contribution points. Of course, you can also refuse. If anyone refuses, you can withdraw on the spot. The training elder glanced at the dozens of people below. I withdraw. I'm about to undergo my tribulation. Someone immediately shouted. All right, you can go. The training elder nodded. At this moment, Luoluo asked in his mind, young master, are we going? Go. Yi Xian replied. This was a randomly selected mission. The contribution points were higher than ordinary missions. Completing one was equivalent to completing 3 ordinary missions. Therefore, not many people withdrew. In the end, only 4 people withdrew. Very good. Next, I'll divide you into groups. The training elder nodded and began to call out names. Although these dozens of inner disciples were randomly selected, they weren't randomly assigned to groups. Various factors had to be considered. Yi Xian stood there quietly. He only hoped that he would be assigned to the same group as Luoluo. Wang Gang, Li Teng, Yi Xian, Lu Taining, Wang Qingping. The training elder shouted. Hearing this, Yi Xian and Luoluo's expressions changed. They weren't assigned to the same group. This was troublesome. Young master, don't worry. Even if I can't beat them, I still have many ways to escape. Once I break through, no one among the 7th tribulation supremacies will be able to do anything to me, Luoluo said hurriedly. When Yi Xian heard this, he felt a lot more at ease. Unfortunately, he was assigned to the same group as Li Teng. Of course, he also knew that this was just luck. After all, Li Teng didn't have the ability to command a 9th tribulation supremacy. Wang Gang is the youth in black who brought me here just now. He's a peak 7th tribulation supremacy. Li Teng is also a peak 7th tribulation supremacy. Wang Qingping is the youth in white. He's an early stage 7th tribulation supremacy. Lu Taining is a mid-stage 7th tribulation supremacy. Yi Xian thought about it in his mind. If it was before, he would have been afraid. However, now that he had broken through to the 7th tribulation supremacy, he wasn't afraid even if the 4 of them joined forces. What was there to be afraid of when it was just Li Teng and Wang Qingping? Kid, you're dead meat. Li Teng stood behind Yi Xian with a fierce gaze. Chapter 898. All of you, set off within 3 days. The training elder said. Immediately, everyone left the training hall. The leader of Yi Xian's team was Wang Gang, and the target of the training mission was already in his hands. At this moment, he called Yi Xian and the other 3 over. If all of you have nothing else to do, we will set off tomorrow. The black-clothed youth Wang Gang said to Yi Xian and the other 3. Leader, what is our training mission? The mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist Lu Taining asked. Wang Gang handed over the parchment in his hand and said, kill the City Lord of Celestial Ocean City, an early-stage 8th Supreme Martial Artist. Their team consisted of 2 peak 7th Supreme Martial Artists, 1 mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist, and 2 early-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artists. However, they were all elite disciples of the Burning Sun Hall, so it wasn't a problem for them to challenge those of a higher rank. Therefore, this mission wasn't difficult for them, as long as they cooperated well. Celestial Ocean City is in the Ju Yin Palace's territory, and the City Lord seems to be the deacon of the Ju Yin Palace. Lu Taining said with a smile, Senior Brother Wang, Senior Brother Li, with the 2 of you here, this mission will definitely be completed smoothly. This little brother has benefited greatly this time. Don't be careless, there are many people in the Celestial Ocean City Lord Manor. If an expert from the Ju Yin Palace passes by, it will be troublesome. Go back and prepare, we will set off tomorrow. Wang Gang said to Yi Xian and the other 3. Then, they dispersed in a hubbub. Brat, you actually didn't withdraw from the mission, this time you will die miserably. Li Teng suddenly caught up with Yi Xian and said in a low voice when he passed by him. Yi Xian didn't care at all. If this Li Teng was courting death, he didn't mind sending him on his way. Luo, be careful when you are doing the mission. If you encounter something wrong, run away. Yi Xian reminded. Don't worry, I told my senior brother that I am going to undergo tribulation, so we will set off in 2 days. At that time, I will be a 7th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist. Luo giggled. And, be careful. Yi Xian nodded. He believed in Luo's strength. Luo had a mysterious bloodline in her body, and her moves were endless. As long as Luo made a breakthrough, the mission would not be too dangerous. Yi Xian and Luo returned to their residence. Not long after, Han Ming came over. Master. Yi Xian and Luo. You've just entered the inner sect and you've already been given a random training mission. I can't do anything about it. Take this illusion-breaking stone. Thank you, Master. As for Luo, Han Ming had already given her a set of claw intent. It was also at 75%. Then, Han Ming left first. Tomorrow, Yi Xian would set off to do the mission. He didn't go to the flowing gold waterfall to temper his sovereign golden body. Instead, he stayed in his residence to watch the sword intent. His defense was already very strong, but his attack power was a little weak. A 65% sword intent could only barely hurt Li Teng, who was at the peak of the 7th Supreme Being. The next day arrived quickly. Yi Xian bid farewell to Luo and went to meet up with Wang Gang and the others. That brat didn't quit. Li Teng's eyes lit up when he saw Yi Xian. He was afraid that Yi Xian would quit the mission if he and Yi Xian were in the same group. Very good. Everyone is here. Let's go. Wang Gang looked around and took the lead. Yi Xian looked calm. He ignored Li Teng and Wang Qingping and followed. He reckoned that he would gain a lot from this mission. At that time, he might be able to break through to the mid-stage of the 7th Supreme Being. Their group wasn't the first to set off. Some groups had already set off yesterday. Sky Ocean City was quite a distance away from the Burning Sun Hall. With their speed, it would take them about 3 days. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Xian was constantly comprehending the sword intent recorded in the devouring system. He was striving to raise his sword intent to 70%. His aptitude was not bad. In addition, he had already comprehended most of it. In these 3 days, Yi Xian really managed to raise his sword intent to 70%. Along the way, Li Teng and Wang Qingping kept whispering to each other. However, their conversation entered Yi Xian's ears without missing a single word. Furthermore, they didn't know about it. However, Li Teng didn't dare to say that he wanted to kill Yi Xian. He usually used other things to hint at him. Alright, Sky Ocean City is in front of us. When we enter the city later, don't tell anyone that we are disciples of the Burning Sun Hall. Wang Gang reminded Yi Xian and the others. Yi Xian nodded to show that he understood. They had entered the territory of the Yin Palace. If they said that they were disciples of the Burning Sun Hall, wouldn't they be courting death? Soon, the 5 of them entered the city. I don't know when the information I sent to the Sky Ocean City's City Lord was sent. Just in case, the 5 of us will split up and scout for information. We'll meet here in half an hour. Wang Gang arrived at a restaurant and said to Yi Xian and the others. Then, Yi Xian and the others split up again. I'm the best at scouting for information. Yi Xian sneered in his heart. He had the eye of control. He could use it even on the streets without giving himself away. However, before that, Yi Xian was still prepared to go all out. He directly walked into a weapon shop. There were countless supreme divine weapons on display inside, and the owner of this weapon shop was only a 6th supreme divine weapon peak cultivator. Eye of control. Yi Xian directly used the eye of control on the weapon shop owner. Ding! Control successful. The weapon shop owner was unknowingly controlled by Yi Xian. Then, he approached him with a smile. Ayaya, welcome, brother. Please come to the back. The weapon shop owner respectfully invited Yi Xian to the back. Everyone could guess what was going to happen next. The weapon shop owner's wealth was all in Yi Xian's pocket. Not only that, Yi Xian also asked around. After using him, Yi Xian didn't kill the weapon shop owner. After all, it wasn't easy to kill him. It was a pity that Luo Luo wasn't by his side. Otherwise, he could let Luo Luo charm the weapon shop owner. Then, Yi Xian went to control the next weapon shop owner. Chapter 899. Sky Ocean City was considered strong. Of the remaining 9 chances, Yi Xian went straight to 3 auction houses. The remaining 6 chances were quite good as well. After 9 chances, he was actually about to break through to the mid-stage of the 7th Supreme Being. The Eye of Control is really a godly skill. Yi Xian couldn't help but praise in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to hurt the shop owners, he would have continued fishing. When the time came, he would have explored the entire city. Even the peak of the 7th Supreme Being might not be a problem. Unfortunately, it was almost time for the rendezvous, so Yi Xian didn't continue. Instead, he went straight to the restaurant. Soon, Yi Xian saw Wang Gang and the others again. I've already found out that other than the City Lord, there are 3 peak 7th Supreme Beings and 4 mid-stage 7th Supreme Beings in the City Lord Manor. Wang Gang himself had found out the specific information and told Yi Xian and the others. Captain, since that's the case, shall we go straight in? Lu Taining said somewhat anxiously. Sure. When the time comes, I'll hold off the City Lord of Sky Ocean City. The 4 of you quickly deal with the others. Wang Gang nodded. The Burning Sun Palace and Absolute Yin Palace had been fighting each other for so many years. It was almost always a head-on battle. There was no need for any tricks. Okay. Yi Xian and the others nodded. Immediately, the 5 of them rushed towards the City Lord Manor. At this time, the people in the City Lord Manor were completely unaware of it. Soon, Yi Xian and the others arrived at the City Lord Manor. Without saying a word, they went straight in. The random training mission required the City Lord Manor's severed head. As long as the severed head was brought back, the mission would be considered completed. Wang Gang and the others went straight into the city lord manor and immediately set off a storm of blood. Although we're a small team, we're fighting for ourselves now. I need to take some good loot. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. With the eye of perception and the eye of revelation, he was able to find things very quickly. Not only that, he was also able to sense auras. Thus, he specifically looked for soft persimmons to bully. Those below the 7th Supreme Martial Artist level were not a match for him. I'm about to break through. More. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After Li Teng and Wang Qingping charged into the city lord manor, they immediately split up. Although they hated Yi Xian, this wasn't the right time to make a move. It was better to earn some money first. Brat, how dare you trespass into the city lord's mansion? You're courting death. Suddenly, a 7th Supreme Martial Artist consecrator of the city lord manor flew over. You're the one courting death. Yi Xian glared at him. Eye of illusion. Burning eye. Under the two-pronged attack, this mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist instantly lost 20% of his battle prowess. Flowing Shadow Sword. As Yi Xian slashed out with his sword, a sword ray dragged along a long afterimage and directly killed this mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist without any hesitation. After his opponent died, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and collected his interspatial ring. Not enough. Just a little more. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and swept over again. Celestial Ocean City's city lord manor's revered elders were at least 6 Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. Anyone of this realm couldn't escape Yi Xian's pursuit. Of course, Yi Xian would sometimes hold back and only take their interspatial ring instead of taking their lives. How dare you, Burning Sun Palace's thief, appear in my Unending Palace's territory? You're courting death. A shout suddenly rang out in the sky. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that Wang Gang was already fighting with a middle-aged man. It seemed that this person was Celestial Ocean City's city lord, their target for this random training. However, Yi Xian didn't care about this. He quickly circled around the city lord manor. Using his eye of perception, he quickly found another mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist revered elder. Die! Yi Xian didn't hold back this time and directly killed this revered elder. The moment he obtained the revered elder's interspatial ring, his aura skyrocketed. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist. The system's notification made Yi Xian's battle intent increase by a notch. Coincidentally, the moment he broke through, his eye of perception suddenly swept across a familiar person. Wang Qingping. This Wang Qingping was the young man in white who was almost killed by him and Luo Luo. He was also one of Li Teng's lackeys. Yi Xian quickly swept over. When the other party saw Yi Xian, his body also trembled. At this time, he just happened to kill a revered elder of the city lord manor and obtained his interspatial ring. Eye of control. Yi Xian didn't say anything and immediately used his eye of perception. Ding! Control successful. The eye of control could only control 10 people for the time being. When controlling the 11th person, the control of the first person would automatically disappear, just like the eye of the void. After controlling the other party, Yi Xian directly went over to Wang Qingping and took his interspatial ring, emptying everything inside. How are you and that Li Teng going to deal with me? Asked Yi Xian. I don't know. Li Teng has been complaining along the way, but he didn't tell me. Wang Qingping shook his head. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to ask any more questions. Dealing with a disciple of the same sect was a serious crime. If it was discovered, it would be disastrous. Therefore, Li Teng didn't tell Wang Qingping about it. Forget it, you can go on your own. Yi Xian didn't care about Wang Qingping anymore and continued to wander. Li Teng was a 7th Supreme Martial Artist. He had failed his tribulation once before, but someone intervened, so he survived. After a year of cultivation, he returned to his peak, so his strength was more shocking. Not many people in the city lord manor could withstand one move from him. At this time, Wang Gang was fighting with the city lord of Tianyang City, so he didn't have time to care about others. Therefore, Yi Xian was wondering if he should secretly control Lu Taining and Li Teng, who were at the middle stage of the seventh sovereign realm. That Li Teng's master is also an elder, his strength is not bad, and these elders of the Burning Sun Palace Hall more or less all cultivate some mental power cultivation method. Maybe this Li Teng also has some mental power cultivation method. If he fails, we will be exposed. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He decided to control Lu Taining first. Even if he couldn't use him in the future, he could let Luo Luo charm him. Found him. Relying on the eye of insight, Yi Xian instantly found Lu Taining and hurriedly rushed over. At this time, Lu Taining was fighting with a seventh supreme martial artist. His strength was not bad. "Senior brother Lu, let me help you." Yi Xian shouted and rushed toward Lu Taining. Okay. Lu Taining's opponent was stronger. He felt that he couldn't deal with him alone, so he agreed. Flowing Shadow Sword. The attack of Sword 1, which was fused with 70% power, broke through the air. The seventh supreme martial artist consecrated raised his hand and blocked the attack. Originally, he could deal with Lu Taining alone, but now that Yi Xian was involved, it was a little more difficult. At this time. Burning Eye. Chapter 900. Yi Xian was currently at the mid-stage of the seventh supreme being realm, only one realm away from the peak of the seventh supreme being realm. Hence, the effect of the burning eye was not weak. Unfortunately, almost all of the people in the Ju Yin Palace's territory practiced spiritual cultivation techniques. Hence, the effect of the burning eye was slightly weakened. Good lad, you even know spiritual attacks. Go! The city lord's mansion's revered elder bellowed and suddenly threw out a long sword. Under his control, the long sword attacked Yi Xian. The three specialties of the Ju Yin Palace were illusions, spiritual attacks, and flying sword control. The revered elder of the city lord's mansion was currently using the flying sword control technique. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian could see some threads condensed from true energy that were controlling the long sword. Humph. Yi Xian snorted coldly and quickly drew out his sword. In the blink of an eye, the true energy threads were cut off by him, and the high-quality high-grade Supreme Being Divine weapon fell into his hands. "I'll take your sword." Yi Xian bellowed and directly took his opponent's weapon. After all, he was still using a mid-grade Supreme Being Divine weapon earlier. "Good job, junior brother Yi." Lu Taining yelled. He was also glad that his opponent did not use a flying sword at the beginning. Otherwise, he would have been defeated. Now, the revered elder of the city lord's mansion had lost his trump card. Coupled with the fact that he was besieged by Yi Xian, he was quickly defeated. Rip. With a crisp sound, the revered elder of the city lord's mansion, who was at the peak of the seventh supreme being realm, was beheaded by Yi Xian. "Junior brother Yi, let's level." Before Lu Taining could finish his sentence, he was directly struck by Yi Xian's eye of illusion. Then, it was the burning eye. Lu Taining was at the mid-stage of the seventh supreme being realm, the same level as Yi Xian. However, he did not practice any spiritual cultivation techniques, so his resistance was extremely weak. Eye of Control. Ding! Control successful. With a system notification, Lu Taining became Yi Xian's servant. Yi Xian turned his head and glanced around. When he saw that there was no one else around, he hurriedly put away the universe rings of Lu Taining and the seventh supreme being peak worshipper. His cultivation level increased by quite a bit. In the City Lord Manor, other than the Heavenly Ocean City Lord, who was an 8th Tribulation Supreme, there were 3 other 7th Tribulation Supreme martial artists. Now that Yi Xian and Lu Taining had dealt with one, there were only 2 left. However, Yi Xian did not sense the auras of the other 2. That Li Ting does have some ability. To think that he could take care of 2 7th Supreme martial artists so quickly, Yi Xian's heart froze. Fortunately, he wasn't prepared to deal with Li Teng. Otherwise, he would have alerted the enemy. At this moment, there weren't many threats left in the City Lord Manor. Only that supreme Grade 8 City Lord was left. However, when Yi Xian turned his head to look, he discovered that the City Lord of Celestial Ocean City had also been killed by Wang Gang. The Burning Sun Hall's inner sect is indeed a gathering of elites. This Wang Gang isn't even ranked in the top 100 of the inner sect. Yi Xian watched as Wang Gang put away the corpse of the Heavenly Ocean City Lord and the Universe Ring. Mission completed. Senior brother Wang is really amazing. Li Teng also quickly went over and flattered him. Junior brother Li, you're not weak either. Wang Gang replied. He had taken the lion's share of the mission this time. Li Teng had killed 2 7th Supreme Martial Artists, so his harvest was not bad. As for the rest, they were divided between Yi Xian and the other 2. Of course, all of these harvests went into Yi Xian's pocket in the end. Senior brother Wang, now that the Heavenly Ocean City Lord is dead, then we. Li Teng's eyes suddenly narrowed. No, my Burning Sun Hall is a righteous sect. Since the Heavenly Ocean City Lord is dead, let's leave. Wang Gang shook his head. Although it was a pity, since Wang Gang had said so, Li Teng didn't dare to say anything and left with Wang Gang. Yi Xian did the same as well. However, in this team, other than Wang Gang and Li Teng, Lu Taining and Wang Qingping were Yi Xian's servants. Their actions were very fast. After killing the Heavenly Ocean City Lord, they immediately left. Hence, it was already too late when the people from Ju Yin Palace received the news. However, when the experts from Ju Yin Palace arrived at Heavenly Ocean City, one of them handed over a portrait. This is the portrait of the disciples from Burning Sun Hall. The expert from Ju Yin Palace narrowed his eyes and left immediately. After completing the mission, Wang Gang led Yi Xian and the other 3 out of Heavenly Ocean City. However, they didn't plan to return to Burning Sun Hall directly. After all, it wasn't easy to come to Ju Yin Palace's territory, so they naturally wanted to collect some interest. 5 people in a team is too eye-catching. Why don't we split into 2 or 3 teams? At this time, Li Teng suddenly suggested. Indeed, 5 people is too eye-catching. It's better to split up. Wang Gang nodded and said, I won't participate. I'll be fine by myself. What about you guys? When Li Teng suggested this, Yi Xian knew what he was going to do. Hence, Yi Xian immediately controlled Lu Taining. I'll go alone too. Lu Taining said. Me too. Wang Qingping added. Now, there was only one person left. I'll go alone too. Yi Xian secretly said in his heart as he secretly glanced at Li Teng. When his voice rang out, Li Teng's eyes flickered as expected. Alright, since that's the case, we'll split up. I'll return to Burning Sun Hall to hand in the mission in 7 days. Wang Gang said to the 4 of them. Very quickly, the 5 of them quickly split up and went their separate ways. If Li Teng didn't come looking for them, Yi Xian wouldn't have bothered to deal with him. After all, Yi Xian had other things to do. However, if Li Teng came looking for them himself, Yi Xian wouldn't mind sending him on his way. After splitting up, Yi Xian called Lu Taining over and found a place to rest. Do you know why Burning Sun Hall and Absolute Yin Palace are so irreconcilable? Yi Xian asked. It's said that the founders of Burning Sun Hall and Absolute Yin Palace were siblings. Later on, due to some matters, they formed 2 factions. The older brother built Burning Sun Hall, while the younger sister built Absolute Yin Palace. Lu Taining answered. After hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. Siblings. This information was very important to him. Then the yin-yang ancestor seems to be a combination of siblings. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. However, the founders of the Hall of Incinerating Sun and the Palace of Absolute Yin were 2 different people. Then do you know if the founders of Burning Sun Hall and Absolute Yin Palace are still alive? Yi Xian asked again. I'm not sure either. However, our hall master is the founder's disciple. Lu Taining shook his head. Alright, I understand. You can leave first. Yi Xian nodded, then let Lu Taining leave by himself. Because he felt that Li Teng was probably coming. Yes. Lu Taining replied and left directly. As for Yi Xian, he quietly waited on the spot. As expected, half an hour after Lu Taining left, Li Teng finally came looking for him. Chapter 901. Aya, junior brother Yi, why are you here? What a coincidence. When Li Teng saw Yi Xian, he approached him with a sinister expression. Senior brother Li, why are you here? Yi Xian revealed a strange smile. Hee, I'm just passing by. I didn't expect junior brother Yi to be here. Why don't we travel together? Li Teng grinned. Sure. Yi Xian agreed without hesitation. Li Teng didn't expect Yi Xian to agree because he always thought that Yi Xian would avoid him. When they parted ways earlier, he was afraid that Yi Xian would approach Wang Gang, but unexpectedly, Yi Xian didn't. If that was the case, it would suit him perfectly. Li Teng rushed over. Yi Xian looked at him and said, Senior brother Li, let's get straight to the point. You want to avenge your younger brother, Li Tao, right? Li Teng didn't expect Yi Xian to get straight to the point and shed all pretense of cordiality. His expression darkened, but just in case, he smiled and said, how could that be? Li Tao was incompetent and was killed by your servant girl. It was a complete misunderstanding. Why would I come to find trouble with junior brother Yi? Hearing his words, Yi Xian naturally didn't choose to believe him. He only sneered, Senior brother Li, are you coming over now to ambush me? Li Teng's body trembled when he heard this. Indeed, he wanted to sneak attack Yi Xian and kill him in one strike. Yi Xian was only at the early stage 7th supreme level before, but after the battle with the city lord of Celestial Ocean City, Yi Xian suddenly broke through to the mid-stage 7th supreme level. This was beyond his expectations. He didn't have the confidence to kill Yi Xian in one strike. If there were people around, he would be exposed. Without waiting for Li Teng to speak, Yi Xian directly attacked. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, what was he waiting for? Burning eye. Yi Xian glared. In the next moment, Li Teng felt a sharp pain in his heart. Fortunately, he had cultivated a mental cultivation method and was resistant to mental attacks. Junior brother Yi, you dare to attack me? You're courting death. In the end, Li Teng still acted like a sinister villain. After letting out a loud roar, he endured the pain and launched an attack at Yi Xian. A 75% sword intent could at least severely injure Yi Xian, but Yi Xian would not fall for it so easily. Come, let me see your strength. Yi Xian also shouted and started fighting with Li Teng. In terms of realm, Li Teng was one level higher than Yi Xian. In terms of sword intent, Li Teng was also half a level higher than Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's sovereign golden body was no weaker than Li Teng's. After the beast god bloodline had mutated twice, his agility had been upgraded 7 times, which could increase Yi Xian's speed by 70%. This was far from what Li Teng could catch up to. After seeing Yi Xian's explosive speed, Li Teng finally understood why Yi Xian was not afraid of him. It turned out that Yi Xian was pretending to be weak. So what if you're fast? You're going to die today. Li Teng shouted in his heart. Suddenly, he summoned a long sword. In the next moment, the long sword flew up on its own. Good boy, I knew you had a trump card. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The Burning Sun Palace and the Eam Palace had fought for so many years that many 8th Tribulation Supremes had fallen. Therefore, the Burning Sun Palace had many illusions, illusory formations, mental attacks, and even methods to control flying swords. As the disciple of an elder, how could Li Teng not know? However, Yi Xian was not afraid at all. Because he knew how to do it too. Flying sword, go. Yi Xian summoned a flying sword and attacked Li Teng. What a joke. His doppelganger had successfully infiltrated the Eam Palace. Although he had not entered the inner sect of the Eam Palace, it would not be a problem for him to learn the method to control flying swords. In an instant, the two flying swords came into contact. Clang! 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 The sound of the two flying swords colliding rang out. When Li Ting saw Yi Xian's flying sword, Yi Xian was shocked. He said, "How is this possible? Didn't you just become Elder Han Ming's disciple?" Yi Xian did not bother to answer this question. Li Ting blurted it out because he was surprised. The method to control flying swords could be obtained through many channels, such as auction houses. Therefore, the person who used flying swords was not necessarily a member of the Yin Palace. The gap was instantly evened out. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. "Do you think I only have one flying sword? You're too naive." Yi Xian sneered and threw out two more flying swords. 3. Li Ting had just learned it, but Yi Xian, who had the devouring system, only needed a thought to learn it. The three flying swords attacked Li Ting directly. "This is impossible." Li Ting could not help but shout out loud. Even the elite disciples of the Yin Palace could only control two flying swords at most. However, Yi Xian could control three flying swords at once. How was this possible? Looking at Li Ting's soulless expression, Yi Xian enjoyed it very much. He liked to see this kind of expression. Otherwise, he would have directly thrown out three flying swords from the start. Why would he need to split them twice? "Senior brother Li, you already have the intention to kill me. If you don't die, I will have a lot of trouble in the Burning Sun Hall in the future. Therefore, please be on your way." Yi Xian's cold voice fell into Li Ting's ears. The person who killed Li Ting's younger brother, Li Tao, was not Yi Xian, but Luo Luo. Yi Xian was not afraid of Li Ting finding trouble with him, but he was afraid that Li Ting would attack Luo Luo. In Yi Xian's heart, Luo Luo was his younger sister. If anyone dared to touch Luo Luo, only death would await them. If there was anyone to blame, then blame Li Tao's bad luck. With the appearance of the three flying swords, Li Tao's advantage was instantly lost. He was immediately suppressed by Yi Xian and the three flying swords. He could not fight back. Yi Xian had not fought to his heart's content in a long time. Only such a battle could improve his sword intent. Although he had a set of sword intent projection, it would take him at least a month to comprehend it slowly. Therefore, he wanted to use Li Ting to improve his sword intent. In the Burning Sun Hall, there were many geniuses who had comprehended sword intent when they were half-step supremes. However, there was not a single one who had comprehended sword intent when they were in the Void God realm. Ding! 70% sword intent has transformed. Current level is 75% sword intent. After Yi Xian and Li Ting had fought hundreds of rounds, Yi Xian finally heard a notification sound. 75% sword intent, the same as Li Ting. Before Yi Xian had comprehended it, Li Ting had already been beaten to the point where he could not fight back. His body was covered in blood. Now that Yi Xian had comprehended 75% sword intent, Li Ting would definitely die if he was hit by his attack. "Junior brother Yi, don't. Let's talk nicely. Don't kill me." Li Ting actually started to beg for mercy. Yi Xian had always thought that Li Ting was a person with backbone. He did not expect him to be subdued in the face of death. However, he would not be at ease if Li Ting did not die. After all, he did not know when Li Ting would attack Luo Luo. Chapter 902. Senior brother Li, Yi Xian was just about to speak. However, at this moment, his expression changed drastically. "Oh no, my clone is in danger." Yi Xian's eyes widened. His eyes flashed, and in the next moment, a void door opened in front of him, and he directly entered it. The three long swords lost their control and fell to the ground. Li Ting watched as Yi Xian disappeared before his eyes, and he was completely stunned. Then, he immediately reacted and turned around to leave. Although he did not understand why Yi Xian suddenly disappeared at such a critical moment, nor did he know what method Yi Xian used to leave, he knew that as long as Yi Xian returned, he would definitely die. At this moment, Yi Xian had already broken through the void and shuttled to his clone's side. Previously, his clone had successfully joined Zhu Yin Palace as an outer sect disciple. When he killed his way into the city lord mansion, his clone was actually wandering around Tianyang City with a few disciples of Zhu Yin Palace. His purpose of letting his clone join Zhu Yin Palace was to gather information on both sides, and at the same time, to gain benefits from both sides. But now, his clone had suddenly encountered a mysterious expert from Zhu Yin Palace. When this mysterious expert saw him, he actually directly attacked and seriously injured his clone. During the battle in Tianyang City's City Lord Mansion, Yi Xian's original body had broken through to the mid-stage of the 7th Supremacy Realm, but he had forgotten to merge with his clone and upgrade his clone's realm. Therefore, his clone's Supremacy Golden body was much weaker than his original body. In addition, the mysterious expert was an 8th Tribulation Supremacy Realm expert, so he was able to seriously injure Yi Xian's clone with one blow. If another blow came, Yi Xian's clone would die. Therefore, Yi Xian's original body directly abandoned Li Teng and broke through the void to come to his rescue. At this moment, there was already a woman standing in front of Yi Xian's original body and clone. 2 flying swords were floating beside her. When the woman saw Yi Xian's original body suddenly appear, Yi Xian was shocked. It was fine if they looked exactly alike, after all, twins were not rare, but even she could not see how Yi Xian appeared. What was that strange void door? Could it be a secret realm? The woman guessed in her heart. The void door did look like the entrance to a secret realm, but it was not so. At this moment, Yi Xian's original body suddenly merged with his clone. In an instant, the clone's cultivation level rose to the middle stage of the 7th Sovereign Realm. Not only that, even the 70% sword intent instantly rose to 75%. What? The woman doubted her eyes again. It was one thing for someone to suddenly appear that looked exactly like Yi Xian, but now, it was actually for one. She knew that she had used an illusion. Break to break illusion break. The woman took out a breaking illusion stone. However, the breaking illusion stone didn't emit any light. This meant that she wasn't in an illusion and there was no illusion around her. Therefore, the breaking illusion stone didn't have any effect. What's going on? The woman did not understand and asked, what kind of trick is this? After Yi Xian's original body and clone merged, they separated again, which gave the woman another shock. It was not an illusion, but he had such a trick. It was simply unbelievable. Yi Xian ignored her question and asked, why did you attack my puppet? This woman should be from the Zhu Yin Palace, but Yi Xian did not understand why she would suddenly attack him. Puppet? When the woman heard this, she had a few guesses in her heart, but she did not think too much about it and directly answered, you are a spy from the Burning Sun Palace. How dare you pretend to be a disciple of the Zhu Yin Palace and slaughter the City Lord's mansion in Sky Ocean City? Yi Xian was shocked when he heard this. His clone did not participate in the battle in Sky Ocean City. How did this woman know? It seems that someone spread our portraits. Although my clone is wearing the robes of the Zhu Yin Palace, it is not credible in the eyes of the other party. Yi Xian immediately understood, but he did not say much and directly attacked. Whoosh! 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 3 flying swords attacked the woman. 3. The woman was shocked again and hurriedly used her 2 flying swords to block them. When the flying swords attacked, Yi Xian also used the burning eye on her. However, there was a difference of 2 realms between him and this middle-aged woman. Moreover, she was from the Zhu Yin Palace and had a higher spiritual resistance, so the burning eye was not very useful. Yi Xian's expression was serious. This woman was at least 3 times stronger than Li Teng. However, Yi Xian was not worried because he was now working with his clone. Whoosh! 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 Another 3 flying swords flew out. Yi Xian's original body and clone each controlled 3 flying swords. Together with the original body and clone, it was equivalent to 8 attacks. What? 6 flying swords. The woman was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. Even the elites of the Ju-in palace could only control 2 flying swords at most. Only a few elders could control 3 flying swords. However, at this moment, the 2 people she saw could actually control 3 flying swords. They were simply monsters. However, she did not have the time to care so much because there were attacks coming from all directions at every moment. Flowing Shadow Sword. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian's original body and clone had the same attributes. The flowing shadow sword that had been upgraded to 100%, and together with the 75% sword intent, it was enough to injure this supreme grade woman. The most powerful aspect of the Ju-in palace was actually not illusions, nor was it spiritual attacks, nor was it controlling flying swords. Instead, it was easy to control flying swords and infuse the flying swords with sword intent. Even an outer sect disciple could control a flying sword. If the disciples of the Ju-in palace were to join forces in a group battle, their battle strength would definitely be much stronger than that of the Burning Sun Palace. However, Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation, was the nemesis of the Ju-in palace. Poof! 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 Amidst a few muffled sounds, the woman's true energy threads were directly cut by Yi Xian. In an instant, the woman could no longer control her 2 flying swords. Ha, you're in trouble. Yi Xian laughed loudly and continued to attack. 2 people and 6 flying swords. Even if the woman was an 8th Tribulation Supreme, she could not cope with them. In the blink of an eye, the woman fell into a disadvantageous position and was beaten back by Yi Xian. Damn it, where did this brat come from? The woman cursed angrily in her heart. Her strength was considered decent among those of the same level. It would not be a problem for her to deal with 5 peak Supreme Grade 7s. However, Yi Xian was only a mid-stage Supreme Grade 7s. Including his original body and clone, there were only 2 of them. Yet, she could not fight back at all and could even accurately cut her true energy threads. He was the nemesis of the Ju-in palace. Brat, take this. Chapter 903. The Yin Palace's illusory techniques and mental attacks were usually launched with the eyes. Yi Xian, who was well aware of this, closed his eyes before the woman used her illusory techniques or mental attacks. The woman snorted. The tables were about to turn. But in the next moment, she realized that she was too naive. Yi Xian could still continue fighting with his eyes closed. It was no different from when he had his eyes open. She would never have thought that Yi Xian, who had the eye of perception, could still continue fighting even if he was blind. Moreover, the original body and the doppelganger shared their vision. Simply put, the woman was still at a disadvantage. Boom! 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 The deafening sounds of their battle continued to spread. After the woman's 2 flying swords were cut by Yi Xian, she did not even have the time to retrieve new flying swords. Injuries began to appear on her body. Attacks came from all directions. Even a mid-stage Supreme Being expert had to be cautious. It was not easy for her to hold on until now. As time passed, Yi Xian's advantage grew. At this moment, the woman suddenly revealed a fatal flaw. Swish! A cold light flashed. One of the flying swords controlled by Yi Xian directly cut off her wrist. You're finished. Yi Xian widened his eyes. He quickly rushed over and took her interspatial ring. Although there were not many good things in it, it could more or less increase Yi Xian's cultivation. This is... After obtaining the interspatial ring, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flickered. He saw a more precious heavenly treasure. At the same time, it was also something that he had been searching for. Nirvana Grass. This was a necessary item to activate the Eye of Nirvana. Yi Xian immediately used this Nirvana Grass to activate the Eye of Nirvana. Ding! The Eye of Nirvana has been successfully activated. The Eye of Insight, the Eye of Illusion, the Eye of Control, the Burning Eye, and the Eye of the Void. After these sky eyes, Yi Xian finally activated another sky eye. The Eye of Nirvana was a purely offensive technique. I'll start with you. Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Nirvana. 2 rays of silver light shot out from his eyes. After the 2 rays of silver light shot out, they converged into a slender silver slash. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the silver slash cut through the woman's neck. The woman's eyes widened. This move was so fast that even she couldn't react in time. The pain that came from her neck made her realize that there was nothing she could do. A thin red line slowly appeared on her fair neck. Soon after, her head fell to the ground. Yi Xian was shocked. The offensive power of this Eye of Nirvana was truly explosive. After all, the opponent was an 8th Tribulation Supreme. His 75% sword intent could indeed injure an 8th Tribulation Supreme being's golden body of supremacy, but the speed of the Eye of Nirvana was too fast. It killed his opponent in the blink of an eye. His attack power is really strong. However, the consumption of his eye power is a little too high. Yi Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The one who used the Eye of Nirvana was his original body, but after using it, his original body's vision was a little blurry. This was the after effect of using too much eye power. However, all in all, Yi Xian had another trump card, an extremely powerful one. The woman's head fell to the ground, and she died quickly. Yi Xian hurriedly put away her body, then flew into the air. When Yi Xian returned to the place where he fought with Li Teng, the latter had disappeared without a trace. This was also within Yi Xian's expectations. After all, Li Teng couldn't defeat him, so why would he stay and wait for him to return? Then, Yi Xian began to check the woman's interspatial ring. The woman was an inner disciple of Ju Yin Palace. There were many good things in her interspatial ring, but what surprised Yi Xian were some portraits. How is this possible? There are portraits of everyone in this random experiential learning mission. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. There were dozens of portraits in the interspatial ring. There were portraits of Wang Gang, Wang Qingping, Lu Taining, and even Luo Luo. A spy from Ju Yin Palace. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this. It seemed that the portraits had been leaked before they left the Hall of Burning Sunday. Wait, Li Ting doesn't seem to be among these portraits. Yi Xian searched carefully and found that 3 portraits were missing. Li Teng was one of them. Perhaps Li Teng was a spy from Ju Yin Palace, and so were the other 2. As expected, spies were everywhere. He could use his doppelganger to go to Ju Yin Palace, but Ju Yin Palace could also send others to be spies in the Hall of Burning Sunday. The 2 factions were playing a secret game. Oh no, Luo Luo. At this time, Yi Xian remembered an important problem. Luo Luo was also selected for the random experiential learning mission, and was currently doing the mission in Ju Yin Palace's territory. Fortunately, he could talk to Luo Luo through the air. Luo Luo, what are the names of the other 4 people in your team? Yi Xian asked. Young master, what's wrong? Luo Luo answered in surprise, and then reported the names of the other 4 to Yi Xian. When Yi Xian heard one of the names, his expression changed. Luo Luo, that Yang Long is a spy from Ju Yin Palace, you have to be careful. Yi Xian quickly reminded her, and then asked, where are you now? Ah. No way, after Yang Long completed the mission, he went back to the Hall of Burning Sun by himself. Luo Luo replied. He went back. But you still have to be careful. Our portraits have been sent to Ju Yin Palace. As long as we are seen, they will attack us without hesitation. Yi Xian reminded her again. Oh, then I will be careful. I am in Blood Flame City now. Also, I heard a piece of news. Luo Luo suddenly said with a smile, and her tone sounded very proud. It seemed that there was something important. What is it? Yi Xian asked curiously. I heard that a secret territory appeared near Blood Flame City, and it was said to belong to the 10,000 Swords Manor of the Royal Sacred Dynasty several hundred years ago. This 10,000 Swords Manor was no weaker than the Hall of Burning Sun and Ju Yin Palace at that time. However, the most important thing is that there is a sword-shaped stone in the 10,000 Swords Manor. Luo Luo explained. 10,000 Swords Manor. What is that sword-shaped stone? Yi Xian asked again. Luo Luo explained, comprehending from those scryer recordings is too slow. The speed of comprehending this stone is at least 10 times, or even 20 times. This stone is a treasure of the 10,000 Swords Manor, 10 times, 20 times. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Chapter 904. Even if he didn't fight, it wouldn't take long for him to fully comprehend the sword essence by comprehending the sword-shaped stone. As a 7th Supreme with full mastery of sword essence, even a 9th Tribulation Supremacy would be wary of his attacks. Good stuff. Yi Xian revealed a greedy look after hearing that and said, Bloody Flame City? I'll go there now. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Luo Luo replied. After finding out about the sword-shaped stone, Yi Xian rushed to Blood Flame City at full speed. In just half a day, he arrived at Blood Flame City. Then, he found Luo Luo. With the help of the 5 sovereign golden cores, Luo Luo had successfully passed the tribulation. Not only that, but she had also broken through to the middle stage of the 7th Supreme. Her cultivation speed was no slower than Yi Xian's. At the same time, in an inn in Bloody Flame City. Luo Luo, what's the situation now? Yi Xian asked. It's been a few days since the news about the secret realm. I'm afraid that the surrounding forces have already gone there. Not only that, but Juyin Palace might have also learned about it. So, if you want to go there, you'd better hurry. Luo Luo replied. They're already there. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and chuckled, what about the city lord of Bloody Flame City? He's also there, Luo Luo answered subconsciously. In the next moment, she understood what Yi Xian wanted to do. Since that's the case, let's loot this Bloody Flame City first. Yi Xian revealed a wretched expression. Bloody Flame City and Sky Ocean City were both in the territory of Juyin Palace. The strength of the two cities was similar, and the city lords were both 8th Tribulation Supremacies. Yi Xian, who had the eye of control, and Luo Luo, who could use charm, were the perfect partners. The two of them began to wander around Bloody Flame City and looted the entire city. Not only that, but they also looted the city lord's mansion. Although they didn't reach the peak of the 7th Supreme, they still gained a lot. As long as the secret realm was successful, they could at least reach the peak of the 7th Supreme. Hee, young master, our cooperation is flawless. We'll become rich in the future. Luo smiled evilly. At the same time, the two of them left Bloody Flame City and headed for the secret realm. Even 100 cities wouldn't be able to exchange for the value of that sword-shaped stone. Yi Xian said. I know. The other forces have all gone. That Absolute Yin Palace might have also received the news. We have to hurry over, or else the items will be taken away by others. That secret realm was 1 day's distance away from Bloody Flame City. However, Yi Xian and Luo Luo were extremely fast. They met quite a few people who wanted to explore the secret realm. After refining the charm fusion crystal, Luo Luo's charm ability was greatly improved. Even a peak 7th Supreme was no problem for her. As for an early 8th Supreme, she could control them as long as they had weak willpower. Soon, they found the secret realm. It was no wonder that no one had discovered the secret realm until now. It was in a cave in the deep sea. When Yi Xian and Luo Luo entered the secret realm, the surrounding scenery changed drastically. Originally, there was no light in the deep sea cave, but after entering the secret realm, there was a sun. This secret realm should be in a corner of the world. The entrance of the secret realm is a portal that leads to that place, Yi Xian thought to himself. He guessed so because he couldn't break the void and teleport to the location before he entered the secret realm. Therefore, he thought that the secret realm was equivalent to a portal that sent him and Luo Luo to a corner of the world. This corner could be on the Blood Cliff continent, or it could not be. Yi Xian didn't intend to think about this question for the time being. At this moment, he and Luo Luo had already entered the secret realm. Myriad Sword Manor, one of the top forces of the royal sacred dynasty, disappeared for unknown reasons. However, Myriad Sword Manor is very dangerous. Young master, we have to be careful. Luo Luo reminded beside him. Okay. Yi Xian nodded, then used his eye of revelation to scan the area. They landed at the foot of a mountain. As soon as they entered, they saw two puppets holding swords. So these are the sword-shaped puppets of Myriad Sword Manor, Yi Xian murmured. Sword-shaped puppets were extremely powerful weapons. The people of Myriad Sword Manor could control these puppets to fight. Although the sovereign golden body could only be destroyed with sword intent, the sword-shaped puppets were sealed with sword intent by the experts of Myriad Sword Manor. That was why their fighting strength was so strong. Aya, these two sword-shaped puppets have been destroyed, Luo Luo couldn't help but say when she saw the two sword-shaped puppets on the ground. Yes, there are many bloodstains on the ground. It seems that those people suffered heavy injuries as soon as they entered. Yi Xian nodded. These two sword-shaped puppets were guarding the mountain gate. Although they were strong, the appearance of the secret realm had caused a huge commotion. Many experts of Absolute Eam Palace had come, and there might even be a ninth tribulation supremacy. Yi Xian and Luo Luo started to climb the mountain. They couldn't fly in this secret realm, so they had to walk. They followed the path and found many sword-shaped puppets that had been dismantled. However, because these puppets were damaged, Yi Xian didn't know how strong they were. Young master, there's a pavilion over there. Luo Luo suddenly pointed in a direction. Yi Xian had already seen it. After nodding silently, he quickly brought Luo Luo over. Forging Pavilion. When the two arrived at the bottom of the pavilion, they saw a huge signboard at the entrance. With the eye of revelation and eye of perception, Yi Xian knew that there was no one in the forging pavilion. Let's go up and take a look. Yi Xian said. Myriad Sword Manor's forging ability was also very strong in the past. They had almost monopolized all the weapons in the royal sacred dynasty. Therefore, there might be forging materials in this forging pavilion. Yi Xian and Luo Luo went up to the 7th floor of the forging pavilion. There were also sword-shaped puppets in this forging pavilion, but they had been cleaned up by others. 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor, Yi Xian searched very carefully. With the eye of revelation, he could see through almost everything in the forging pavilion. He could even see the residue on the forging table. Chapter 905. However, when Yi Xian ascended to the 7th floor. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Young master, what's wrong? Luo Luo asked curiously. Yi Xian did not answer. Instead, he walked straight to a wall in a room on the 7th floor. With the eye of revelation, he could see that there was an interspatial ring hidden behind the wall. Is this a mechanism? He walked to the corner of the wall and suddenly knocked on it twice. Kacha! With a crisp sound, the wall suddenly opened up. Luo Luo was very surprised. She did not expect there to be such a hidden place on the 7th floor of the forging pavilion. If Yi Xian did not have the eye of revelation, he would not have been able to find this hidden room. Something that could be hidden here must be very valuable. Yi Xian quickly walked over, picked up the interspatial ring, and quickly checked its contents. Unfortunately, it did not contain any worldly treasures or precious forging materials. Instead, it contained some forging blueprints and a small sword. There were many forging blueprints. There were more than 100 types of swords. Adding all the other types of weapons together, there were more than 1,000 blueprints. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that there were 3 forging blueprints for Supreme Being spiritual treasures. Supreme Being spiritual treasures? Yi Xian subconsciously cried out in surprise. When Luo Luo heard this, she was also shocked. Young master, there are Supreme Being spiritual treasures in this interspatial ring? They were not unfamiliar with Supreme Being spiritual treasures. Supreme Being experts use Supreme Being divine weapons. Above the Supreme Being realm was the three minor disasters of the Supreme Being realm. The three minor disasters of the Supreme Being realm were divided into human body realm, vital energy realm, and spirit realm. Their corresponding realms were rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3 Supreme Being spiritual treasures. However, there were actually 3 forging blueprints for Supreme Being spiritual treasures in this interspatial ring. However, this was not the most valuable thing. Yi Xian took out the small sword from the interspatial ring. The small sword was silver in color and had exquisite workmanship. However, it was not a finished product. This small sword is the embryo of a supreme spiritual treasure. It hasn't been completed yet. Yi Xian murmured. Among the 3 supreme spiritual treasure forging blueprints, there was a blueprint called the Shadowless Sword. This shadowless sword was extremely thin, and when swung, it would become transparent, making it very difficult to defend against. Ding! Shadowless sword forging blueprint copied successfully. Yi Xian immediately copied all the blueprints into the devouring system. Unfortunately, the shadowless sword was only a sword embryo, and a large amount of forging materials were required to complete it. This 10,000 swords manor hasn't been built yet. I wonder if I'll be able to obtain the required forging materials. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although this shadowless sword was only a sword embryo, it was countless times better than the supreme divine weapon he was currently using. Therefore, Yi Xian was prepared to use this shadowless sword. Young master, what did you get? Luo Luo blinked her big bright eyes and stared at the interspatial ring in Yi Xian's hand. Some forging blueprints. Among them, there are 3 supreme spiritual treasure forging blueprints, the Shadowless Sword, the Everlasting Regret Saber, and the Fallen Star Whip. This small sword is only a sword embryo, Yi Xian explained. After hearing the word supreme spiritual treasure, Luolua's eyes lit up. She said, Young master, if you get the materials in the future, remember to help me forge it. You want the Fallen Star Whip, right? Sure, if I get the materials, I'll help you forge it. Yi Xian agreed without hesitation. Thank you, young master. Luo Luo giggled, as if saying, you know me the best. This time, they were really lucky. The previous group of people did not manage to find this mechanism, so the sword embryo of the supreme spiritual treasure fell into Yi Xian's hands. They immediately left the forging pavilion and walked up the mountain path. Yi Xian walked up the mountain path. Along the way, he saw many dismantled sword-shaped puppets. It seemed that coming in late wasn't a bad thing. The second place that Yi Xian and Luo Luo arrived at was called the Sword Cleansing Pool, a place that could be used to upgrade a supreme divine armament. However, this was completely useless to humans, so Yi Xian only used his eye of insight to scan it for a moment before continuing on his way. Then, they arrived at the place where the people of the 10,000 Swords Villa lived. Young master, I feel that there's something good here, Luo Luo said intuitively, looking around. That's not necessarily true. Yi Xian smiled. The villa master of the 10,000 Swords Villa lived here. However, before the 2 of them, many people had arrived, so the good stuff must have been taken away. At this moment. Rumble. A loud sound entered Yi Xian and Luolua's ears. Someone is fighting. Yi Xian scanned with his eye of revelation and found more than 10 figures. Young master, should we go? Luo Luo asked. Let's go and take a look. Yi Xian nodded. The people in front of them were probably not strong. After clearing hundreds of sword-shaped puppets, they were more or less injured and their battle strength decreased. Yi Xian wanted to go over and see if he could get some benefits. After all, some people might have already obtained something good, or they might be fighting over some treasure. Yi Xian and Luo Luo immediately rushed over. When they arrived, they found a few people wearing the Burning Sun Hall's disciple robes fighting with another group of people. Burning Sun Hall. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to meet his own people here. The Burning Sun Hall's disciples were made up of 2 men and 1 woman. The young man leading them was very powerful. He blocked 3 mid-stage supreme beings by himself, while the other 2 were not weak either. They had reached the early stage supreme being realm. Mid-stage supreme being realm, they are already core disciples. With this strength, they can at least be ranked in the top 20, Yi Xian was speechless. The Burning Sun Hall was divided into outer and inner disciples. Core disciples were the disciples of the elders. Obviously, these 3 were all core disciples. When the young man leading them saw Yi Xian and Luo Luo, his expression changed drastically. They couldn't hold on against more than 10 people. Now that there were 2 more, they had to run. Young master, should we help? Luo Luo turned to look at Yi Xian. We are Elder Han's disciples. Seeing that one of us is in trouble, we should help. Yi Xian nodded. In the next moment, he and Luo Luo charged out. Although he had already obtained the sword embryo of the shadowless sword, he didn't want to use it just to be safe. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, Yi Xian and Luo Luo joined the battle. After seeing their actions, the 3 Burning Sun Hall's disciples were surprised. They suspected that Yi Xian and Luo Luo were also disciples of the Burning Sun Hall. Chapter 906. The experts were all held back, so Yi Xian and Luo Luo's target was the 7th Supreme Being and 7th Supreme Being Peak Supreme Being. These people were all wearing the same uniform. It was unknown which big city they were from, but they actually had 3/8 Supreme Being experts. However, since Yi Xian had interfered, he naturally wasn't afraid of the power behind them. After all, Yi Xian didn't even care about Ju Yin Palace. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian attacked those people crazily. At this time, he left his clone at the entrance of the secret realm and didn't follow him. If he encountered danger in the secret realm, his clone could break through the void to rescue him. Of course, his original body could directly break through the void and return to the entrance of the secret realm, then leave. After all, he could have 3 positions in the void. Shadowless Sword and Eye of the Void were his trump cards, so he wouldn't reveal them for the time being. However, even so, his battle strength was outstanding. No one below the 8th Tribulation Supreme Being level could take a hit from him. Boom! 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 The sounds of battle were very loud, but with the addition of Yi Xian and Luo Luo, the number of people from the more than 10 families quickly decreased. Bastard, how dare you take advantage of the situation? The 8th Tribulation Supreme Being roared angrily and rushed toward Yi Xian. Want to leave? Stay! A black-clothed youth from Burning Sun Palace shouted angrily and stopped the other party. Soon, Yi Xian and Luo Luo finished off all the people below the 8th Tribulation Supreme Being level. At this time, excluding him and Luo Luo, the family had 3/8 Supreme Being level experts and 5/8 Supreme Being level experts. In terms of numbers, Burning Sun Palace didn't have an advantage, but they were all elites. The leading youth had no problem facing 3 experts of the same level. In addition, the black-clothed youth and the white-clothed girl also joined forces and held back 5/8 Supreme Being level experts. Their strength was very strong. Luo Luo, join forces and kill that gray-clothed elder. At this time, Yi Xian's gaze suddenly locked onto an 8th Supreme Being gray-clothed elder. Yes, young master. Luo Luo responded, then turned into a flash of lightning and swept toward the gray-clothed elder. Flowing Shadow Sword. Demon Fox Flash. Under the combined efforts of Yi Xian and Luo Luo, the gray-clothed old man was instantly killed. Of course, Yi Xian was only holding him back. The one who killed the gray-clothed old man was actually Luo Luo's ultimate move. This girl, she's using her skills again. Yi Xian was helpless. This Demon Fox Flash was one of Luo Luo's trump cards. It could only be used once a day. It was such a waste to use it here. Young master, don't worry. Now, the Demon Fox Flash can be used 3 times a day. Luo Luo seemed to understand Yi Xian's thoughts and hurriedly said. Is that so? Was, Luo Luo Luo. Able used Luo Luo Luo. Oh was. Now, Luo was. Was, Luo was. Was, now, Luo was left. Yi Xian quickly put away the gray-clothed elder's universe ring. Unfortunately, the gray-clothed elder didn't have many things in his universe ring. Luo, don't use Demon Fox Flash anymore. Yi Xian reminded her. Got it. Luo said in a very perfunctory tone. However, she would still listen to Yi Xian. The leader of the Burning Sun Palace didn't feel any pressure, so Yi Xian didn't feel the need to end the battle so quickly. It was better to keep their trump cards. The leader stopped the 3/8 supreme beings. The black-clothed man, the white-clothed woman, and Yi Xian were in charge of killing the other 4/8 supreme beings. Originally, the black-clothed man and white-clothed woman felt some pressure. However, with the death of the gray-clothed elder and the addition of Yi Xian and Luo, the pressure was gone. The four of them fought 4/8 supreme beings together. They didn't say anything and just silently fought with their enemies. Yi Xian's opponent was a middle-aged man with a square face. He was burly and looked very powerful. However, it was a pity that his opponent was Yi Xian. Eye of Illusion. Burning Eye. Yi Xian weakened his opponent's spiritual power while attacking him. This middle-aged man's strength was slightly weaker than the woman he'd met that day that heavily injured his clone. Moreover, Yi Xian's cultivation had increased by quite a bit after looting Blood Flame City, so he didn't need to use two weapons to assist in his attack. Go! At this moment, a mid-stage 8th supreme being suddenly shouted. Then, everyone moved in his direction. You want to leave? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't have the habit of letting the tiger return to the mountain, so he chased after them. However, the leader of the Burning Sun Palace shouted, Friend, don't chase after them. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks when he heard this, but didn't continue to chase. There were still 3 mid-stage 8th supreme beings and 4 early-stage 8th supreme beings left. They weren't people he could deal with now. Since the leader didn't chase after them, he and Luo would be courting death if they did. After the group ran far away, the 3 youths cupped their fists at Yi Xian. I'm Wenkang, a disciple of the Burning Sun Palace. Thank you for your help, the leader said. Although Yi Xian and Luo were only mid-stage 7th supreme beings, their strength was impressive. They even killed an early-stage 8th supreme being gray-clothed elder, so they were worthy of their attention. So it's senior brother Wen. Yi Xian grinned and hurriedly cupped his fists. He remembered that the disciple who was ranked 10th in the inner sect was called Wenkang. Oh. So it's junior brother. Wenkang was a little surprised, but he wasn't stupid. He continued to ask, Junior brother, you don't look familiar. May I know which elder you're under? I'm Yi Xian, we're all under Elder Han Ming. We just entered the inner sect not long ago. Yi Xian replied. Elder Han Ming. Wenkang frowned. Elder Han Ming's strength could be ranked in the top 10 among the elders. Although he was only at the peak of 8th supreme being, he was already very powerful. The 3 of them had been training outside and didn't return to the Burning Sun Palace, so it was normal that they didn't know. Junior brother Yi, it's not that we're suspicious, but please show us your identity. The black-clothed youth said. No problem. Yi Xian directly took out his identity token, and Luo also took it out. Every disciple of the Burning Sun Palace only had 1 token. If they lost it, they would have to spend a large amount of money to get another one. After checking Yi Xian and Luo's identity tokens, the black-clothed youth nodded silently. However, they didn't completely believe Yi Xian, because they couldn't prove that Yi Xian was really called Yi Xian. Moreover, there were also disciples from the Yin Palace who had infiltrated the Burning Sun Palace. However, Wenkang was a mid-stage 8th supreme being. If Yi Xian and Luo had any strange changes, they would definitely not be able to escape death. Junior brother Yi, junior sister Luo, I'm sorry. The black-clothed youth said. Chapter 907. It's fine. Yi Xian smiled and said, I didn't expect to meet you in the 10,000 Swords Villa either. At this moment, Luo Luo suddenly smiled and asked, Senior Brother Wen, did you find anything here? No, we've encountered many sword puppets since we entered, but I did get a map of the 10,000 Swords Villa. Wen Kong shook his head and took out a map and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian also understood that Wen Kong and the other two didn't believe them. Even if they found something, Wen Kong would say no. After receiving the map, Yi Xian quickly copied it into the devouring system. In the 10,000 Swords Villa, other than the forging pavilion, the sword purification pool, and the residential area, there was also a place called the Sword Tomb. Are all the good things in the 10,000 Swords Villa in the Sword Tomb? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. That's right, I think so too. Wen Kong nodded and said, Junior Brother Yi, Junior Sister Luo Luo, the people from Ju Yin Palace might have entered the 10,000 Swords Villa. It's very dangerous for you to wander outside. Why don't you join us? We can take care of each other. Just now, Yi Xian and Luo Luo had helped them a lot, so this favor had to be returned. Hearing this, Yi Xian and Luo Luo looked at each other, then the former nodded and said, Okay, then we'll have to trouble you, Senior Brother Wen. You two are Elder Han Ming's new disciples, and your aptitudes are so good. If you encounter the people from Ju Yin Palace, then the Burning Sun Hall will suffer a great loss, Wen Kong said. The man in black and the woman in white didn't object and nodded. Therefore, Yi Xian and Luo Luo joined Wen Kang's team to explore the 10,000 Swords Villa. After obtaining the map, they went straight to the Sword Tomb. The Sword Tomb, as the name suggested, should be the place where the experts of the 10,000 Swords Villa died and were buried. However, when Yi Xian and the others arrived at the Sword Tomb, they found that wasn't the case. The Sword Tomb, which was full of broken swords, turned out to be a sword tomb. At the same time, there was a strange formation around the Sword Tomb. Young Master, look over there. Luo Luo suddenly pointed at a place. Yi Xian, Wen Kong, and the others followed her finger and saw a long sword flying through the air. Someone's there. The woman in white said subconsciously. No, that's a broken sword. No one would use a broken sword. The sharp-eyed Wen Kong shook his head and said, This sword tomb should be a defective product forged by the 10,000 Swords Villa. It's said that the flying sword technique of Absolute Yin Palace came from the 10,000 Sword Villa. The fact that this broken sword is flying in the air doesn't necessarily mean that it's being controlled by someone. It could also be a sword formation, said the black-clothed man. A sword array was a type of array formation. The 8 desolate wind-killing array that Yi Xian had once used could also be considered a sword array. However, what surprised Wen Kong and the others was that Luo Luo actually called Yi Xian young master. However, they didn't think too much about it. After all, a fox girl like Luo Luo was often sold as a slave. Luo Luo should have been bought by Yi Xian and joined the Hall of Burning Sun together. Yi Xian used his eye of revelation and said, There are quite a few broken swords flying in the air. If we step into this sword formation, I'm afraid we'll be attacked by them. That's right. However, since we're already here, we naturally have to go in and take a look. There should be quite a few people before us. We can't let them get the treasures first. Wen Kong nodded. Immediately, the 5 of them stepped into the Sword Tomb. The Sword Tomb was rather dark, so they had no choice but to use their sword rays to open a path. However, Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation and the Eye of Perception, didn't need to. Senior Brother Wen, there are 2 broken swords coming from your left. The 5 of them had just stepped into the Sword Tomb when Yi Xian warned them. Wen Kong and the others were a little surprised because they didn't hear anything. However, they soon believed that there really were 3 broken swords coming from the left. Whoosh! 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 Wen Kong quickly slashed 3 times with his sword and knocked down the 3 broken swords. However, the 3 broken swords continued to fly over after being knocked away for a while. They know how to follow us. This is troublesome. Yi Xian's expression darkened. He only saw a strange energy enveloping the three broken swords. The sound of the three broken swords piercing through the air was very soft. In addition to the darkness of the sword tomb, ordinary people would have a hard time discovering them. However, this was a piece of cake for Yi Xian. Although these three broken swords are annoying, their attack power isn't high. I'll just keep an eye on them, the man in black said. All right. Wen Kong nodded. This team of 5 was led by him. The woman in white was on the right, Yi Xian and Luo Luo were on the left, and the man in black was at the back. After advancing for a while, 2 more broken swords attacked them. However, at this time, the 3 broken swords chasing behind them suddenly turned around. I see. The broken swords also have a range. As long as we leave that range, the broken swords will fly back on their own, Wen Kong said. Yi Xian and the others also realized this. Since that was the case, it was simple. The 3 broken swords shrunk to 2. However, it didn't take long for them to realize that this wasn't so simple. The difficulty didn't decrease because the number of broken swords decreased. Instead, it increased. In this sword formation, the deeper we go, the faster the speed of the broken swords, and the stronger the attack power. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He guessed that the others had also realized this. They could still handle the current situation. However, in the next moment, they heard a clear sound. Oh no, it's the sword-shaped puppets. Stop! Wen Kong, who was running in front, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Yi Xian and the others also stopped when they heard this. Yi Xian scanned the surroundings with his eye of revelation. He didn't find anything around them. This sound was coming from very far away. Rumble. As expected, someone was fighting the sword-shaped puppets ahead. Senior Brother Wen, should we go over? The man in black asked. Let's go and take a look. Wen Kong nodded. They had seen how powerful the sword-shaped puppets were. The weakest of the sword-shaped puppets was at the early stage of the Supreme Being realm. Moreover, their defensive power was amazing. If Wen Kong wasn't at the middle stage of the Supreme Being realm, they wouldn't have been able to make it this far. However, since someone was fighting the sword-shaped puppets, they could go and take a look. If it was the people from Ju Yin Palace, then they could take advantage of the situation. When they got closer, they realized that it wasn't the people from Ju Yin Palace, but the group from before. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Wen Kong snorted. Humph, they attacked us just now. This is a good chance for revenge. The man in black responded. At this moment, the 7 warriors were fighting the 2 sword-shaped puppets. Chapter 908. Let's go. Wen Kong let out a low roar and led the charge. At this moment, the 7 of them were fighting the 2 peak 8th supreme sword-shaped puppets. It was a good opportunity for them to make a move. Luo Luo, let's go too. After Yi Xian said that to Luo Luo, he directly charged over. This time, he didn't intend to hold back and directly threw out 3 flying swords. Among Wen Kang's trio, the lady in white also knew how to control 2 flying swords. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have taken them out. With the support of 3 flying swords, Yi Xian's battle prowess at least doubled. It was more than enough to deal with an early 8th supreme. Of course, the Eye of the Void was not used for the time being. This was Yi Xian's trump card. If he used it, the other party would be on guard in the future. In an instant, Wen Kang's group of 5 quickly entered the battle. Damn it, it's you guys. The middle-aged man in the lead shouted. These 2 peak 8th supreme sword-shaped puppets were already enough to deal with. Now that Wen Kang's group of 5 had charged in, this was going to be troublesome. Boom! 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 Amidst a series of explosions, one of them suddenly fell to the ground and his head was thrown into the air. The one who killed him wasn't Wen Kang's trio, nor was it Yi Xian. It was actually Luo Luo. Hee, even if I don't use the Demon Fox Flash, I'm still very strong. Luo Luo giggled and twisted her waist. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He had to work harder, otherwise he would be left behind by Luo Luo again. If that happened, he would be in for a tragedy. Originally, the other party had 4 early 8th Supreme. Now that one of them had died, there were only 3 left. Just now, they had escaped. This time, Yi Xian wouldn't let them leave so easily. Bang! Under Yi Xian's all-out attack, an early 8th Supreme was pierced through by a flying sword. Immediately after, Yi Xian slashed with his sword and directly cut off his opponent's head. At the same time, the white-clothed woman and the black-clothed man each killed one of them. Now, only the 3 mid-stage Supreme Being experts were left. 2 of them were being held back by the 2 sword-shaped puppets, while the third was fighting Wen Kong. Previously, Wen Kong was already able to fight 1 against 3. Now that it was 1-on-1, he was able to defeat his opponent in the blink of an eye and kill his opponent in less than 10 rounds. At this moment, there were only 2 enemies left. Go! The 2 of them looked at each other, then turned around and fled. Chase! Wen Kong would not let go of this opportunity to beat a dog while it was down. Unfortunately, the 2 sword-shaped puppets suddenly turned around and attacked him. Damn it! Wen Kong cursed angrily. It seemed that he was going to fail again. However, at this moment, 2 flashes of light suddenly flashed past. Demon Fox Flash. Eye of Nirvana. 2 cold rays of light flashed past. The 2 mid-stage supreme martial artists who were running away seemed to have sensed something. When they turned their heads to look, their eyes widened. These 2 attacks were Yi Xian's and Luoluo's trump cards. In order to achieve a breakthrough, Yi Xian was going all out. Rip! Rip! 2 crisp sounds rang out. The 2 mid-stage supreme martial artists who were running away at full speed had their heads chopped off one after another. Hee hee, 2 universe rings are in my hands. Luoluo giggled. She kept the universe rings on the 2 corpses, then quickly returned. Out of the 7 people, Wen Kong, the black-clothed man, and the white-clothed woman each killed 1 opponent. However, Yi Xian and Luoluo each killed 2 opponents, and 2 of them were mid-stage supreme martial artists. One must know that Yi Xian and Luoluo were only mid-stage supreme martial artists. This was an entire realm above them. Where did these 2 people come from? When Wen Kong and the other 2 saw this scene, they could not help but shudder. If Yi Xian and Luoluo had used these 2 attacks to attack them, they were afraid that, gulp. The 3 of them swallowed their saliva. However, they believed that Yi Xian and Luoluo were from the Burning Sun Hall. After all, if they had attacked them, apart from Wen Kong, the black-clothed man and white-clothed woman would have died. At this moment, Luoluo had already handed over all the universe rings to Yi Xian. Ding! The host has achieved a breakthrough. Currently, the host is at the peak of the 7th Supreme Martial Artist. After obtaining 4 universe rings, Yi Xian finally heard the system notification. This was also the reason why he had used the Eye of Nirvana. As long as he achieved a breakthrough, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Even if the Eye of Nirvana was exposed, it would not matter. As for the remaining items, Yi Xian directly gave them to Luoluo. However, Luoluo could not refine them here. Junior brother Yi, come over and deal with these 2 sword-shaped puppets. Wen Kong shouted at Yi Xian. When Yi Xian and Luoluo were chasing after the 2, Wen Kong and the other 2 were holding back the 2 puppets at the peak of the 8th Supreme Martial Artist level. They did not have many people, so it was a little difficult. However, with the addition of Yi Xian and Luoluo, the pressure was reduced by a lot. I'll hold them back first. You guys go and destroy one of the sword-shaped puppets. Wen Kong shouted. Understood. Yi Xian and the other 3 nodded. The sword-shaped puppets were 2 meters tall and held large swords in their hands. Their attacks were very ferocious and were enough to seriously injure any mid-stage 8th Supreme Martial Artist. However, the Burning Sun Hall mainly cultivated the golden body of sovereigns and their physique, so they were much faster than the Yin Palace. Even the black-clothed man could dodge the attacks of the sword-shaped puppets. Boom! 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 Yi Xian and the other three's attacks all landed on the sword-shaped puppet. Unfortunately, his 70% sword intent was unable to break the armor of the sword-shaped puppet. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that Luo Luo could do it. 80% claw intent? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Hee, I just had a breakthrough. Luolua's voice directly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian became more and more interested in Luolua's bloodline. What kind of bloodline did Luoluo have? What was that tuft of golden tail hair? Since Yi Xian's attacks could not hurt the sword-shaped puppet at the peak of the 8th supreme martial artist, he acted as bait and attracted the attacks of the sword-shaped puppet, while Luo Luo and the other two were responsible for attacking. In less than 10 seconds, the sword-shaped puppet at the peak of the 8th supreme martial artist was defeated by the four of them. Then, it was Wen Kang's turn. Wen Kang's strength was indeed not bad. When Yi Xian and the other three had interfered, his sword-shaped puppet was already full of wounds. With Wen Kang's strength, defeating this sword-shaped puppet alone was not a problem. Soon, both sword-shaped puppets were destroyed. When the second sword-shaped puppet fell, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Now, Wen Kang and the other two dared not underestimate Yi Xian and Luo Luo. I didn't expect junior brother Yi and junior sister Luo Luo to be so strong. Now, even if we encounter the Yin Palace's team, we won't have to be afraid. Wen Kang said. Chapter 909. Yi Xian and Luo Luo could only laugh dryly. Those two moves were their trump cards. If they didn't use them, they might not be as strong as Wen Kang. Of course, now that Yi Xian had broken through to the 7th Supreme Being peak, his strength was above the other two. He should be able to fight Wen Kang. Alright, let's continue on our way. After Wen Kang finished speaking, he continued to walk deeper into the sword tomb. They had already encountered a 8th Supreme Being peak sword-shaped puppet before reaching the depths. If they continued, would they encounter a 9th Supreme Being? However, since they were already here, it was impossible for them to go back the way they came. Sword-shaped stone. There might be a sword-shaped stone in this sword tomb. If they obtained it and successfully brought it back to the Burning Sun Palace, the Burning Sun Palace would definitely reward them handsomely. Yi Xian and the others continued on their way. Following that, they encountered many flying broken swords. However, compared to the sword-shaped puppets, these broken swords were much less dangerous. The sword tomb was very dark. Everyone used their sword energy to open a path. However, half an hour after they entered the sword tomb, a ray of light suddenly entered their eyes. There's a golden light in front. Wen Kang said in a low voice. Yi Xian immediately used his eye of revelation to scan the area. However, the golden light was too far away and he couldn't clearly see what the source of the light was. They quickened their pace. As they continued to go deeper, the surrounding environment began to change. The number of broken swords on the ground suddenly increased. Along the way, Yi Xian and Luo Luo had been collecting these broken swords. After all, they were considered forging materials. However, when they reached this place, they were shocked. The ground was filled with broken swords. This was a sea of swords. The countless broken swords made Yi Xian's eyes light up. However, Yi Xian's attention was attracted by the golden light in front of them. It was a huge golden sword that was at least 100 meters tall. This huge golden sword was inserted into the roof of a golden palace. Beside this golden palace, there were a few figures. Be careful, don't go there. Wen Kang stopped and said, there are experts from the Yin Palace there. At this time, they had not completely walked out of the shadow. Moreover, they were still far away, so the group beside the Golden Palace did not notice them. Yi Xian quickly scanned the area with his eye of revelation. There were more than 10 people outside the Golden Palace, and all of them had powerful auras. After all, those who could make it here were not weaklings. However, Yi Xian found a familiar figure in the crowd. Li Teng. Sure enough, Li Teng was a spy sent by the Yinju Palace. After he sent the portrait out, he returned to the Yinju Palace. The one with the folding fan in his hand is Ma Cheng, who is ranked 5th in the Ju Yin Palace. He is a peak 8th supreme martial artist. In addition, there are 3 mid-stage supreme martial artists around. They are very strong. Wen Kong narrowed his eyes and said softly. 8th supreme martial artist peak. This was the strength of the top disciples of Absolute Yin Palace and Burning Sun Hall. Although Wen Kong was strong, he still couldn't challenge Ma Cheng. After all, the other party was also an elite. Senior brother Wen, what should we do? The woman in white asked in a low voice. Let's take a look first. That thing should be in the Golden Palace. However, the team from the Ju Yin Palace didn't seem to find a way to enter the palace. Wen Kong replied. Yi Xian continued to observe. However, his eye of revelation couldn't break into the palace. He also wanted that sword-shaped stone, but he only needed to record it. He didn't care who got the stone in the end. However, looking at the current situation, it would not be so easy to obtain the sword-shaped stone. The group from the Yinju Palace was his biggest obstacle. If I was an 8th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, I would be qualified to fight with those people. Unfortunately, I'm only at the peak of 7th Supreme Martial Artist. I haven't even reached the level of Tribulation Transcendence yet. Yi Xian was helpless. He was only 1 realm away, so he definitely couldn't fight Ma Cheng head-on. As for the other 3 mid-stage Supreme Martial Artists, Yi Xian didn't care about them at all. Rumble. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the front. Yi Xian and the other 4 people looked over and found that the golden sword suddenly fell down. What? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Why did the golden sword suddenly fall down? He observed for a moment and found that the group of people also looked flustered. Obviously, they didn't expect this result. The speed of the golden sword falling down was very slow. However, as it tilted, the roof of the palace began to crack. Soon after, countless golden swords flew out from inside. The golden light that filled the sky frightened Yi Xian and the other 4 people. After the golden swords flew out, they directly attacked the team from the Ju Yin Palace. Thousands of long swords dancing in the air scared the group of people out of their wits. Attack quickly! The white-clothed youth, Ma Cheng, who was holding a folding fan, immediately shouted. After seeing this scene, he didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly took out a long sword and started to attack crazily. At the same time, he quickly retreated. The storm of thousands of golden swords flew toward the team from the Ju Yin Palace. Not only that, hundreds of swords flew in all directions. There were even 200 to 300 swords that flew toward Yi Xian. We've been discovered. Let's go. Wen Kang's expression changed greatly. The golden swords were so strange and didn't look simple. Yi Xian and the other 4 people retreated and attacked at the same time. Fortunately, the golden swords weren't very strong. It was unknown whether it was because there were too many of them or because they were too far away. Each of Yi Xian's attacks could knock down several golden swords. In less than 5 seconds, the hundreds of golden swords all fell to the ground. At that moment, Yi Xian rushed over and picked up a golden sword. Luo Luo watched Yi Xian put away the golden swords and said curiously, "Wow, you can put them away." Yi Xian also didn't expect that the golden swords could be put away. Moreover, the quality of the golden swords was very good. They were all upper-grade sovereign divine weapons. If he could put away all of the nearly 2,000 golden swords, he might be able to pass the tribulation. Junior brother Yi, let's go and take a look. At that moment, Wen Kong suddenly shouted. Then, he rushed toward the Golden Palace with the other 2 people. The storm of golden swords was mainly attracted by the team from the Ju Yin Palace. Hundreds of golden swords left the team and flew in other directions. There were probably other people hiding in the surroundings. With the Ju Yin Palace as bait, this was a good opportunity to enter the Golden Palace. However, when Wen Kong approached the Golden Palace, thousands of golden swords flew out from inside. Wen Kong was depressed. He didn't expect there to be so many golden swords inside. However, these golden swords couldn't stop him. Senior brother Wen will block them for you. You go in. Chapter 9-10. Although there were many golden swords, they would fall when they were hit by a heavy blow. They couldn't fly back up and hurt people, so they were easier to deal with. However, someone had already done so before Wen Kong. Ma Cheng from the Yin Palace had cut through all obstacles and entered the Golden Palace. Not only that, but another figure also dashed out from the darkness and rushed in as well. Because this figure had rushed out from the opposite side of Yi Xian, even Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation, couldn't see through the Golden Palace. Therefore, he didn't notice such an expert. Yi Xian didn't go in because he felt that he couldn't win against Ma Cheng. Therefore, he and Luo Luo had been waiting outside to collect the golden swords. Young master, I have another 100 here, Luo Luo threw her own interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the golden swords inside and threw the interspatial ring back. At this moment, there were more than 3,000 golden swords flying outside. If Yi Xian were to obtain all of them, he would definitely be able to raise his cultivation to the level of tribulation. At that time, he would be able to obtain Ma Cheng's sword-shaped stone. Yi Xian was even more relieved to see that his two senior brothers and sisters weren't interested in the golden swords. They were only responsible for knocking down the golden swords. As for the golden swords that were knocked down, they were naturally collected by Yi Xian and Luo Luo. Yi Xian's cultivation started to improve rapidly. It's too slow to collect the golden swords. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed and fell on the group of people in the distance. Instead of collecting the golden swords, it was better to kill people. Li Ting took the opportunity to escape because his clone was in danger. He didn't expect to appear here. Now, Yi Xian was going to kill him. Young master, I'll go too. Luo Luo suddenly shouted. Together, kill without mercy. Yi Xian said. Okay. At this moment, Yi Xian and Luo Luo charged over. Although there were 3 mid-stage supreme martial artist experts in that group of people, the rest were nothing to be afraid of. At this moment, Li Teng, who was mixed in the crowd, also noticed Yi Xian. His body trembled as he said in shock, "Why is this kid here?" That day, he had been beaten up by Yi Xian to the point where he couldn't even fight back. He still remembered this grudge in his heart. Senior brothers and sisters, that brat is the new super genius of the Burning Sun Hall, please kill him. Li Teng immediately shouted. Leave the Burning Sun Hall to me. Hearing this, an expert from the Absolute Yin Palace at the early stage of the sovereign level shouted loudly before charging towards Yi Xian. The elites of the Absolute Yin Palace could basically control 2 flying swords. Furthermore, they were proficient in illusions and mental attacks. Their strength was not weak. Yi Xian was still closing in, but he already felt a piercing pain in his head. This was the other party using a mental attack. You can, and so can I. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he used the Burning Eye and the Eye of Illusion. He was only 1 level away from the other party. In addition, his Heavenly Eye bloodline had advanced twice. Even if the other party had mental resistance, his battle strength would be reduced by 10 to 20%. Swish! Swish! 2 flying swords attacked Yi Xian. At this moment, Eye of Nirvana. A silver light suddenly appeared and directly crossed the distance of 10,000 meters, instantly cutting off the other party's head. Not only that, the Eye of Nirvana also passed by him and directly killed the enemy team. Swish! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. Yi Xian's Eye of Nirvana directly killed close to 10 people. However, Li Teng was barely hanging on by a thread. Hit him! Yi Xian's eyes flickered again. This time, he used the Eye of Control, and the target was Li Teng. At this moment, Li Teng was at the same level as Yi Xian and was instantly controlled. Immediately, he attacked a middle-stage supreme martial artist from Ju Yin Palace. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of wind suddenly appeared. Before the woman from Ju Yin Palace could react, she was struck by Li Ting's sword that contained 75% sword intent and flew out. What? The other two people were shocked. As a spy from Ju Yin Palace in Burning Sun Hall, why would Li Ting suddenly attack his own people? Could it be that he was a double agent? Immediately, another senior sister from Ju Yin Palace directly attacked Li Ting. Swish! Li Ting's head was directly cut off, and he died instantly. He probably would never have thought that he would die in the hands of his own people. At this moment, there were only 3 middle-stage supreme martial artists from Ju Yin Palace left in this group, and one of them was injured. Young master, it's my turn. Luo Luo suddenly turned into a flash of lightning and flew towards the injured woman from Ju Yin Palace. Even Yi Xian couldn't react to this speed. Demon Fox Flash. Swish. The woman from Ju Yin Palace who was injured by Li Ting couldn't react in time and was directly cut in half by Luo Luo's flash. However, she didn't die immediately. Soul-splitting claw. Luo Luo hurriedly added another claw and scratched the woman's throat. Blood immediately spurted out. You little bitch, go to hell. The other woman was furious and attacked Luo Luo. Bam! This attack that contained 80% sword intent directly hit Luo Luo's body and directly cut her in half. However, Yi Xian wasn't worried at all because the one who was hit by the attack just now was only Luo Luo's clone. The real Luo Luo didn't actually go over, and the one who used Demon Fox Flash just now was also her clone. Luo Luo's Demon Fox clone is not bad, but unfortunately, it will collapse after 1 second. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The Demon Fox clone could only live for 1 second, so after the clone used Demon Fox Flash to kill the enemy, it would collapse automatically even if it wasn't attacked. Now, it was 2 against 2. Junior Sister Chen. When the man from Ju Yin Palace saw his beloved die, his eyes immediately turned red. At this moment, he no longer blocked the golden swords and directly attacked Yi Xian. You're courting death, Eye of Nirvana. Yi Xian's eyes flashed again, and a silver slash broke through the air. The Eye of Nirvana's attack power was extremely strong and was at least equivalent to 85% sword intent. When Yi Xian, who was at the peak of 7th Supreme, used the Eye of Nirvana, it was enough to threaten a peak 8th Supreme. Swoosh! Rip! This expert from Ju Yin Palace couldn't block it and was instantly beheaded. However, after using the Eye of Nirvana, Yi Xian's eyes were directly blinded. This was because he had exhausted too much of his eye power. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid because he still had the Eye of Perception. Not only that, but his clone also directly broke through the void and instantly arrived. Yi Xian's original body and clone shared the devouring space, but they didn't share eye power. After the clone arrived, it directly merged with Yi Xian's original body, and its strength was directly increased by 10%. Eye of Nirvana. After fusing together, Yi Xian used his strongest attack on the last woman in the middle stage of the Yin End Palace. Chapter 9-11. The silver slash pierced through the air. The woman couldn't block the attack and was killed immediately. After using the Eye of Nirvana and the Eye of Void 3 times in a row, even if he recovered some of his eye power after fusing with them, it wasn't enough. As a result, Yi Xian went blind again. Luo Luo, hurry up and get the items. Yi Xian hurriedly said to Luo Luo. Luo Luo had already rushed over and handed the interspatial rings of the corpses to Yi Xian. After obtaining so many interspatial rings, he immediately devoured the items inside. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Not enough. The blind Yi Xian shook his head and cloned again to attack the storm of golden swords. With the Eye of Perception, he could continue to fight even if he lost his sight. At the same time, his eye power was slowly recovering. On the other side, the black-clothed man and the white-clothed woman were shocked. Yi Xian and Luo Luo had joined forces and killed more than 10 experts of the Yin Palace. even they could only look up to such strength. No, even if Wen Kang was here, he wouldn't be able to block that silver slash. Yi Xian and Luo Luo kept striking down the golden swords while collecting them. Yi Xian's cultivation increased little by little. Just a little more and I can pass the tribulation. Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly even though he hadn't regained his sight yet. 100 swords. 200 swords. 300 swords. Yi Xian kept devouring the golden swords. His cultivation was about to reach the peak of the 7th Tribulation Supreme. After he had swallowed a total of 1,000 golden swords, the system's melodious notification finally rang out. Ding! The host has met the tribulation requirements. The current success rate is 98%. The system notified. 98%. It was very close to 100%. However, Yi Xian still had a clone beside him. Ding! The current success rate is 100%. Begin the tribulation. After Yi Xian merged with his clone, he directly began to receive the 8th level of the Sovereign Tribulation. Perhaps only he had the courage to pass the tribulation under such circumstances. What? Junior brother Yi is going to pass the tribulation? The black-clothed man was shocked. After all, this was the first time he saw Yi Xian. However, at that time, Yi Xian was only a mid-stage 7th Tribulation Supreme. Now, he had grown to such a level. Moreover, he dared to pass the tribulation here. He was simply courting death. There were still thousands of golden swords hovering in the sky. At that moment, he moved closer to Yi Xian, preparing to protect Yi Xian. Even though Yi was surrounded by Luo Luo, Yi Xian couldn't make any mistakes. However, in the next moment, his footsteps stopped. What surprised him was that Yi Xian, who was in the middle of his tribulation, was actually able to retaliate. When other people passed the tribulation, they had to use all their strength to resist it. They couldn't afford to be distracted. However, Yi Xian was not only passing the tribulation, but also defending himself against the golden swords around him. This was an extremely dangerous situation. Boom! 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 3 consecutive bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. Each bolt was stronger than the previous one, but Yi Xian didn't care at all. He easily passed through 5 bolts of tribulation lightning. But at that moment, boom! Suddenly, a loud sound attracted everyone's attention. This wasn't the sound of tribulation lightning striking down. Instead, it came from the Golden Palace. An explosion suddenly resounded from the Golden Palace, and then a figure flashed out from within it. It was Ma Cheng. Behind Ma Cheng were 2 people. One was Wen Kang, and the other was a middle-aged man that Yi Xian had never seen before. Wen Kang was currently working with the middle-aged man to kill Ma Cheng. Junior brother, the sword-shaped stone is with Ma Cheng. Wen Kang immediately yelled. Yi Xian's body trembled. As expected, there was a sword-shaped stone. Although he was still passing the tribulation, he had to take action for the sake of the sword-shaped stone. After Ma Cheng came out and saw that his team of Ju Yin Palace had been killed, he was furious. When his eyes fell on Yi Xian, a silver slash flashed across Yi Xian's eyes. Whoosh! The nirvanic slash pierced through the sky. Ma Cheng was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly raised his hand to attack. Bang! Ma Cheng's attack, which was infused with 85% of sword essence, collided with the nirvanic slash. However, to his surprise, his attack was slightly weaker. Whoosh! The nirvanic slash destroyed Ma Cheng's attack and attacked him. However, as an elite disciple of Ju Yin Palace, Ma Cheng wasn't easy to deal with. Bang! Bang! 2 crisp sounds were heard. The 2 flying swords controlled by Ma Cheng had destroyed the nirvanic slash. Boom! At the same time, Yi Xian's 6th tribulation lightning struck down. What? He's breaking through. Ma Cheng, Wen Kang, and the middle-aged man were shocked. How could a person who was passing the tribulation unleash such a powerful attack? The sixth tribulation lightning struck Yi Xian's head, causing the genuine qi in his body to expand. Brat, you're courting death. Ma Cheng's eyes turned red. A genius like Yi Xian must be killed in the cradle. Whoosh! Another sword radiance swept towards Yi Xian. However, the sword radiance destroyed Yi Xian's afterimage. Yi Xian's original body had already run far away. Not only could a person who was passing the tribulation attack, but he could also run away. Was he a freak? Bastard, how dare you interrupt young master's tribulation? Luoluo shouted angrily. In the next moment, the fur on her tail and ears turned golden. That's, Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He saw Luoluo's tail suddenly flash. It was that tuft of golden fur. Luoluo, who had turned into a golden fox, suddenly experienced a surge in her aura. She met Ma Cheng's sword radiance head-on and actually destroyed it with a single claw. Heavens, when did Luoluo's attack power become so strong? Yi Xian was shocked. He felt that he couldn't see through Luoluo anymore. Luoluo's 3 fox demon flashes had been used up. But now, Luoluo had turned from a white fox to a golden fox. Her battle prowess had skyrocketed to the point where she could fight Ma Cheng. Terrifying. Boom! Another bolt of sovereign tribulation lightning descended from the sky. This was the 7th bolt of sovereign tribulation lightning. Yi Xian was only 1 bolt away from becoming an 8th tribulation sovereign. At the same time, Luoluo had already blocked Ma Cheng's path. Claw shadows and sword radiance filled the sky. Ma Cheng, who was being held back by Luoluo, was instantly caught up by Wen Kong and the middle-aged man. Give me that sword-shaped stone. My imperial family will reward you handsomely. The middle-aged man suddenly shouted. Now, the surrounding people finally knew his identity. He was from the imperial family of the royal sacred dynasty. Don't even think about it. Chapter 9:12. A single sword-shaped stone could create many experts. As long as the Yin Palace could obtain this sword-shaped stone, they might become even more powerful than the royal family. How could they give up on the sword-shaped stone? Wen Kong and the middle-aged man from the royal family were both in the middle stage of the Supreme Being realm. The former was still manageable, but the middle-aged man was very difficult to deal with. Although Ma Cheng was at the peak of the Supreme Being realm, which was 1 level higher than Wen Kong and the middle-aged man, he had just broken through. If it was only Wen Kong and the middle-aged man, he would not have any problems. However, with Luoluo's participation, Ma Cheng felt a lot of pressure. No, it was not pressure. Under the joint attack of the 3, he could not fight back at all. Damn it! Ma Cheng cursed in his heart. If he continued to hold on to the sword-shaped stone, he might be killed by the 3 of them. After he made a decision in his heart, he took out a sword-shaped stone and threw it at Wen Kong. This sword-shaped stone was the sword-shaped stone. Its appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. That's the sword-shaped stone. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He only took a glance at it before he heard a system notification. Ding! Sword-shaped stone discovered. Will you carve it? Yes. Yi Xian answered without hesitation. Of course, his goal was to get this sword-shaped stone. How could he refuse? Ding! Sword-shaped stone started. Current progress, 1%. Ding! Sword-shaped stone started. Current progress, 2%. Ding! Sword-shaped stone started. Current progress, 3%. The speed of carving was very slow. Yi Xian was very anxious. At this moment, the sword-shaped stone fell into Wen Kang's hand. Ding! Carving stopped. The sword-shaped stone was taken by Wen Kong, so the carving of the stone was stopped. Hand over the sword-shaped stone. When the middle-aged man saw this, he immediately turned around and attacked Wen Kong. Bang! Wen Kong was too slow to take the sword-shaped stone. He was severely injured by the middle-aged man and was sent flying. Only now did he realize that he had fallen into Ma Cheng's trap. When he saw the sword-shaped stone just now, his brain spasmed and he took it. Only now did he realize that he had fallen into Ma Cheng's trap. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, his goal was the sword-shaped stone. Seeing the stone flying towards him, how could he not catch it? Humph, you dare to plot against senior brother one? Go to hell. Luo Luo wasn't distracted by the appearance of the sword-shaped stone. She shouted angrily and continued to attack Ma Cheng. Yi Xian had been assisting Luo Luo from the very beginning, but he didn't dare to get close to Ma Cheng because the 8th bolt of tribulation lightning was coming. Boom! Finally, the 8th bolt of tribulation lightning struck down. Yi Xian took the sovereign tribulation lightning head-on. In the next moment, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! You have successfully transcended the tribulation. You are now an 8 tribulation supreme being at the early stage. You are currently rebuilding your golden body of supremacy. He had finally broken through. Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. However, he had just passed the 8th level of tribulation, so he was still in the process of rebuilding his sovereign golden body. The sovereign golden body was in the process of rebuilding, so his defense was the weakest. Any attack from the people present would be able to cut off his head. Young master, I'll hold this guy back. You go and take the sword-shaped stone. Luo Luo's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. All right. Although he didn't know how Luo Luo became so strong and jumped 4 levels to challenge Ma Cheng, it wasn't the time to care about that. Yi Xian immediately rushed towards the middle-aged man. Wen Kong was weaker than the middle-aged man. With a crisp sound, his wrist was cut off by the middle-aged man and he was sent flying. Wen Kang's interspatial ring fell into the hands of the middle-aged man from the royal sacred dynasty. Retreat! After the middle-aged man got the interspatial ring, he quickly turned around and left. You want to leave? Stay. Yi Xian, who had just recovered some of his eye power, immediately used the nirvanic eye on the middle-aged man's back. Nirvanic cut. Shio. The silver slash tore through the air. When the middle-aged man heard the sound behind him, he quickly turned around. However, it was too late. Rip. The middle-aged man was instantly killed by the silver slash. His entire body was cut in half by the nirvanic cut. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and kept the interspatial ring of the middle-aged man and Wen Kong. Ding! Beginning to carve the sword-shaped stone. Current progress, 4%. Ding! Beginning to carve the sword-shaped stone. Current progress, 5%. Ding! Beginning to carve the sword-shaped stone. Current progress, 6%. The carving of the sword-shaped stone was extremely slow. It was 10 times slower than when Yi Xian was carving the demonic god statue. However, it didn't matter. After all, he had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. Among the people present, who could fight with him? Ding! Reconstruction of the sovereign golden body completed. The system notified again. In the next moment, Yi Xian was cut in half. When Ma Cheng saw this scene, his body trembled violently. One Yi Xian was already so strong. Now there was another one. Let's go. Immediately, Ma Cheng quickly turned around. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Yi Xian quickly rushed over. He was even faster than Ma Cheng. In the blink of an eye, he overtook Ma Cheng. Yi Xian's original body, doppelganger, and Luo Luo joined forces. Ma Cheng couldn't withstand them at all. Young master, do you want to use charm? Luo Luo reminded him. No, just kill him. Yi Xian shook his head. Ma Cheng was an elite disciple of the Yin Palace. His spiritual resistance was probably very high. Moreover, he didn't have much eye power now. Therefore, he didn't use charm. Eye of Nirvana. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Ma Cheng, who was restrained by Luo Luo, saw a silver slash coming at him. He was scared out of his wits. This guy even killed his own people. This was a question in Ma Cheng's mind. This Nirvana Rend might kill Luo Luo too. However, how could Yi Xian attack Luo Luo? Swish! At this moment, Ma Cheng's body trembled. He realized that Luo Luo had disappeared. Within a certain range, Yi Xian could hide Luo Luo in the artifact space. Therefore, at the critical moment, Yi Xian hid Luo Luo. Swish! Ma Cheng's body was cut in half diagonally. However, he didn't die immediately. However, he was quickly beheaded by Yi Xian, who rushed over with the invisible sword. Ma Cheng, who was ranked 5th among the inner disciples of the Yin Palace, died just like that. This matter finally came to an end. Chapter 9:13. However, just as Yi Xian thought that this was the end of the matter, a powerful aura suddenly rushed in his direction. Immediately, his expression changed. Not good, a powerful enemy is attacking. It might be the 9th tribulation supremacy of the Yin Palace. Yi Xian shouted in a low voice. Wen Kong and the other two, who were still surprised by Yi Xian's strength, were frightened when they heard this. A 9th tribulation supremacy. That was the top fighting force of the royal sacred dynasty. A 9th tribulation supremacy was enough to kill all of them. That aura quickly approached, but Yi Xian didn't stay idle. He quickly rushed to Wen Kang's side and directly opened a void gate. Quick, go in. Yi Xian said somewhat anxiously. Wen Kang, who had lost an arm, didn't dare to delay and directly passed through the void gate. The man in black and the woman in white also went in. The eye of the void required a large amount of eye power to open a void gate. At the same time, maintaining the void gate also required a continuous consumption of eye power. After Yi Xian and the others entered the void gate, a person rushed out from a dark corner. Stay here. A loud shout rang out, but Yi Xian had already passed through the void gate. The person who rushed out from the corner was a beautiful middle-aged woman. Her aura was very powerful. She was definitely the 9th tribulation supremacy of the Yin Palace. Unfortunately, she was one step too late. The void gate opened by Yi Xian was teleported to the entrance of the secret realm. When they came out of the void gate, Wen Kong and the others were shocked. What kind of method is this? Wen Kong was shocked. Senior brother Wen, don't worry so much. Let's leave the secret realm first and return to the Burning Sun Hall. Yi Xian said. The 9th tribulation supremacy saw them enter the void gate and estimated that she would arrive soon, so they had to leave quickly. Okay. Wen Kong didn't care about his arm now. Although the sovereign golden body of an 8th tribulation supremacy was more difficult to repair, as long as he handed the sword-shaped stone to the Burning Sun Hall, he wouldn't be afraid of a lack of treasures. At that time, not only would his arm grow back, he would also obtain a large amount of treasures. However, when Yi Xian led Wen Kong and the other two out of the secret territory, they found that the deep-sea cavern outside the secret territory was heavily surrounded. More than 10 powerful auras pressed down on everyone. More than 10 8th tribulation supremacies. Yi Xian was shocked. Among these dozen or so 8th tribulation supremes, there were two whose auras were not weaker than Ma Cheng's. However, what truly frightened him was that there was actually a 9th tribulation supreme martial artist outside the secret realm. Someone who came out of the secret realm? This 9th tribulation supreme was an old woman. When she saw Yi Xian, she frowned and asked, "Who are you?" However, before Yi Xian could speak, someone shouted, "Palace Master, the one with the severed arm is Wen Kong. They are from the Burning Sun Hall." Not good. Yi Xian's expression darkened. He quickly used the eyes of the void to break through the void. Wen Kong and the other two thought that they were going to die. When they saw the void door, they hurriedly rushed in. What a strange technique. Stay here. The 9th tribulation supreme martial artist immediately attacked. Immediately, a wave of energy enveloped Yi Xian. However, at that moment, half of Yi Xian's body had already stepped into the void door. Damn it! Yi Xian cursed angrily. He directly summoned his clone and slapped the back of his original body. At the same time, his doppelganger also quickly entered the void door. Whoosh! The void door closed. Everyone was shocked. Breaking open the void, and another person who looked exactly like him appeared. What kind of technique was this? Damn it! The sword-shaped stone must be in his hands. The palace master of Ju Yin Palace cursed angrily. Yi Xian had saved him in the nick of time. If he had been a moment later, the void door would have closed. At that time, if he had fallen into the hands of Ju Yin Palace, he would have been done for. He would have been raped and killed by the people of Ju Yin Palace. Previously, Yi Xian could directly break open the void in the Hall of Burning Sun and summon his doppelganger. In other words, the Hall of Burning Sun had always had a location in the void. Therefore, Yi Xian's void door led directly to the Hall of Burning Sunday, puff. At that moment, Yi Xian, who had just come out of the void door, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This blood was not because of the slap from his doppelganger. It was because he had overused his sky eyes. Damn it! When I overused my sky eyes and did not have enough eye power, it consumed my vitality. Yi Xian said helplessly in his heart. Overusing his sky eyes consumed his vitality. That was why his eyes had disappeared. Vitality was lifespan. After knowing this fact, he did not dare to use his sky eyes carelessly anymore. Young master, are you okay? Luo Luo, who had also been released from the void by Yi Xian, hurriedly asked. I'm fine. I just got slapped by myself. In order not to worry Luo Luo, Yi Xian lied. Then, he said to Wen Kong, Senior brother Wen, please inform the others. He had already inscribed 80% of the sword-shaped stone. When the experts from the Hall of Burning Sun arrived, he estimated that he would have finished inscribing it. He was already starting to wonder what kind of reward he would get. Okay, I'll go now. Wen Kong did not care about his broken arm and left with his junior brothers and sisters. The higher-ups in the Hall of Burning Sun would definitely not expect to get a sword-shaped stone. There were also 9th Tribulation Supremes in the Hall of Burning Sunday. Almost all of them had comprehended 90% of the sword intent. However, the sword-shaped stone had a different value to them. Not long after Wen Kong left, Yi Xian heard a notification sound. Ding! Sword-shaped stone inscription successful. Now, this sword-shaped stone was no longer of any use to Yi Xian. Even if he lost it, he would not feel bad. Luo Luo, what happened to you just now? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly asked. Although Luo Luo was not injured, her face was pale. At this moment, her hair had already returned to its original white color. After hearing this, Luo Luo immediately took out the tuft of golden hair that was hidden in her tail. She said with a crying face, Woo woo, in that state just now, I needed to continuously use this tuft of golden hair. In that short period of time, I used up 5 of them. Yi Xian was speechless. He reminded her, I see. Then you should use it sparingly in the future. This tuft of golden hair is related to your bloodline. Don't use it up when the time comes. Okay. Luo Luo pouted and nodded obediently. This was the first time she used the golden hair to increase her strength. At that time, she was only in the middle stage of the 7th Tribulation Supremes. She was actually able to fight evenly with Ma Cheng, who was at the peak of the 8th Tribulation Supremes. After all, her strength would increase as her cultivation level increased. If she used it again when she was at the 8th Tribulation Supremes, she would not be afraid of even a 9th Tribulation Supremes. Chapter 9:14. Soon, several powerful auras entered Yi Xian's sensing range. It seemed that the higher-ups of the Burning Sun Hall had arrived. This group of experts all rushed into Yi Xian's residence. There were more than 10 people who rushed in, and most of them were elders. One of them was even Yi Xian's master, Han Ming. However, This group of people stood respectfully behind an elder. Needless to say, this elder was the Burning Sun Hall Master. When he saw Yi Xian, he said nervously, "You obtained the sword-shaped stone?" "Greetings, Sect Master." Yi Xian pretended to be heavily injured as he said this. Then, he took out the sword-shaped stone from the devouring space. The moment the stone appeared, a commotion broke out. Sword-shaped stone, it really is the sword-shaped stone. The Incineration Sun Hall Master raised his eyebrows and took the sword-shaped stone. Although he had comprehended 95% of the sword essence, the sword-shaped stone was more attractive to him than anyone else. He held the stone and said to Yi Xian, "You have done a great job this time. Tell me what you need." Yi Xian was waiting for this sentence. Before this group of experts arrived, Yi Xian had already written down what he wanted. What was left was the necessities for the Heaven's Eye, the forging materials for the Shadowless Sword and the Fallen Star Whip, and of course, the heavenly treasures. The Burning Sun Hall Master took the piece of paper and glanced at it. Then, he raised his eyebrows. Yi Xian was asking for too much. "I have only heard of the Eternal Flower and the Golden Sun Stone. The Burning Sun Hall doesn't have them. However, we do have the materials for the Heaven's Eye." The Burning Sun Hall Master muttered, "Other than the first few items, the rest are not a problem." The first few items were the necessities for opening the Heaven's Eye. Even the Burning Sun Hall didn't have them. "Okay." Yi Xian nodded immediately. Although he was a little disappointed, he was still easily satisfied. The rest of the items were enough for him to make a breakthrough and forge the Shadowless Sword and the Fallen Star Whip. Palace Master, at that time, junior brother Yi killed Ma Cheng from the Absolute Yin Palace. At the same time, there was also a group of experts from the royal dynasty. At this moment, Wen Kong suddenly spoke. "An expert from the royal family?" When the Inferno Sun Hall Master heard this, he couldn't help but frown. In the royal sacred dynasty, the one they didn't want to provoke the most was the royal clan. When the secret realm was discovered, there were even powerful warriors from the royal family nearby. What bad luck! However, the sword-shaped stone is already in our hands, and it is impossible for us to hand it over. The leader of the Burning Sun Palace snorted coldly. "That's right, this is our chance. As long as we have the sword-shaped stone, we can destroy the Yin Palace. Even if it's the royal family, we don't fear them." The elders began to speak angrily. "Yi Xian, you're injured now, so you'll need treatment first. I'll get someone to send the items over later." When the leader of the Burning Sun Palace finished speaking, he left with the group of people. "Yi Xian, I didn't expect that you would be able to kill Ma Cheng, who was at the peak of the 8th Supremacy Realm. It seems like I don't have the qualifications to be your master anymore." Han Ming walked over and said to Yi Xian, "Master is too serious. A teacher for a day is a teacher for life. Even if I transcend the Supremacy Realm, you will still be my master." Yi Xian said respectfully. He was very grateful to Han Ming. After all, if it wasn't for the 10 Supremacy Golden Cores, he and Luo Luo's strength wouldn't have increased so much. If that was the case, what happened after that day would have been different. If Yi Xian went out to do some random missions, he would have died 9 times out of 10, not to mention killing Ma Cheng and obtaining the sword-shaped stone. Han Ming nodded his head in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad. A genius like you can't be limited to the Supremacy Realm. In the future, you will definitely be able to break through the 3 misfortunes of the Supremacy Realm. Since you helped the Burning Sun Hall obtain the sword-shaped stone, the Hall Master will naturally allow you to comprehend it. With your aptitude, you might be able to comprehend sword force." After hearing this, Yi Xian was astonished. This was the first time he heard of this term. He immediately asked, "Master, what is sword force?" "Sword intent is something that we Supremacy Realm experts learn. Above sword intent is sword force." Han Ming explained, sword force has a total of 3 realms. They are minute sword force, perfect sword force, and one with the sword. Minute sword force, perfect sword force, and one with the sword. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, do these three realms correspond to the three misfortunes of the supremacy realm, human body disaster, true energy disaster, and spirit disaster? That's right. Han Ming nodded his head and said, as long as you comprehend sword force, you will be invincible in the supremacy realm. Unless your opponent also comprehends sword force, no one will be able to block your attacks. Not only that, even a 9th stage human body disaster expert might not be able to comprehend the minute sword force. It depends on your aptitude. From Han Ming's words, Yi Xian knew that there were only 3 realms. The minute sword force, perfect sword force, and one with the sword. Not only could the sword-shaped stone rapidly increase one's sword intent, it could also allow one to comprehend sword force. It was a good item. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Yi Xian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. I have confidence in you. In the future, you will definitely be able to break through the 3 misfortunes of the supremacy realm. If you can comprehend sword force and reach one with the sword, even a spirit disaster expert would not be able to block your attacks. Han Ming said with a smile. Yi Xian revealed a helpless expression. One with the sword was the final realm of sword force. It corresponded to the spirit disaster realm. How could it be that easy to comprehend? However, Han Ming was right about one thing. He could definitely break through the 3 misfortunes of the supremacy realm. Soon after, Han Ming left. As for Yi Xian, he stayed in the residence with Luo Luo, waiting for the items from the Burning Sun Hall Master. Not long after, an elder brought the items over. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Although he didn't have the necessary materials to open his heaven's eye, he had obtained the materials for the Shadowless Sword and Fallen Star Whip, as well as a large amount of heavenly treasures. After the elder left, Yi Xian poured some items into the devouring space, then threw the universe ring to Luo Luo. Luo Luo, take it yourself. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he began to forge the Supremacy Realm's spiritual treasure. The Shadowless Sword's embryo was already forged, so it didn't require much materials. The Fallen Star Whip's materials were also sufficient. In addition, there were forging blueprints for the 2 Supremacy Realm spiritual treasures, so Yi Xian only spent a second to forge the Supremacy Realm's spiritual treasure. Ding! The Shadowless Sword has been successfully forged. Ding! The Fallen Star Whip has been successfully forged. 2 system notifications sounded. Chapter 9:15. Yi Xian swung the Shadowless Sword lightly, and the blade disappeared. It was as if Yi Xian was using the hilt to slash someone. Unfortunately, the Shadowless Sword was just for show. For someone of his level, the Shadowless Sword was useless. Then, Yi Xian took out the Fallen Star Whip. The Fallen Star Whip was also a level 1 supreme spiritual treasure. Yi Xian struck the ground with it. Bang! The ground suddenly exploded. This was the effect of the Fallen Star Whip. As long as it hit the enemy, there would be an explosion effect, increasing its power. Luo Luo, the Fallen Star Whip is ready, but you don't know how to use it. Yi Xian handed the Fallen Star Whip over and asked. It's in my inherited memory. Also, it can help me quickly comprehend sword force. Luo Luo suddenly smiled mischievously. Quickly comprehend sword force. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This girl actually had such a good thing in her inherited memory. No wonder she chose to forge the Fallen Star Whip instead of the Shadowless Sword. In addition, sword force was actually a general term. After all, sword force was the most common weapon. In addition to sword force, there were also knife force, and so on. However, people were used to calling it sword force. This girl's bloodline is too mysterious. I can't believe she even has this. I can't fall behind. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, Luo Luo, did you take all the things you wanted? Yes, these things are all very high level. I can refine them very quickly. Maybe my realm will be higher than yours. Luo Luo smiled and handed the interspatial ring back. Ahem, Yi Xian took the interspatial ring awkwardly and found that at least 4/5 of the things inside were gone. Ding! The host has broken through. You are now at the mid-stage of the 8th Tribulation Supreme Master. The system notified. Those things were only enough for Yi Xian to break through once. If he gave everything to him, he could at least reach the peak of the 8th Tribulation Supreme Master. However, he didn't say much. After all, Luo Luo was only in the middle stage of the 7th Supreme Martial Artist. She was 2 realms lower than him. When Luo Luo's realm increased, her strength would also be very strong. For the rest of the time, Luo Luo was refining the heavenly treasures that even the elders were envious of. Yi Xian was also sitting there quietly. He had already recorded the sword-shaped stone in the devouring system. As long as he wanted to, he could study it at any time. I only have 70.5 sword intent. The people from the Absolute Yin Palace will definitely come knocking on my door. I have to increase my strength so that I can participate in the battle when the time comes. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and began to study the sword-shaped stone. It would take at least 3 days for the Absolute Yin Palace's team to arrive from the 10,000 Swords Villa's secret realm entrance. And in these 3 days, Yi Xian's strength could still improve by quite a bit. Yi Xian was meditating on the sword-shaped stone in his residence. In less than an hour, he heard a notification sound. Ding! 75% sword intent has transformed. It is now 85% sword intent. After half a day. Ding! 85% sword intent has transformed. It is now 85% sword intent. After a day. In Yi Xian's residence, the sovereign tribulation lightning started to gather above him. This was Luoluo's breakthrough. In a day, Luoluo relied on her extraordinary refining speed to break through from the 7th Supremacy Realm to the 7th Supremacy Realm peak. At the same time, she also reached the limit and successfully received the 8th Supremacy Tribulation. Rumble. 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 8 consecutive sovereign tribulation lightning struck down. Luoluo, who was in the courtyard, stood there quietly and took the 8th sovereign tribulation lightning head-on. Among the cultivation resources given by the Hall Master of the Burning Sun Hall, there were hundreds of sovereign golden pills. Previously, Luo Luo had spent a lot of time refining the utmost being golden pellets. However, as her cultivation level increased, her refining speed also increased. In addition to her bloodline and charm fusion crystal, Luo Luo refined 100 utmost being golden pellets in a single day. The 8th Supremacy Tribulation was no threat to Luo Luo. Rumble. After the last sovereign tribulation lightning struck, Luo Luo broke through to the 8th Supremacy Realm. Now, Luoluo's combat power was probably comparable to a 9th Supremacy Realm. If she consumed golden hair and transformed into a golden fox, even the Hall Master of the Burning Sun Hall would have to take her seriously. There are 2 more days. Continue to cultivate. After Luo Luo successfully passed the tribulation, Yi Xian continued to comprehend the sword-shaped stone. When the Yin Ju Palace came knocking on his door, he would show off his skills. If the Patriarch of the Yin Palace was still alive, he might come. At that time, the Patriarch of the Burning Sun Hall would definitely appear. As long as the siblings were related to the Yin Yang Patriarch, Yi Xian would naturally ask about it. Of course, even if he didn't ask, he still had the round jade pendant left by old immortal Tian Ju. As long as he broke through to the 3 sovereign disasters, he would know about the Yin Yang Patriarch. The remaining 2 days passed in a flash. In these 2 days, Luo Luo refined a large amount of things. Although there was still a lot of medicinal effects left in her body, and there were still many heavenly treasures left, she directly broke through to the 8th Supremacy Realm, the same level as Yi Xian. Luo Luo and Yi Xian signed a master and servant blood contract, which caused Yi Xian's beast god bloodline to mutate twice. Therefore, his growth speed increased by 30%. Yi Xian expected such a fast cultivation speed. In these 2 days, although Yi Xian's realm didn't increase, he continuously comprehended the sword-shaped stone, and had already raised his sword intent to 90%. In the Supremacy Realm, the highest level was the 9th Tribulation Supremacy Realm, and the sword intent was only 95%. When the sword intent transformed to 100%, it would condense into power and sword force. In 3 days, Yi Xian's sword intent had increased from 75% to 90%. With the shadowless sword in hand, his attack power was extremely strong. Even in the entire Burning Yang Hall, there were probably less than 3 people who could withstand a single strike from him. Because the Burning Sun Hall was peaceful, Yi Xian and Luo Luo continued to cultivate. They didn't know if the Yin Palace was scared or something, but they still hadn't arrived after 3 days. Could it be that they were afraid that the Burning Sun Hall's ancestor was still alive, and would rush out and catch them all in one fell swoop? However, just as Yi Xian was thinking about this problem, a roar suddenly came from the sky. "Bastards of the Burning Sun Hall, get the hell out here." This was a woman's voice, and it sounded very old. Not only that, Yi Xian had heard this voice before. It was the palace master of the Yin Palace. "They're here." After hearing this roar, Yi Xian and Luo Luo opened their eyes at the same time. "Hee, they're finally here. If they didn't come, I would have been bored to death." Luo Luo stretched her back and walked out. Yi Xian was also helpless. This girl really wanted to see the world in chaos. But speaking of which, he had comprehended the sword-shaped stone for 3 days, and his strength had increased by at least 10 times compared to when he was in the Myriad Sword Manor's secret realm. Chapter 9:16. When Yi Xian walked outside, he discovered that the hall master of the Burning Sun Hall and the others were hurriedly cutting through the air and flying towards the entrance of the Burning Sun Hall. Yi Xian and Luo Luo quickly followed them. The disciples of the Burning Sun Hall who were alarmed by the sudden shout also hurriedly followed after him. Who was it that had the guts to come to the Burning Sun Hall and make a ruckus? The Burning Sun Hall was one of the top powers in the royal sacred dynasty. There weren't many who dared to challenge them. Moreover, the voice belonged to an old woman. Thus, the disciples of the Burning Sun Hall guessed that the people who came were from the Ju Yin Palace. When the hall master of the Burning Sun Hall obtained the sword-shaped stone, he had already started making arrangements and notified the elders outside to return. This time, there was going to be a huge battle. When Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the Burning Sun Hall, he saw that there was already a group of people outside the protective array. There were more women than men in this group. They were the group from the Ju Yin Palace that Yi Xian had encountered in the secret territory of the Myriad Swords Manor. The palace master of the Ju Yin Palace was also among them. "Everyone, my Burning Sun Hall and your Ju Yin Palace have been fighting for hundreds of years. This is the first time you have gathered so many people to come here. May I know the reason?" The Burning Sun Hall master pretended not to know anything and asked. "Cut the crap. You already know the answer and you still want to pretend that you don't know anything?" The palace master of the Ju Yin Palace walked out with his walking stick. I haven't even said that your Ju Yin Palace planted a spy in my Burning Sun Hall and you're already making false accusations?" The Burning Sun Hall master snorted coldly. At this time, a female disciple of the Ju Yin Palace suddenly walked forward and pointed at Yi Xian, "Palace master, it was him that day." Everyone's gaze followed her finger and landed on Yi Xian. "Me? What about me?" Yi Xian walked out. "Brat, let's not beat around the bush. That sword-shaped stone was snatched by you, right?" The palace master of the Ju Yin Palace looked at Yi Xian. "Senior, why do you think so?" Yi Xian asked in return. As soon as he finished his words, someone jumped out and said, "If it wasn't you, who else could it be?" Yi Xian sneered and said, "What a joke. When I left the secret territory that day, I was surrounded by a group of you palace masters. Your palace master even wanted to capture me. Your palace master wanted to capture me. That's right. If it wasn't for junior brother Ye's secret skill, I'm afraid that we would have already been killed. My Burning Sun Hall has fought with your Yin Ju Palace for so many years. When have you ever shown mercy? Although the sword-shaped stone fell into Yi Xian's hands in the end, Wen Kang and the other two had contributed quite a bit, so they obtained quite a few benefits. 3 days ago, Wen Kang had consumed a heavenly treasure and grown a new arm. This sentence made the people of the Ju Yin Palace speechless. If they put themselves in Yi Xian's shoes, how could they not run when they encountered the palace master of the Ju Yin Palace? We didn't come here today for this matter. There were a few experts from the imperial family in the sword tomb. They witnessed the whole thing. The palace master of the Ju Yin Palace snorted and said, "That brat killed Ma Cheng, who was ranked 5th in the inner sect of the Ju Yin Palace. He also killed a great elder of the imperial family. This is the truth." "Then, senior, how can you prove that what he said is true?" Yi Xian asked again. At that time, the team of the Ju Yin Palace had been killed by Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian did find other people. But after Yi Xian killed Ma Cheng, the 9th Tribulation Supreme Master of the Ju Yin Palace came. So, Yi Xian didn't have time to kill other people. What those people said was only a verbal statement of facts. There was no concrete evidence. Humph, I don't care so much. I only know that the sword-shaped stone is in your palace of the Ju Yin Palace. Today, you better hand it over. Otherwise, your palace of the Ju Yin Palace will be destroyed soon. The palace master of the Ju Yin Palace saw that they had no choice but to shed all pretense of cordiality. Ha ha ha, what a joke. You dare to say that you will destroy my palace of the Ju Yin Palace? The palace master of the Ju Yin Palace laughed when he saw the other party's expression. You better choose to believe that we don't plan to keep the sword-shaped stone for ourselves. We will give it to the imperial family. The palace master of the Ju Yin Palace replied. What a joke. If you get the sword-shaped stone, will you give it to the imperial family? The palace master of the Ju Yin Palace sneered. The palace master of the Ju Yin Palace continued, do you know how the Myriad Sword Villa was destroyed hundreds of years ago? An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. After the sword-shaped stone of the Myriad Sword Villa was exposed, it was secretly destroyed by the imperial family. What? After the palace master of the Ju Yin Palace finished speaking, the people of the palace of the Ju Yin Palace were shocked. Not only that, the people of the palace of the Ju Yin Palace were also shocked. It was their first time hearing this secret. The Myriad Sword Villa was a powerful force hundreds of years ago. It was not any weaker than the palace of the Ju Yin Palace and the palace of the Ju Yin Palace. However, it chose to disappear in the end because it was secretly destroyed by the imperial family. Even the palace master of the Ju Yin Palace did not know about this secret. Really? The palace master of the Ju Yin Palace swallowed his saliva. Although the palace of the Ju Yin Palace was powerful, the imperial family could secretly destroy the Myriad Sword Villa that was comparable to the palace of the Ju Yin Palace hundreds of years ago. Why else do you think the Myriad Sword Villa was destroyed? That secret realm was the place where the Myriad Sword Villa was forging. However, when the imperial family's experts arrived, they did not know that the sword-shaped stone was exposed. Therefore, other than the villa master of the Myriad Sword Villa, no one survived. The palace master of the Ju Yin Palace explained. After hearing this, the people of the palace of the Ju Yin Palace felt that it made sense. Yi Xian himself had entered the Myriad Sword Villa's secret realm. However, he did not meet anyone from the Myriad Sword Villa in the secret realm. After all, it was just a place for forging. When the Myriad Sword Villa was destroyed, only the villa master left. He probably returned to the secret realm when he was being hunted down and destroyed the entrance to prevent the imperial family from finding it. Because it was a secret place for forging, all the people inside were men. However, the villa master of the Myriad Sword Villa destroyed the entrance himself. If he did not destroy it, the imperial family would definitely find the entrance. It was also because of this that all the people who stayed in the secret realm died in the end. According to Wen Kang, there were many tombs in the palace. One of them was the villa master of the Myriad Sword Villa. After thinking about it, Yi Xian also felt that it was very scary. The villa master of the Myriad Sword Villa destroyed the entrance to the secret realm to avoid being hunted down. What was even more helpless was that the people who stayed in the secret realm were all men. If there were some women, the Myriad Sword Villa would not have been completely wiped out. They could have lived in the secret realm and not been destroyed. Chapter 9:17. However, there was one thing that Yi Xian did not understand. The secret realm was actually a corner of the world. The entrance to the secret realm was equivalent to a portal. That was why Yi Xian's Eye of the Void could not return to the Burning Sun Palace directly from the secret realm. He had to leave the secret realm first. Yi Xian guessed that the secret realm was an island, or there was a formation around it that prevented people from leaving. But then again, the Burning Sun Hall Master hesitated after hearing those words. "Old man, I advise you to hand it over to us," the Palace Master of the Yin Palace said. These words sounded like he was thinking for the sake of Burning Sun Hall, but no one present was an idiot. The sword-shaped stone was extremely precious. Even if the Burning Sun Palace Master could not keep it, they would still be rewarded if they handed it over. How could the Yin Palace Master take the sword-shaped stone away? "You guys have a good plan. You want me to hand over the sword-shaped stone to you, then you will hand it over to the imperial family?" The Burning Sun Palace Master sneered. Without a doubt, this sentence was an admission. At this point, they had no choice but to admit it. "So, the sword-shaped stone is in the Burning Sun Palace Master?" The Palace Master of the Yin Palace narrowed his eyes. "That's right," the Burning Sun Palace Master shouted. In the next moment, a stone that looked like a long sword appeared in his hand. It was the sword-shaped stone. When the Palace Master of the Yin Palace and the others saw it, their eyes lit up. "This is the sword-shaped stone." The Palace Master of the Yin Palace raised his eyebrows. Even the imperial family of the royal sacred dynasty did not have a sword-shaped stone. Otherwise, why would the 10,000 Swords Manor be destroyed? Yi Xian knew how precious the sword-shaped stone was. He only spent 3 days to raise his 75% sword intent to 90% sword intent. A single sword-shaped stone was enough to create a top force that could even fight against the imperial family. A few hundred years ago, the imperial family of the royal sacred dynasty was afraid that the 10,000 Swords Manor would become stronger, so they destroyed it. "It is impossible for me to hand over the sword-shaped stone." The sword-shaped stone was obtained by the disciples of the Burning Sun Palace. "It is impossible for the Yin Palace Master to take it away." The Burning Sun Palace Master put the sword-shaped stone away. "Humph, the Myriad Sword Villa's secret realm was found in the territory of my absolute Yin Palace. How about this, the Ju Yin Palace will also take a step back. We will hand over the sword-shaped stone to the imperial family, and we will split the reward equally," the Palace Master of the Ju Yin Palace suggested. "So what if the 10,000 Swords Manor's forging mystic realm is in your absolute Yin Palace's territory? Your Ju Yin Palace is still in the royal sacred dynasty, doesn't that mean that everything in your Ju Yin Palace belongs to the royal clan?" An elder of the Burning Sun Hall coldly snorted. The Palace Master of the absolute Yin Palace glanced at her and said, "So, you don't agree?" "Not bad," the Burning Sun Hall Master replied. He could have given it to the royal family by himself, so why did he have to share the benefits with another person? As long as one was not a fool, one would not do such a thing. Most importantly, he was in the territory of the Burning Sun Palace. Now that the Yinju Palace had come knocking on his door, it was an excellent opportunity. So long as he killed all these people from the Yin End Palace, then the Yin End Palace would be finished. However, right at that moment, suddenly, a powerful aura caused everyone to tremble. This powerful aura came from the team of the Yinju Yin Palace. The team of the Yinju Yin Palace started to split into two, then a figure slowly walked out. It was a red-clothed lady who looked to be in her 30s. Ancestor. When the Palace Master of the Yinju Palace saw this person, he respectfully greeted her. Boom! This form of address frightened the people from the Burning Sun Hall. Was this red-clothed lady the founder of the Yinju Yin Palace? So powerful, I'm afraid she is a ninth supreme being. Yi Xian shuddered. The Burning Sun Hall Master was only a ninth supreme being, and this lady was even more powerful than him. Greetings, Senior. The Burning Sun Hall Master did not expect this red-clothed lady to be here, so he hurriedly greeted her respectfully. The red-clothed lady ignored him and said softly, Senior brother, are you not coming out to see me? Although her voice was soft, it reverberated in the air and spread throughout the entire Burning Sun Hall. However, the way she addressed him frightened the others. Senior brother, that's Senior brother. Aren't they siblings? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He understood that the red-clothed lady was greeting the founder of the Burning Sun Hall. Not long after, another voice echoed in the air. Junior sister, let's go back. It was obvious that the founder of the Burning Sun Hall was not dead. Senior brother, don't you know the importance of the sword-shaped stone? The red-clothed lady shouted again. This time, the founder of the Burning Sun Hall finally came out. He was a white-clothed youth with dashing eyebrows. So powerful, I can't sense any aura from him. He's just like an ordinary person. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. With the eye of perception, he could not sense the other party's realm. This person was definitely much more powerful than the red-clothed lady, and might be about to pass the human body disaster. Senior brother, you finally came out. The red-clothed lady smiled and said, Don't worry, I have no other purpose today. What do you want to say? The youth with dashing eyebrows asked. The sword-shaped stone is very useful to us, but you have to know that it's not something we can get our hands on. The 10,000 Swords Manor is a good example. If we don't hand it over to the Imperial family, I'm afraid that our two factions will end up like the 10,000 Swords Manor. The red-clothed lady said. Unexpectedly, the youth with dashing eyebrows immediately said, I won't give up on this sword-shaped stone. Senior brother, you're still as stubborn as before. Since the Imperial family hasn't arrived yet, we still have a way to share this sword-shaped stone. The red-clothed lady said. Share the sword-shaped stone. After hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. Was the two factions joining forces? Even if our two factions join forces, we won't be able to go against the Imperial family. You're saying that you want to open up a secret realm and let my Burning Sun Hall and your unending palace enter together to comprehend this sword-shaped stone? The youth with dashing eyebrows squinted his eyes. That's right, we can follow the example of the 10,000 Swords Manor. As long as we destroy the entrance to the secret realm, even the Imperial family won't be able to find it. The red-clothed lady nodded. The reason why the 10,000 Swords Manor didn't have a single person in the secret realm was because those who stayed there hundreds of years ago were all men, and there wasn't a single woman. However, the Burning Sun Hall mainly consisted of men, while the unending palace had many women. As long as they joined forces and brought some supreme saint beasts into the secret realm, they could live a good life. Chapter 9:18. Then why are you not willing to give up on this stone? If the Imperial army arrives, the Burning Sun Hall will definitely be destroyed. The lady in red reminded him. I will not give up. The man with sword-like eyebrows replied. Both parties were in a stalemate. After hearing this, everyone present felt a sense of pressure. It was a good way to enter the secret realm. Although there were men and women, old and young, and even supreme sacred beasts, who could stay in a sealed place for hundreds of years. However, the founder of the Burning Sun Hall was unwilling to give up on this stone. If the Imperial army arrived, the Burning Sun Hall would definitely be destroyed. Master, the Burning Sun Hall Master frowned and looked at the young man with sword-like eyebrows. Don't worry, I have already opened up a new secret realm. This secret realm has 2 entrances. If the Imperial army arrives, we will enter and destroy this entrance. The young man with sword-like eyebrows was not worried at all. What? When the others heard this, they were shocked. No wonder the founder of the Burning Sun Hall was so calm. It turned out that he had already prepared a way out. Junior sister, please go back. The young man with sword-like eyebrows said to the lady in red. However, at this moment. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening sound entered everyone's ears. When they listened carefully, it sounded like the roar of a giant beast. It's the Imperial Dragon. The young man with sword-like eyebrows and the lady in red's faces changed. They had heard this sound once before. Quick, let everyone enter the secret realm entrance under my secret cultivation room. The young man with sword-like eyebrows hurriedly ordered. The news should have only reached the imperial family after 3 days. The young man with sword-like eyebrows did not expect them to arrive so quickly. When the young man with sword-like eyebrows finished speaking, a huge figure descended from the sky. It was a brown giant dragon that was at least a few thousand meters long. It was extremely huge, and there were various strange patterns on its body. Immediately after, people jumped down from the dragon's back one by one. The Imperial army had finally arrived. Burning Sun Hall, how dare you hide a sword-shaped stone? I will give you 10 breaths to hand it over to me. Otherwise, I will exterminate your entire sect. A rough-looking man rushed over, followed by 2 people wearing the Imperial family's uniform. 3/9 Supreme Being Peak Supreme Beings. The young man's expression changed. He was in trouble now. At this moment, the Burning Sun Hall master had already started to evacuate the disciples. However, how could 10 breaths of time be enough? Although there were only 1,000 soldiers from the Imperial family, all of them were elites of the 7th Supreme Martial Artist realm and above. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that there were still 3/9 Tribulation Supremacies from the royal family and more than 29th Tribulation Supremacies. This wasn't something that the Burning Sun Hall could deal with. Hee, it seems like you don't want to hand it over. All soldiers, listen up, break the formation. The boorish man shouted when he saw the Burning Sun Hall evacuating its disciples. In an instant, countless attacks were launched at the grand array of the Burning Sun Hall. Rumble. A series of deafening explosions rang out. Women of the Ju Palace, back off for me. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you as well. The boorish man shouted at the Ju Palace as he attacked. At this moment, Absolute Palace was in a dilemma. The lady in red obviously wanted to help the young man, but the young man's intentions had been seen through. The Imperial family army had already started to attack. Once the formation was broken, the Burning Sun Hall would be in danger. Ancestral Master, what should we do? The palace master of the Ju Palace asked with a frown. Let's retreat first. The lady in red said softly. In fact, she still wanted to help the Burning Sun Hall. Although the enmity between the Ju Palace and the Burning Sun Hall had been accumulating for hundreds of years, it was actually caused by some disciples 100 years ago. At first, the Ju Palace accidentally killed a disciple of the Burning Sun Hall, so the conflict arose. However, the lady in red hadn't appeared to resolve it in the past 100 years. Only by continuing to fight could she ensure that her senior brother wouldn't forget about her. Immediately, the Ju Palace's team retreated a long distance. This time, the Ju Palace had also brought many experts. Other than the lady in red, the palace master of the Ju Palace, and the great elder, there were also 4/9 Tribulation Supremacies. If they joined forces with the Burning Sun Hall, they wouldn't be afraid of the Imperial army. However, behind the Imperial army was the entire Imperial family. Once they made a move, they would be challenging the authority of the Imperial family. At that time, the entire Ju Palace would be dragged into the water and fall into a state of eternal damnation. Rumble. The entire Imperial army was attacking the protective mountain array. Fortunately, there were experts in the Burning Sun Hall controlling the array. Otherwise, after a few rounds of attacks, the protective mountain array would have been broken. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. The Imperial army was attacking, while the Burning Sun Hall was defending. Yi Xian, who was in the Burning Sun Hall, was already burning with fighting spirit. However, he hoped that the Burning Sun Hall could successfully retreat. As long as all of them entered the secret realm and destroyed the entrance, they would be safe. Although he didn't know where the other entrance to the secret realm was, judging from the expression of the young man with the sword eyebrows, the other entrance wouldn't be easily found by the imperial family. Perhaps it was in another sacred dynasty. However, looking at the current situation, there didn't seem to be enough time. I didn't expect the imperial army to arrive so quickly. What a blunder. The young man with the sword eyebrows' eyes flickered. He guessed that the imperial army must have rushed through the secret realm, which was why they arrived so quickly. If he knew that this would happen, he would have already given the order to retreat. Lin Zhantian, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the sword-shaped stone and I'll guarantee the safety of the Burning Sun Hall. The rough man shouted. Lin Zhantian was the name of the Burning Sun Hall's founder. Scram! Unexpectedly, Lin Zhantian roared. He estimated the strength of the protective mountain array and said, "Elders, prepare for battle." The elders of the Burning Sun Hall had already taken out their weapons. There were more than 40 elders in the Burning Sun Hall. They were all at least 8th Tribulation Supremes. "Founder, we can also fight," one of the disciples shouted. The inner disciples of the Burning Sun Hall were almost all 7th Tribulation Supremes. There were also quite a few 8th Tribulation Supremes. They could fight against the experts of the imperial family. "We are willing to live and die with the Burning Sun Hall." "Yes, live and die together." A group of disciples and deacons shouted one after another. Many of them grew up in the Burning Sun Hall. The Burning Sun Hall was their home. Now that their home was about to be destroyed, they naturally had to stand up and stop it. "All right." The young man with the sword eyebrows shouted. At the same time, he glanced at the Burning Sun Hall master beside him. "Master, the sword-shaped stone has been taken away by junior brother," the Burning Sun Hall master said. His junior brother was the vice hall master of the Burning Sun Hall. Chapter 9:19. The Inferno Sun Hall master nodded. He was already prepared to fight to the death. However, he was still very nervous. After all, the royal army actually sent out 3 9th stage supreme martial artists. On their side, there was only one 9th stage supreme martial artist and him, a 9th stage supreme martial artist. If they fought, they would not have the upper hand. However, if the Yinju Palace could help, the outcome would be different. The people of the Yinju Palace were good at illusions and mental attacks. They could also control flying swords. Their team battle ability was very strong. If they could get their help, they would definitely win this battle. Boom! 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 The strength of the protective array weakened bit by bit. In the Inferno Sun Hall, Yi Xian had already secretly taken out the supreme spiritual treasure, Shadowless Sword. He could not provoke the 3 9th stage supreme martial artists, but he could find trouble with the others. With my current realm, bloodline, and Shadowless Sword, killing a 9th stage supreme martial artist is not a problem. Luolua's strength is not bad either. If other people are added, it's not impossible. Yi Xian thought in his heart. However, the 3 9th stage supreme martial artists were troublesome. He hoped that Lin Zhantian, as the founder of the sect, could hold them back. "Luoluo, don't be too far away from me later. Try to charm as much as you can. If you encounter danger, call me immediately." Yi Xian reminded in his mind. "Okay." Luoluo nodded. Luoluo had merged with the charm fusion crystal previously, and her charm ability had greatly increased. With her 8th stage supreme martial artist realm, as long as it was not a 9th tribulation supreme martial artist, she would have no problem. At this moment, rumble. A loud sound was heard, and the protective array was finally broken. "Kill!" Lin Zhantian shouted as he led the charge towards the imperial army. "Lin Zhantian, you are seeking your own death." The rough man shouted and led the experts under his command. However, he still formed a team and bypassed Lin Zhantian, directly entering the Inferno Sun Hall to find the entrance to the secret realm. "Don't let them in." The Inferno Sun Hall Master shouted and led a few people to kill, preparing to intercept this team that wanted to sneak into the secret realm. A great battle began. This was not the first time that Yi Xian had participated in such a large-scale battle. Previously, in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's Sky Prison, he had weaved through tens of thousands of soldiers. However, he didn't dare to wander around here. After all, he hadn't gone to the flowing gold waterfall to strengthen his sovereign golden body yet. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian summoned his doppelganger. He summoned 6 flying swords and attacked the Extreme King army. At the same time, he kept swinging his shadowless swords to attack the 8 Tribulation elites. The two sides had already clashed head-on. "Brat, your aptitude is not bad. Go to hell." A peak-level supreme martial artist from the royal family headed straight for Yi Xian. "Humph." Yi Xian snorted coldly and glared at him, casting a burning eye. Luo Luo, who was following behind Yi Xian, took this opportunity to use her charm. Luolua's eyes turned pink. Not only that, but that 8th supreme martial artist was also the same. The charm was a success. After the charm was successful, this 8th supreme martial artist took off his interspatial ring and threw it at Yi Xian. Then, he turned around and attacked his own people. Bam! A mid-level supreme martial artist's head was cut off before he could react. "What are you doing?" His actions immediately attracted the attention of others. However, some sharp-eyed people immediately noticed that something was amiss. "There's someone from the Foxy clan. Be careful of her charm," someone warned. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, he heard a whistling wind. Boom! An explosion suddenly sounded in the air. This talkative consecrator's head was directly smashed by Luolua's fallen star whip. "Humph, who asked you to be a busybody?" Luoluo snorted unhappily. Those from the Yin Palace cultivated spiritual techniques and had high spiritual resistance. However, the imperial family, like those from the Burning Sun Palace, still cultivated their sovereign golden body. Therefore, Yi Xian and Luolua's cooperation was flawless. One weakened spiritual power, while the other charmed. They were simply invincible. However, the charm could only easily charm those below the 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist level. It was not a problem for 8th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. Therefore, Yi Xian and Luoluo gave up. "Luoluo, let's go find the 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist," Yi Xian said to Luoluo in her mind. "Okay." Hearing this, Luoluo giggled and followed. With the eye of perception, Yi Xian could clearly sense that there were more than 29th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists in the imperial family. As long as he killed these people, the pressure on the Burning Sun Palace would be reduced. At this time, the 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist targeted by Yi Xian was fighting with an early-stage 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist Elder from the Burning Sun Palace. Yi Xian killed more than 10 people along the way. When he got close, he directly slashed with his sword. Flowing Shadow Sword. With the shadowless sword in hand, his attack power was definitely not something an ordinary 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist could block. Moreover, it was a sneak attack. Rip! This beam of sword light directly split the opponent's body into 2 halves. What? The elder from the Burning Sun Palace was shocked. An opponent who was on par with him was actually killed in a second. He turned to look and found that the killer was only a mid-stage 8th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, Yi Xian. Before he could react, Luoluo hooked the fallen star whip and directly threw the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Very good, next. Yi Xian was very satisfied. Even if it was not all of a 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist's wealth, it was comparable to that of 10 peak 8th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. Before the elder could react, Yi Xian went to find the next target. Yi Xian's original body and Luoluo worked together, while his doppelganger was killing the 8th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. His original body's cultivation was still increasing. He was destined to shine in this battle. However, he was still unable to control this battle. Yi Xian once again killed a 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, then turned to scan with the Eye of Revelation. Lin Zhantian was already fighting with the burly man. The former was fighting 1 against 3, but Lin Zhantian's opponents were the imperial family's high officials. 1 against 2 was already his limit. In a 1 against 3 situation, he did not have the strength to fight back. Fortunately, his golden body was strong, otherwise, he would have been defeated. Ancestral Master can't hold on for long. I must weaken the opponent's strength as soon as possible. Yi Xian thought in his heart. However, at this moment, whoosh, 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 a series of air-piercing sounds were heard. Flying swords swept into the crowd and attacked the imperial family's experts. What? The imperial family's experts turned to look and saw the people from the Yin Palace flying towards them. Old women, you dare! The burly man shouted. Chapter 920. The Absolute Yin Palace finally made a move. Although the Absolute Yin Palace and the Burning Sun Hall had a grudge against each other, the lady in red would not ignore Lin Zhantian. You old woman, today I will uproot both of your sects. The rough man turned around and attacked the lady in red. With 1 less opponent, Lin Zhantian's pressure was reduced by half. Now, he was not afraid of the other party. With the addition of the Absolute Yin Palace, the situation was reversed. The pressure on the experts of the Burning Sun Hall was reduced by a lot. However, there were casualties at the start of the battle, and the experts of the Burning Sun Hall fell one after another. Don't let others take it. Yi Xian reminded in his mind. To him, these were all experience points. Moreover, they were fighting in the air, so his 7 agility advancements were not effective. Otherwise, his killing speed would at least double. Yes. Luo Luo nodded. She waved the fallen star whip in her hand. Every time it hit someone, it would destroy their sovereign golden body. If the whip hit the head, unless it was a 9th Tribulation Supremacy, they would definitely die. However, there were not many people who used the whip. Moreover, Luo Luo was from the Fox Charm clan, so naturally, there were people who wanted to attack her. That is a supreme spiritual treasure. A mid-stage 9th Tribulation Supremacy noticed Luo Luo and immediately rushed over. Supreme spiritual treasure. There was actually a supreme spiritual treasure. This was a huge gain. One had to know that in the entire royal sacred dynasty, there was only one supreme spiritual treasure. Luo Luo, you are being targeted. Yi Xian felt the aura approaching Luo Luo. Come, young master, let's kill him. Luo Luo did not care at all. All right. Yi Xian smiled devilishly. His original body and clone approached at the same time. 3 attacks from 3 directions. Eye of Nirvana. Eye of Nirvana. Demon Fox Flash. 3 flashes of light rushed towards the mid-stage 9th Tribulation Supremacy. What? He was startled. This speed scared him. Just as he was about to escape, his escape route was blocked. Hiss. Hiss. 2 crisp sounds rang out. He dodged one Nirvana Rend, but the other Nirvana Rend and Demon Fox Flash passed him. His entire body was instantly cut into 3 pieces. At the same time, his universe ring was hooked by Luo Luo's fallen star whip and fell into Yi Xian's hand. This person probably didn't expect to die here. He must have brought quite a lot of things with him. Luo Luo oh 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 Luo Luo oh 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 Luo Luo oh 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 Luo oh 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 Luo oh 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 Luo oh oh Luo. If Yi Xian killed the remaining 5, he would definitely be able to make another breakthrough. Luo oh Oi Xian immediately called for Luo, and together with his doppelganger, they rushed towards the nearest 9th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist. Whether it was Yi Xian himself, his doppelganger, or Luo, all of them had the ability to easily kill an early-stage 9th Supreme Martial Artist. If the three of them joined forces, even a mid-stage 9th supreme martial artist would have to temporarily avoid them. They killed their way over and killed many people along the way. The Eye of Nirvana consumed too much of his life force. After the previous lesson, Yi Xian didn't dare to casually use his life force to replenish his eye power. Yi Xian and Luo Luo teamed up and targeted another mid-stage supreme martial artist from the imperial family. At this moment, this expert from the royal family was fighting with the first elder of the Burning Sun Hall. The latter was being beaten back repeatedly. Fortunately, there was still a 9th Tribulation Supreme Venerable from the Eam Palace helping. Otherwise, the Burning Sun Hall Grand Elder would have died long ago. Flowing Shadow Sword. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian immediately joined the battle and launched an attack at the mid-stage supreme martial artist. 2 streaks of cold light pierced through the air, giving the other party a fright. What a powerful attack! This mid-stage supreme martial artist from the imperial family was shocked because the attack launched by Yi Xian's original body was even more powerful than his. Yi Xian's original body wielding the shadowless sword and infusing it with 90% sword intent was enough to break through the opponent's golden sovereign body and even kill him instantly. Slash! The mid-stage supreme martial artist from the imperial family slashed with his sword with all his might and defeated the attack of Yi Xian's original body. However, the moment he made his move. Swish! Bam! Suddenly, a long silver whip hit his arm. After an explosion, his arm was blown into 2 pieces. Luo Luo, who was wielding the fallen star whip, wasn't any weaker than Yi Xian's clone. However, there was still a gap between her and Yi Xian's original body. Nevertheless, it was enough to threaten the opponent. The imperial family consecrator was shocked when his sword-wielding arm was blown off. His golden sovereign body was extremely powerful, but it was actually blown apart by a mid-stage supreme martial artist little girl. How was this possible? 95% whip intent or a sovereign spiritual treasure. He instantly reacted. In the next moment, he took out another high-grade sovereign divine weapon and charged towards Luo Luo. Hee hee. Luo Luo chuckled. Her laughter was very innocent. In the next moment, she turned into a ray of light again. The imperial family consecrator was shocked once again. Just as he was about to make a move, the ray of light swept past him and his head was instantly thrown into the air. Demonic Fox Flash. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian couldn't help but say in his heart, Luo Luo seems to have used this demonic fox flash for a long time. It shouldn't be a sovereign martial art. It should at least be a transcendent martial art on the same level as a sovereign spiritual treasure. Or perhaps, it should be a divine ability. The current him was no longer the inexperienced brat who had just stepped out into the world. The realm above the sovereign stage was called the 3 minor disasters of the sovereign stage. They were the human body disaster, true energy disaster, and spirit disaster. These 3 were just minor disasters. After the spirit disaster, there was a great disaster. This great disaster was a shackle, similar to the sovereign tribulation. After the great disaster, the realm was called the manifestation realm. As for the divine ability, it was the name of the manifestation realm, just like the sovereign martial arts of the sovereign stage. After witnessing Luo Luo's strength, Yi Xian guessed that the bloodline in Luo Luo's body was very powerful. It might even surpass the 3 minor disasters of the sovereign stage. It was at least at the manifestation realm. In fact, Yi Xian could give Luo Luo a bloodline seed, such as the sword god bloodline. However, Luo Luo had a mysterious bloodline that could mutate the beast god bloodline. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't be sure. What if Luo Luo consumed the sword god bloodline and concealed the mysterious bloodline? Or perhaps, the sword god bloodline would be concealed by the mysterious bloodline and wouldn't have any effect. If that was the case, Yi Xian would have wasted a bloodline seed. Most importantly, Luo Luo didn't want it. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't force her. After the death of the 9th stage sovereign consecrator, Yi Xian obtained his universe ring and his cultivation improved. Chapter 921. At this moment, 2 of the 5 mid-stage supreme beings had already fallen. Not only that, Yi Xian and his doppelganger had also recovered quite a bit of their eye power. Immediately, they went to find their third target. Along the way, those who blocked their way were all killed by them. Eye of Nirvana. Demon Fox Flash. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian and Luo Luo once again joined forces to launch a sneak attack. Their target was actually discovered, but they didn't expect the attack to be so powerful, so they were killed in a moment of carelessness. The third mid-stage supreme being had fallen. Luo Luo, you will assist me next. Yi Xian said to Luo Luo. Young master, I can still use Demon Fox Flash twice. Luo Luo suddenly replied. What? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, and said helplessly, You little girl, why didn't you tell me that you improved after breaking through? I forgot, Luo Luo cutely stuck out her tongue. She had already used Demon Fox Flash 3 times, but she could still use it twice, just enough to deal with the remaining 2 mid-stage supreme beings. At this moment, they continued to search for their target. At the same time, Yi Xian handed the invisible sword to his doppelganger, because it was his doppelganger who used Eye of Nirvana, now it was his turn to use it. The Gemini bloodline was really useful, but it was a pity that the realm of the Gemini bloodline couldn't be shared, so it had to be combined once. If his doppelganger could also increase his doppelganger's level, how good would that be? Eye of Nirvana. Flowing Shadow Sword. Demon Fox Flash. Under the 3 attacks, another mid-stage supreme being from the royal family fell. At this moment, Yi Xian was very close to the peak of the 8th supreme being. As long as he killed the last mid-stage supreme being, this battle would be over. However, Yi Xian's killing of 4 mid-stage supreme being from the royal family fell into the eyes of one person. Not good, we are gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Yang Chen, go and kill the twins and that fox. The rough man shouted while dealing with the red-clothed woman. The Yang Chen he was talking about was actually one of Lin Zhantian's opponents. It's not that easy to leave. Lin Zhantian quickly blocked in front of the other party. In a 1 versus 2 situation, he could still handle it. Just now, he had also been paying attention to Yi Xian's side. He didn't expect Yi Xian to be able to kill 4 mid-stage supreme beings in a row. His strength was really explosive. The situation was reversed in an instant. The last mid-stage supreme martial artist was fighting with the palace master of Ju Yin Palace. However, Yi Xian and Luo Luo had already approached them. Now, Yi Xian and his doppelganger were unable to use the Eye of Nirvana, but Luo Luo still had one more Demon Fox Flash. The 3 of them, together with the palace master of the Ju Yin Palace, killed the last middle stage 9th supreme martial artist in an instant. 2 supreme spiritual treasures. The palace master of the Absolute Yin Palace was also shocked. In the entire royal sacred dynasty, there was only 1 supreme spiritual treasure. But now, 2 had appeared at the same time. What was going on? While she was still in shock, Yi Xian had already obtained the last interspatial ring. Ding, the host has broken through. Currently, the host is at the peak of the 8th supreme martial artist. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian immediately merged with his doppelganger. The palace master of the Absolute Yin Palace felt that his eyes were blurry again. Last time, Yi Xian had split into 2 in front of him and successfully escaped. This time, the 2 actually merged into 1. What was going on? After the merger and the next realm was upgraded, Yi Xian separated again. Since he had broken through, it was more or less time for him to take charge of this battle. Immediately, his original body and doppelganger rushed towards Lin Zhantian. As for Luo Luo, she continued to stay here. At this moment, there was no one who could threaten Luo Luo, so Yi Xian was more at ease. After breaking through, Yi Xian's battle strength had increased tremendously. It was no problem for him to deal with a peak 9th supreme martial artist. As long as he helped Lin Zhantian hold 1 back, then Lin Zhantian would have no problem dealing with 1. Of course, with Yi Xian holding the supreme spiritual treasure, he might be able to kill one of them. In an instant, Yi Xian rushed in front of Yang Chen. Flowing Shadow Sword. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger attacked at the same time. A peak 9th supreme martial artist was already the top battle strength of the royal sacred dynasty. Although Yi Xian was only a peak 8th supreme martial artist, with the shadowless sword and bloodline in his hand, he could definitely contend with a peak 9th supreme martial artist. He actually has a supreme spiritual treasure, he is mine. Yang Chen suddenly revealed a greedy expression. If he had a supreme spiritual treasure, Lin Zhantian would definitely be beaten up like a dog. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not so easy to deal with. Boom! 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 With the shadowless sword, Yi Xian's original body's attack power was not something Yang Chen could block, so he could only dodge. Due to the addition of the red-robed woman, Lin Zhantian's pressure was reduced by half. Now that Yi Xian had come to hold another person back, Lin Zhantian's arrogance immediately rose. Die! Lin Zhantian's entire body seemed to be burning as he directly sent his opponent flying with a punch. The 95% fist intent directly injured his opponent. At that moment, he took advantage of the opportunity to pursue an attack. As long as he could kill a peak 9th supreme martial artist, this battle would be settled. The rough man also swallowed his saliva. He felt that the situation was not good, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Originally, 3 peak 9th supreme martial artists, 5 mid-9th supreme martial artists, and more than 10 early 9th supreme martial artists were enough to sweep away any power in the royal sacred dynasty. Unexpectedly, the Yin Palace dared to interfere. Not only that, but 2 super geniuses with supreme spiritual treasures appeared and killed all 5 mid-9th supreme martial artists of the royal sacred dynasty. If this continued, the 3 of them would most likely die here. Go. The rough man was hesitant. However, at this moment. Bold thief. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar fell into everyone's ears. This voice was 10 times louder than the rough man's voice just now. With just 4 words, the group of people below were directly stunned. In an instant, hundreds of figures appeared in the air. Wang! Yi Xian also felt a piercing pain in his eardrums. His entire body was in a daze. Although his battle strength was strong, his realm was still too low. Who exactly was it that made more than half of the people lose their battle strength with just a roar? Yi Xian immediately shook his head and opened his eye of revelation. When he looked up, he saw an old man descending from the sky like a celestial. At this moment, the old man just happened to throw out a palm. This palm was incomparably huge, even bigger than the dragon just now. Its power was definitely not to be underestimated. Not good, Luo Luo. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and hurriedly recalled Luo Luo back. In the next moment, this huge palm came crashing down. Rumble. Chapter 922. Rumble. As the giant palm fell, the ground cracked. The people in the air felt as though the entire world was trembling. Fortunately, Luo Luo had already been hidden in Yi Xian's storage space, so she was safe. Huff, huff, that scared me to death. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Young master, run. He has already surpassed the Supreme Being realm. Luo Luo's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. Surpassed the Supreme Being realm. When Yi Xian heard this, he looked at the old man who had killed over 100 people with a single strike. He was completely dumbfounded. Surpassed the Supreme Being realm? Didn't that mean that he had passed the human body disaster? A Supreme Being cultivated the Supreme Being golden body. However, the Supreme Being golden body only meant that his defense was strong. Once a Supreme Being passed the human body disaster, even if it was only the first stage of the human body disaster, his physique would be greatly improved. In comparison, even 10 Lin Zhantians wouldn't be a match for that old man. That old man was comparable to over 1 million mighty soldiers, enough to sweep through the entire royal sacred dynasty. More importantly, that old man was vicious and merciless. That palm strike of his had even killed many of his own people. Insightful eye. Yi Xian hurriedly swept his gaze over and found that those who survived were relatively far away. As long as they were hit by that palm strike, not a single one of them survived. He glanced around and found a familiar figure in the group of dead people. Master. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Han Ming hadn't been able to dodge that palm strike and had his bones shattered. He was already dead. Not only that, even the palace master of the Absolute Yin Palace had died under that palm strike. That was a mid-stage supreme being. Bastard! Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. Unexpectedly, that sentence attracted the old man's attention. That old man had clearly just arrived. Otherwise, he would have already attacked Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had a supreme being's spiritual treasure in his hands. Retired emperor, that brat has a supreme being's spiritual treasure. The burly man suddenly roared. What? The old man was shocked. Supreme being's spiritual treasure. There was only one supreme being's spiritual treasure in the entire royal sacred dynasty. Now, another one had appeared. Brat, hand over the supreme spiritual treasure to me, and I'll spare your life. The old man spoke to Yi Xian in a condescending manner. After all, he was the retired emperor of the royal sacred dynasty, a cultivator who had transcended the supremacy plane. In his eyes, supremes were nothing more than ants. However, Yi Xian still had a chance to escape. Brat, I don't like to wait. Since you won't hand it over, I'll take it myself. When this voice sounded out, regardless of whether it was Yi Xian's original body or his clone, they both quickly broke through the void. Although he really wanted to save Lin Zhantian and the others, the old man in front of him was not someone he could fight against. He could only escape. Otherwise, he would have to sacrifice himself. Just as Yi Xian's true body stepped into the void door, the old man rushed down. You want to leave? Die. The old man used his palm as a saber and slashed out viciously. Xiao. The saber chi also passed through the void door and slashed towards Yi Xian. Fortunately, half of the saber chi was blocked by the void door, but even so, Yi Xian's abdomen was directly penetrated. At this moment, somewhere in the royal sacred dynasty, Yi Xian, who had passed through the void door, spat out a mouthful of blood. If the void door had closed slowly, his heart would have been cut in half. Young master, are you all right? Luo Luo hurriedly asked. Just now, Yi Xian did not have much eye power, but in order to escape the old man's pursuit, he had no choice but to overdraw on his life force. At this moment, both his original body and clone were blind. This was the after effect of overdrawing on his life force. I'm fine, I didn't hurt my heart. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The void positioning could locate a total of 3 places. One of them was the Burning Sun Hall, while the other 2 were based on the requirements. The place where he was now was just outside the 10,000 Swords Manor's secret territory. Who's there? Before Yi Xian could catch his breath, someone shouted. With the eye of perception, Yi Xian could sense a large group of people around him. They were all wearing armor, and it seemed that they were from the imperial family. The imperial family killed my master. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Yi Xian's original body's injuries began to heal. In the next moment, he transformed into a god of death. In just a few breaths' time, this group of 100 people died at the hands of Yi Xian. Among them, there was even a 9th tribulation supremacy. Young master, what should we do now? Luo Luo asked. Yi Xian let Luo Luo out and thought carefully for a moment. Just now, everything was hanging by a thread. If I had left a little later, I'm afraid I would have died there. If the Vice Palace Master of the Burning Sun Hall saw that something was wrong and destroyed the entrance to the secret territory, then they might have had a chance to live. I'm afraid that if the entrance was not destroyed and the sword-shaped stone fell into the hands of the imperial family, no one in the Burning Sun Hall or the Yin Palace would have survived. Yi Xian sighed. The scene from before was still fresh in his mind. If he had not left, there would only have been a few more corpses. He was only a peak 8th supremacy. Even if he had broken through to 9th supremacy, he was still far from being a match for that old man. Really, it would have been better if we had just handed over the sword-shaped stone. Why did we have to cause the destruction of our sect? Luo also did not understand. If they had handed over the sword-shaped stone obediently, they might have been rewarded greatly. That way, the Burning Sun Hall would not have been destroyed. Not only that, but so many people would not have died. That old man's palm strike killed our master. We have to avenge him. Yi Xian looked at the corpses around him with flickering eyes. Han Ming had died under that old man's giant palm strike. Not only that, but there were also many elders and disciples of the Burning Sun Hall. Since he was a disciple of the Burning Sun Hall, he naturally had to avenge the Burning Sun Hall. Hearing this, Luo was also angry. She finally had a master, but he was killed by a single palm strike. Immediately, she shouted angrily, "Young master, shall we directly kill our way into the Imperial Palace?" Imperial Palace? Yi Xian's eyebrows twitched. The Imperial Palace was the most heavily guarded place in the entire country. The imperial capital of the royal sacred dynasty was so deep that it could drown people. However, with their current strength, they had the ability to do so. In the entire royal sacred dynasty, only the retired emperor had passed the 3 sovereign disasters. However, this was not a child's play. Yi Xian had to plan carefully. If the entrance to the secret realm that the disciples of the Burning Sun Hall escaped from was destroyed, the retired emperor might not return to the imperial palace. However, if the entrance to the secret realm was discovered and the sword-shaped stone was recovered, the retired emperor would probably take the stone back to the imperial palace. Of course, there were other possibilities. The Burning Sun Hall and the Absolute Yin Palace only had 2 peak 9th supremacies. They were Lin Zhantian and the red-robed lady. As long as the old man found the other entrance to the secret realm, he could send peak 9th supremacies to worship it. There was no need for him to do it personally.